quick mic
quick
checking
mic
that
checking that when we
come live.
come live.
We are live now.
Can everyone hear us okay?
You're coming through fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can everyone
hear Vinny?
Oh, there's an
Oh,
echo.
there's an echo.
Okay.
Okay.
Might be me. Fonzie's in the chat. Coca-Cola, sponsor me.
Said it's not. It's not
Can I be heard? That's the question.
All right, can you hear me now? Is that any better or? All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you sound a lot clearer there. I just
yeah. Okay.
You, yeah.
Is the echo gone? Perfect. Ah, cool.
Fon said it's not me, so I think that means I'm all right. I think my audio is okay at my end. I'm on this snazzy computer given to me by a snazzy gent. Given to me by a snazzy gent. Okay, so shall we start off on a somber tone, or shall we let more people join before going on with anything too somber?
Who's in the chat so far? How many people are watching? There's 10 watching, 5 in there. So yeah, we're coming over perfectly clear now. So.
Right, okay. And I accidentally tried setting up a live stream on my one, and it went pear-shaped. So what I can do is, from my phone, it lets me go live on YouTube fine. But if I'm using the laptop, it gives me a hard time. Why, I don't know. You've got to be some sort of IT graduate to be able to use YouTube these days.
Next time I'm with you, I'll set it up and we'll go through it. Should have done that before yesterday, but
I'm gonna take the liberty of posting my video that I made earlier in respect to the people we lost to prison in the chat. We may even take a moment to play it, because instead of me babbling on about it for ages, this video is sort of just to summarize what's gone on, and you understand how bad the victimization of conservatives is, even when it's violent. You're not allowed to defend yourself. So in the chat now, I am dropping the link. Boom. Tryhard Supreme is in the chat. Hello, Tryhard. Go Mad doesn't like Coca-Cola. No, it's bad for you. It's basically drain cleaner. I can't deny that.
What I can do is I can play the video like we did before. We'll shorten our pictures, and we can play that in on the second screen if we want, or they can watch it themselves.
Yeah, give it 10 minutes and then we'll just play it on there. Yeah, give it 10 minutes. So basically, for those that don't know, not that I expect anyone to know, we have had the incarceration, the combined prison sentences of over 4 years given out to people for a fight that happened with Antifa a long time ago. Actually, now it's over a year ago. So these people have had their heads down for a long time. Now they're going to lose longer of their life, and when they come out, they're going to have to start all over again. So can you imagine? You know, they're not short in the tooth, as it were. So some of them aren't exactly on their feet or with stable jobs. They've obviously lost their jobs. They've lost their homes. You know, not all of them are necessarily with the other parent of the child, their child. So it's going to cause God knows what. It's never a good look. And it's so easy now to paint them. So forever they will be these bad guys that went to prison for radicalized violence, when in fact this whole thing is disgusting and unfair, which then highlights the fact that, you know, they're in control. Once they brand you, it is like cattle. They've got, that's it, you're done. We've got you, game, set and match. So these people now, they've driven not just patriots out of the game, but they've driven them out of society. They're now going to have real difficulty in society. And I think we owe it to them to support them. I think we do. I do anyway. I feel a lot of need to support them. I'm not prepared to let them go. Good morning, Vinny says try hard. Try hard is in America, for those that don't understand why it says good morning. He's not like a piss artist or something that's, you know, just woken up. He's from the States. So I could try and go live from my phone quickly, just to alert people that we are live. So wait. Right, hang on. It's nice not having Alex about.
If anybody wants to join on, jump on or add to the conversation. The link's in the description.
It depends. I won't have any
Depends.
Tom, Dick, and
Yeah, it will be selective who jumps on. It won't be anybody. So, but if there's questions or anything, then that, put it in the chat.
It now asks you, is it made for kids?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, all the time now.
That was me setting a thumbnail for going live on my phone. So now, there we go. I'm live on my account now. So now look, right, okay, there we go. How much battery have I got? How much battery have I got on my phone? Enough to prop it up against my Coke can, which someone had a go at me. Called it cancerous. Which is right. I mean, like I said, it's basically drain cleaner.
Good for rust.
Good for rust, is it?
Allegedly, yeah, it's meant to be good for rust.
I know Monster's good for cleaning engine parts and what have you. I've seen that.
Yeah. Right, this video is ready to play whenever you want.
Is it?
No, yeah.
Okay, so let me get the screen up. Okay, so we're now about to play the video which I made earlier in respect to those that we've just lost. Street, would you like to do the honours while I disrespectfully spark the flag online?
So I'm going to play it. Can you just let me know if you can hear it? And I'll.
Whoa. I need to put the volume on then, but there's going to be an echo, so I'm going to mute myself here. I'm going to have to hand signal you.
Right, can anyone hear that?
This video is discussing the loss of good people to bad.
I couldn't hear that, Street.
4 people are now facing over a year's worth of incarceration for having.
Street, I couldn't hear that, mate. Street, can you hear me?
This video is a somber one. This video is discussing something.
Yeah, I can hear. I think they're saying they can hear it in the chat.
Proud Boys in America.
Can they?
This video is discussing.
Why can't I hear
the
it?
loss of good people to bad motives. 4 people are now facing over years.
Yeah, it's definitely playing. So if I restart it now, and then we'll go. So if I mute up, and I'll amp
I can
it up.
hear it. I can hear it. Yeah. Sorry. Restart it then. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. So 3, 2, 1. Gonna max everything up so you can hear it.
video is a somber one. This video is discussing something which has recently plagued the
I just
Proud
realised
Boys
there's a
in
load of people on
America.
my account watching.
This video is discussing the loss of good people to bad motives. 4 people are now facing over a year's worth of incarceration for having defended themselves at the Battle of Sevenoaks. A while ago, a fight erupted in a car park in Sevenoaks.
Right, so everyone. Right, so there's now people, hang on my account. Wait. Let me go get the live stream for you lot.
Right, I've got the sound working now, so we're ready to go when you are. We'll just have to mute up when we do it.
Wait, I'm going to get the link because there's people in my chat that might want to come over to this one. Wait.
Okay. It's on pause now anyway, so let me know
Yeah.
when, and then we'll get it.
Just going to drop this link in my live feed so that they can get to ours. There you go. That's the stream we're on, ladies and gents. Right, okay. Where are you? That's the one. Right, okay. So when you're ready, Street, press play.
Okay.
This video is a somber one. This video is discussing something which has recently plagued the Proud Boys in America. This video is discussing the loss of good people to bad motives. 4 people are now facing over a year's worth of incarceration for having defended themselves at the Battle of Sevenoaks. A while ago, a fight erupted in a car park in Sevenoaks where up to 40 Antifa turned up with balaclavas and weapons, ballistic gloves, stab-proof vests, and children. A few of us that were there in suits, which had come to attend a conference and learn more about the said organisation, attempted to confront them at the point in which they were clearly intending to hurt us. There was no police around, no one was going to save the women and the more feeble among us, and it's clear what their intentions were. They were suited for war, they were kitted out for war. So we had an interaction with them, which in some stages may have been seen to have been out of hand, but in the middle of the day, on a car park for Marks and Spencer's, you don't often expect to see some sort of political turf war going on. But we were there dressed adequately, some in suits, most in suit attire. And this mob turns up. Now, answer me this. Most of my life, I would have thought that if a mob of 40 people turned up, you'd think, wow, the IRA, you know, terrorists, the police would come and deal with them. The police turned up as if they knew exactly who they were. Move along. If I was a policeman with no knowledge of what they are, I think, Jesus, bank robbers, it could be anything. Armed police, get the armed police. But for some reason, Antifa can just turn up armed to the teeth with balaclavas and whatever they like. We have now lost good people, and they will not be forgotten, and they will not be left behind a long time. Seb has been given a long time. A lady who is asked not to be named has been given a long time. And an Irish chap who was there offering his assistance against an outnumbered onslaught, attempted onslaught, failed onslaught, he is now serving a long time as well. I am not naming their time. I am not naming all of them for the respect of them and their families, because it's still freshly hitting some people. And if you were to see the event, you'd see that it certainly does not warrant what we're getting today. And this is my message to them, that we are with you. And to those that were a part of our organisation, we miss you and will miss you deeply until you're back with us, and you will not be forgotten. The Antifa that turned up in terrorist fashion. They are said to be in court in January. It's a bit disheartening what's gone on. It's even worse than what happened to the Proud Boys, and I deeply sympathise with what's happened to the Proud Boys. And I hope that there can be some sort of discussion between the appropriate parties to discuss how we can move forward with the victimisation of good people and good patriots, because these people were driven underground for over a year, and now they'll lose another year of their life entirely, work, families, and then when they come out they have to rebuild from scratch. They're getting rid of not just patriots but human beings. So to the powers that be, to everyone that wishes to crush us, I wish you luck. To everyone that was with us that day, I am once more with you. Anyone that I've fallen out with in that time, I am once more with you, with a couple of exceptions. And one overlaying final message that I will leave to the powers that be that are making things so difficult for what should be an easy job, stating facts. I have one message for you, and it's already been echoed in history. You do your worst, because we will do our best.
Okay, we're back in.
Yeah, so that just summarises obviously what's gone on. So we don't need to bang on about it too much now, because there is a court case coming up in January for, apparently the court case coming up in January for Antifa. So, you know, we're just going to have to sit tight and talk a lot more about it after that. But unfortunately, we have lost some good people. In the cut there, we did lose a name. A name got cut off there. Paul. Paul has lost his freedom as well. And the thing is, people might say, well, what you do in advertising it? But it's ridiculous to think that it won't be done for us in adequate time. So best thing you can do is get your respectful comments in before the disrespectful ones take place. So anyway, respect to them, and I hope we can figure out something to help them in the near future, financial or whatever.
And also, it would be good to see what the Antifa lot get, what sort of sentences or leniency that they get, and if they get something on the lines of acquitted or a fine, then I think we're in a good situation to maybe look at appeals. So I know that sometimes doesn't work, but
Well, I know that I was told that the comments in the court were made that we're going to make an example out of you, and called them racists. Now, you know, it was white on white that day. Nothing was said that was untoward. There was arguments between us, but we weren't having a political discussion or nothing like that come up. So the whole thing was clearly quite rigged.
yeah, as it always is.
I would like a Sunday roast, England. I usually do have one, but today I've not had time, unfortunately.
Yeah, I feel like that.
You can order Toby Carvery now. I've been ordering Toby Carvery. It's amazing. It is amazing. Ordering Toby Carvery, I can't lie. And I can't lie either that I'm stricken with guilt. I do struggle with the fact they're locked up. For those that don't know who Seb is a true patriot, a young man who's, you know, he's a man mountain, and he's the conference itself. So we was getting pushed down closer and closer to these people. The whole thing was set up. So there is this thing in the system where you just genuinely can't trust it. They say things to you like, well, why don't you go to the police? And then you look at what the police are doing, and it's unfair. 40 men, you know, 35, 40 men turning up in balaclavas and weapons, should be to anyone an alarm bell in a quaint village, slash town like Sevenoaks. It should ring alarm bells. You think IRA, Jesus, the IRA are here. Some militia are here with guns. You'd think ring the armed police, not move along, move along. So there is this suspicious thing going on. Seeing a bunch of people in suits isn't strange. It could be a conference for anything. We could be computer technicians. We could, could be selling something. But when you see 40 men dressed in black, or 40 people rather dressed in black with battle attire, it should, to any local police force, ring alarm bells. But for some reason, that doesn't ring alarm bells. Us shooing them off and the embarrassment of that happening should instead warrant us some sort of punishment, and public punishment as well. So the bias is absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And now the thing is, we can jaunt and talk about it all we like, but the fact is people are going to be sitting in square boxes for absolutely no reason. And there are people on the other side of our politics that would not wish this on us. There'll be people sitting in chat or people that watch this in the future thinking, ha, 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 ha. But there'll also be people on the left that think, deep down, they know that's not what they want. I don't want to see anyone go through this or go through that. It doesn't make me feel good seeing a leftist suffer. It doesn't. I've said that often. But it makes me feel awful seeing a righty suffer. It's finally I admit something on screen that makes me genuinely feel awful, and that is seeing a righty suffer when most righties have only emerged. Most righties would rather just get on with their life, but they've only emerged from seeing so much stuff which they're struggling to reconcile with. So I do sympathise with them.
I'm surprised if their charges were just a normal, confrontation or affair or something. I'm surprised it got so long. Normally, that wouldn't even be a custodial sentence in the first place. So, yeah, by using them as an example, it proves that point. I've known people that I've watched some of the videos on what happened, and I spoke to people that were there as well, including Big John. And to be fair, I've seen people get nothing for that. I've been in probably more disturbances and not had anything. So it's a clear bias.
Sevenoaks, right? There was a couple of, there's things I'm not willing to talk about, obviously, because there's a lot that was difficult to see. So I'm not sure who knows what about what. But what I will say is, as far as combat goes, people have got away with worse. People have got away with much worse. She said, apparently, the magistrate said, we're going to make an example of you. Now, with that attitude in mind, if that's your mentality, then the defense you don't really care what the defense has to say in that situation. No. If you had the mindset of we're going to make an example out of you, then it's quite clear what, when you're behind the scenes, you're not talking about, yes, way up. You're talking about, right, let's get them. And that's clearly, if the magistrate had just said, this is the sentence, we're going by the guidelines. But even then, they can't help but give themselves away and say, up yours, basically.
The thing is, if you look at,
we're going to give you a comment that you'll think about for forever, if it's true, obviously.
Yeah, if they was to give that sentence out to everyone in that sort of theory, the prisons would be full of football lads. The prison would be full of street fights. There was, if you look at the MP rally and go around the country, there would be hundreds of people there locked up. There was, if you take it this way, you've got these guys that were ambushed by people with military gear on, or military grade gear at that, Kevlar knuckles, and you can wear a pair of gloves like that, but you can't wear a knuckle duster. Well, it's staged for effect and ultimate damage. So you've got these people that are clearly on view, and they've gone through to the point where they're been dragged through the courts. Whereas you've got these MDL people that are throwing knives, scissors, rocks, glass, purely around the police at the time, launching rocks and scissors over the police's heads where they're clearly in view, and not one arrest. So, yeah, it is a clear bias. unbelievably.
And the thing is, as well, roundups happen for people that misbehave on marches and what have you. But if you look back, you will see moments where you'll get the anarchists having a go at police lines and very little comes of it.
Yep.
And I think at this point, we're sort of tired of pointing out the examples. Everyone's tired of it. And I know that those people that are now incarcerated, whatever side you're on politically, you have to sympathize with someone's the opposing view to a certain point. So our people are now suffering, and they'll now be thrown off. They'll now hopefully they won't be radicalized in some way and be made to something that we're not. That's what I'm hoping, because if anything is going to make someone worse in something that you depict us to be that we're not, that's a good way to do it. To lock us up and really say the system doesn't have your back. When there's someone breaking in or something like that, you can't rely on your government, your country to back you up. You start to feel like your army is plastic and made for someone else. And when that happens, you isolate someone into becoming a radical. So I just hope that we can convince our good brothers that have had this happen to them to keep the faith and not let it ruin their character. Because I know we're going to lose a lot because of it. Every human being that's lost from an unjust cause deeply affects not just myself, but the country's efforts. There's only X amount of million of people in the country. Every one human being counts a humongous amount. When we have the alt left tech alliance, the social media communists metropolis looking down on us like the Truman Show. We have so much to combat with legal means that we need all the help we can get. And when you demoralize, not only demoralize people to such a fashion, you demoralize them in the way that their families, their mothers, everyone that's raised them. I mean, you may think I'm overgoing, shouting the sentence here. You might think I'm overdoing it. Not at all. For merely being in a place and having to defend yourself from an armed mob is the God-given right, dare I say as an atheist, appealing to someone, the right, the human right to defend yourself wherever you are, whoever you are. And that was stripped. Had we stood there and been battered, everything would have been hunky-dory. No sentences, fine. They'd have got to go home. That's the suggestion here. I can't match that with reality. I'm struggling with this. On the weighing scale, I can't understand what the outcome could be had there not been a confrontation of some kind, because had we not noticed them in the way they were armed, had they continued arming, see, we took the corner at the time that we noticed them, because we noticed them all putting their stuff on. So we got round there quick to see what was going on, because they could have been anything. And there was women and people that were younger and in their early 20s and not necessarily used to that sort of stuff in the pub. So we walked away from the pub to inspect what was going on, and lo and behold, luckily, because we was early, we caught a lot of their faces. You see them all trying to hide, put their masks on, and yes, had we not been there, you could see what they was doing. They was keying up, gathering together, masking up, keying up for a plan to invade the pub. So what is it they would have had us do? They would have smashed the pub up, caused scene, and got away with it. And I can tell you this: every single one of them came in via the train on Seven Oaks. Every single one of them got on the train. CCTV could follow the lot. Police follow people for far less, and that is terrorism. If you have a political motive for your violence, that's terrorism. Even in Google, even in the place where they alter the meaning of words, they still have that as a definition. Terrorists, that's what Antifa are. And somehow, for defending yourself against terrorists, people that advocate communism, Marxism, all of the things that undermine capitalism, democracy, and the system that we live in currently, you can be found guilty of assault for defending yourself from their armed mobs, which represent something from the 40s. Anyway, I think my monologue has gone on long enough.
Yeah. Well, it is as clear cut as that, isn't it? They, you know, if they'd have found, let's say they'd have found some sort of weapons on the people that have just been sent to court, regardless of what they were defending against. I mean, them gloves that they were wearing. I mean, if anyone's ever seen these
gloves
things,
on, mate.
they are,
They're
yeah,
designed to stop your hands shredding up on or if you fall off a motorbike.
yeah. I mean, they're not your average pair of gloves that you would necessarily think people would be wearing. You know, these are Kevlar knuckled. You know, they're meant to withhold knife attacks. They're meant to be able to hold a knife and not get hurt. So this wasn't just a random bunch of people with well, I've just been to Tesco's to go and find a pair of gloves to wear. These are coming from military stockists. These are coming from. I mean, if you look at the gloves that they're wearing, I'll put a link up in a minute. You can see what they're advertised.
Let me get this for you, right? Because I can actually bring you up right now. Well, when I go off live off my one, I'll bring you up. You can see they've got a flare in one hand, and the weapon that stabbed me in the head was a military-style kosh with sharp crocodile teeth, which is obviously military. You know, it's a military edition. You can see the hook on the back for the belt, and same as the flare, the guy behind him.
Yeah.
They've got military. You can see the big guy in front of me. He's got a stab vest on. You can tell by the shape of his jacket. It's all military grade stuff. And bear in mind, I mean, I've not got to the point that I got stuck in the head yet. We'll talk about that shortly because obviously it's a big thing, and I think it's, you know, I don't want to talk too much and tempt fate as to why I've not, you know, been involved too much. But I think it's a bad optic what happened to me personally, as far as Antifa and the whole case in general. Because the weapon that they used on me clearly wasn't accidental. They didn't find it on the floor. They turned up with it. At first, I thought I'd been glassed because it was clearly not a punch. It was so hard. And I stood up and had an altercation with the gent in front of me, who, if I find the picture, I'll show you the picture of the moment he's got me. I thought I was picking up a lady, and there was a lump in front of me. And what this guy done is, as I bent down, he's gone round the lump and stuck me with this thing. Now, I was moving, so had I not been moving, I don't know, he could have taken my eye out or whatever, because it did cut me quite badly. It did cut into me. So had it been in my face or whatever, it would have scarred me for life. So whoever it was, well, we know who it was willing to seriously damage someone over nothing, over his political assertions, genuinely willing to hurt someone over it. Hello, John. John Lawrence has just popped in. John Lawrence is welcome to join our Hangouts chat if he wants to. He was there. John was there the day of Seven Oaks. John is always welcome in our chats. Where was I? I can't remember. I'll probably come back to it. But the point being, we've also lost some people from what was GI, and they're now suffering as well. They've lost their freedom. You put the link in. Don't put the link in.
They can't get there without being requested.
Right, okay.
Yeah, you can just reject it. No one can get in through that. You have to accept them.
That was it. Danny Bryan was saying, yes, did we ever see the guy who did that to me after Seven Oaks? Yes. So anyway, yeah, I was talking about weapons. That was it. So the point is, he's got stab-proof vest on, weapons, etc., etc. And when I get done in the head, the policeman sort of notices that I'm bleeding down my neck and down my ear. And he says to me, would you like to press charges, mate? And I say to him, no. Now, me being so full of, I mean, I was still a bit of adrenaline in me, full of pride. You know, my no grassing, no, I'll deal with it. You know, all that sort of attitude. And looking at the way that they've treated us since, so maybe it was a stupid thing for me to do. To say no, you know, I knew what I was walking into. I dealt with this because I stood up and dealt with the large lads, which was a firm debate, which I was satisfied with. That's what I'm going to say. But I didn't know that the smaller guy who had done it to me, he slipped. You'll see in the photo. I'll go get the photo in a minute, and I'll ask Street to put it up. He got round and slipped me, and then he left the big guy to face the music. So obviously, I stood up and looked at this guy, thinking he's imposing some sort of weapon threat, and then had a firm debate with him. whilst this guy and a guy whose first name is Richard, we believe, I know your second name, carts off. The point being, with the willingness to use weaponry of a nasty nature for no reason at all. No reason at all. People go to political places famous around the world, much like Speaker's Corner, and they argue till they're blue in the face. Some people want to grab each other. Sometimes pushing and punches do happen, but they put up with each other day in, day out. But these people will turn up and stick you in the head, eye, neck, wherever I may have been when I was moving at the time, for daring to be a conservative. That's a mental illness. That's not political viewpoint. That's terrorism. Is John Lawrence with us?
Yeah.
I am, Vinny.
Welcome,
I'm
Ron.
here.
So, yeah,
Welcome, John.
welcome, John.
You come to warn us, have you?
So what are you talking about? Are you talking about how they're treating the right when we do something wrong or the stuff we're doing?
It's about the convictions that they've all been sentenced.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, yeah, we're summarising with the convictions of Sevenoaks how, you know, and what went on with the Proud Boys as well. The Proud Boys are now facing years in prison as well over them having a scuffle with Antifa. It does seem like there's a desperate thing going on, because, put it this way, if the media is, they wouldn't be charging anyone. They need us to see, they need people to see the right being punished. I think this is the left shitting themselves and punishing good people. They're sacrificial. They don't give a toss. Yes, you're going to be skinned. Yes, your family are going to cry over it. We don't care. Up yours, in the can. You know, what are you going to do to that? How are you going to, when people say, go to the police, get a solicitor, you try and explain to them, trust me, they're not interested. They're not. You're fighting a losing battle.
It's crazy though. Before they used to just pick on somebody who had a bit of like presence on social media, but now they're taking out people who are like haven't got a presence. You know, they really are. They're pushing it on us.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is as well, is they get a real bee in their bonnet over, if you don't instantaneously back down to these people, then, you know, you are the devil reincarnate. But I don't know where they get off. I don't know where they live in a fantasy world, because now when this court case comes up in January, okay, it will be up to the conservative right, grassroots groups to cover it. Do you think the press are going to cover that?
No, definitely
No,
not.
they're not. No, they're not. So this could either be interesting or it could be swept under the rug, and then we could waste the efforts of Seb, Paul, and the others that we won't name, right? And everyone else that was involved and is worried about them. I've worried about them deeply for a long time, and that, you know, they've already lost a year of their life. They're going to lose more. I think we owe it to them, really, to cover what's now. We can't talk about what we think they should be getting or whatever. I don't know the laws behind that because their case is still pending. But I can say we will be there to talk about it when it's done. Not there. I don't think we should go there. There's no point tempting fate in a place where they've already spun a web. They've already spun a web. I think this is a very, very dangerous situation, this one. Street, are you back with us?
Yeah, just a bit of noise in there at the moment, so I'm just on mute at the moment.
Right, okay. I know where the picture is, but I've gone live on my phone, so I can't get it. I've got 14 people on my one that are still there. They're meant to move over. I keep telling them to move over. Someone's asking me if the cases went Crown Court. I don't know. I'm assuming, do they have to go to Crown Court if they're over a year in prison?
I think in the Crown Court magistrates, you can get in the magistrates. I think you can get up to 18 months. Right? or within 12
yeah, well,
months.
that'll be,
Yeah.
it'll be magistrates, though. Yeah,
Yeah.
because one
Can
got
be.
16 months. He got.
So them are the gloves that are up on the window that we were talking about, these tactical gloves that they were wearing, the military grade armour for your hands. They're not there for anything other than causing damage in confrontations, to be fair. There's no other reason why you'd be wearing them. Especially in a summer's day in the city centre with masks on as well. There's no reason why you'd be wearing them things.
Right, so those on my channel, you're going to have to join the other stream because I'm going to use my phone to find photos of where the guy stuck me in the head. So you're going to have to start migrating over to the other stream. There's too many of you on my stream. So Britannia Waves, we believe it probably would have stayed in magistrate's court because of the sentencing guidelines was within the timeline, you know. Which stream? You'll find here, Tryhard. I want everyone to go over to the TRR stream, the reality report stream. So those on Vinnie Sullivan, on the Vinnie Sullivan account, I keep dropping the YouTube video in the chat. So go to that, everyone listening, and you'll be able to see us better and hear us better, I imagine.
Looks like we seem to be getting some of the regulars, Shell and 4 Candles and stuff. Good to see everyone over here.
Well,
is John still there? Is he?
Who?
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, okay. Ah, cool.
Are you out and about, John?
Yeah, we're just in car. We're just headed off home. Another 5 minutes and I'll be in.
Good
We've
luck.
had to work. We've had to work today.
Alex will wake up soon.
So I mean,
What, on a Sunday?
with the attack, with this London Bridge attack, and the way that they've jailed him, he's done half his sentence. He's got out. He's on telly saying he's not a jihadi, and he's stabbed people. You know, like the hypocrisy, and then they send us down for kicking off with the left or something like that. When we got attacked last year and I got stabbed, we decided to go to the police instead of dealing with it ourselves. You know, we thought that was the best thing to do. And you know what? If anything like that happens again, I won't be going to the police. I'll tell you that. Just deal with it myself.
And tell me, John, how much interest did they take? How much interest did they take once they found out your political leanings?
Well, all through the case, that never got brought up. The lads who attacked us they attacked us because we were just in a town centre. It never got brought up at all in all that case that we was political people. And they never claimed it. They never said, well, they're racist, or they never said, well, we've seen them in town being racist. They never said nothing like that, the attackers. So as far as I'm concerned, it wasn't political, but the police knew who I was, and they were expecting protests. And the night before the court appearance in Crown Court, the coppers turned around to me and said, are you planning something tomorrow? I said, I'm not planning anything. There's going to be about 20 of us down there, and we're going to do a report on the case. And we're going to talk about the case. Well, you know, you can't mention the 218-year-olds. I know I can't, but the guy who's turned 18, I'm going to shout his name. I said, I'm going to shout his name. God. And when we had the Tory conference, I was there shouting this guy's name who attacked us because he was over 18. You know what I mean? I didn't say nothing about the under 18s, but the over 18 guy, I shouted his name out in Manchester, you know. And the police know what they're up against me. They know I'm an activist, and possibly a local councillor candidate. I don't break the law. I don't do anything aggressive against anyone. I don't fight, or I haven't fought yet. But it's just, I mean, they knew our leanings. The police knew my political leanings, but that's all they knew. They didn't know nothing else. But
that's all they need to know, John. Once they know that, they treat you like scum.
Differently. Well, I did tell you that the guy who was in Crown Court, he got caught with a knife on the night. Now, his knife wasn't used on anybody that particular night, the police are saying. So while he got bail the next morning, even though he had a knife on him in the city centre, and then while he was
he
on
actually
bail,
got bail. So he's gone equipped with a knife and he's got bail.
Yeah. He's got bail straight away. No ifs or buts. Boom, instant bail.
So we've got a knife crime, stop and search. They've stopped somebody. They found him with a knife. And considering what's happening around the country, they've still continued to let him off.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm not making up. That's how it was. Now, when he was on bail, he got caught with a knife again. Yeah. And then he was on remand then until his court appearance come. And we looked at his record and it just got worse from 2000. Go on. His record had got worse from 2014, been building up. He was on a behavioural order. Behavioural order again. Can't make it up. Now, I wonder if I would have kicked off or I would have injured, let's say, one of the attackers, would I have been in trouble? You know, it's just ridiculous. I mean,
listen, right, John.
Yo.
Right, now, it's quite clear that, a lot of those friends were mine. I think that the reason that I may have avoided some trouble is the optic that, would have been said. If you'd have started talking about what I may have been involved in, you'd have to bring up the fact that I had been stabbed in the head also. So I think that leaving me out of the equation was for the best, I think. Because when that one weapon used on me sort of undermined any argument they could have, so they removed it from the case altogether. With me not being there, that wasn't mentioned, which would have really undermined any argument the prosecution had against the others for defending themselves, because it would have brought out the severity of the attack. So I think that, they weighed up, is it worth it? Because it was claimed that I was said to be a victim of crime. That was the quote that I heard. And I thought, yes, I certainly am, but I wasn't really treated as such. And, you didn't want to talk about anything else that may have gone on, because ultimately then they would have had to chase the man that we found. So they would have had to find him. They would have had to do him for something very serious, and that would have been very bad for the optics. So quite a lot of people have said to me, "Why don't you pursue it? Why don't you pursue it?" I have this trouble with going through authorities. I have this deep trouble with dealing with them. I inherently, it's a gut thing. I don't believe that they have my interests at heart. I just don't. Sponsor me, Coca-Cola.
So,
FFS, they could have killed you. Any charges should have been made against that coward. I understand, but then what they want is to drag me through court. I know who it is, and I knew what I was walking into. It doesn't give it an excuse. Don't get it wrong. If you had taken my eye out or something, it'd probably be a different story. But and yes, he could have.
It's happening now.
I will now be able to go and get the picture of where he hit me and just find the actual wound itself. But ultimately, I can't. There's something about authorities that I've always struggled with. I don't know. I just don't believe that they got my best interest at heart. It's a gut thing. It really is. So now I can share this out straight. I'll go see if I can find this picture. Hang on.
Has he been church as well?
Jim.
So is this you know, when they go to court in January, he's the one that attacked you with a knife, with this ballistic knife. Is he on charges or is he not?
No. I don't think he's there. No, I don't think he's there. Otherwise, they'd have had to inform me, wouldn't they?
No, I'm just wondering if he's getting done for a different attack on somebody else. Well, yeah, I mean, if they leave that attack
No,
on
I
him
reckon
out,
he left the scene. I reckon once he.
He doesn't.
No, I reckon he left the scene. I reckon he left the scene, if I'm honest, because once he'd done that, he knew how serious what he'd done was. Because I thought I'd been struck with something, but I didn't. But then when you look it back, it made sense because he'd cut me, quite bad, and he stabbed me with something. So he knew bloody well what he was using his crocodile teeth for. He was trying to, damage me for life. And it's one of them weapons you can tell he'd been looking forward to using. He'd been fantasizing in his head about using it. It's one of those odd weapons that, he was excited about using it. So let me see if I can find these images now.
Isn't it mad, Vinny, though, that when they came to Sevenoaks, I only seen, out of all them Antifa, I only seen one guy who was any kind of colour. Yeah. Yeah, on our side, there was at least 2-3 mixed race, one black, 2-3 Eastern people, from Eastern European heritage, you know what I mean? No, you just couldn't make it up, could you?
It's even better than that, because the one bloke there who wasn't white then comes out screaming the N-word, the only person using it, and it turns out that this person, we know his name. We believe that it was his own partner that gave him up, actually. I found this guy a while ago. I didn't know his real name. I found him on another source, and I was having a conversation with him where he was trying to pretend he didn't care that I found him. He goes by the name of DJ Animal. He's John Bass DJ, an awful producer as well. And he turns out he's got a family and what have you and all this, and he hates whites. You could tell by his Facebook page, he hates whites, but he had a white missus and kids. And I said to him, I've got no aspects of a decent job. I've got no missus. I got no home. I got no, way of getting a real decent income. You've got a family. You've got, a missus, a home, and a Vinny for the rest of your life. You can knock us into the corner, and all you're gonna do is make it harder to take stuff off us. So I made it clear to him, now that I have you in my sights, I have nothing. You have everything. So he's due. We found him, and we believe it was his own missus, because we got an anonymous message saying this guy got kicked out of his house for cheating. Here's his real name. I think it's Devin something. I can't remember. DJ Animal Pratt. But that's him. Yeah, the only guy using any derogatory racist terminology of the day was the one guy that wasn't white who was on the side of the Antifa.
But because he's on the side of the left and he's on the side of Antifa, he's got
It
attacked.
wasn't even white. The white ones wouldn't dare do it.
Streets.
Oh,
You can
right,
tell-
okay.
You can tell he was like some sort of cult hero among them. You know, you can tell that he was on the way there. He'd have been going, yeah, we're going to get him. They'd have all loved him. And then he did bugger all. They all kicked off. He throws this can, weighs up what's going on. He looks down at me helping Lucy Brown. And, you know, I'm not going to name the people behind me. Weighs up the situation and buggers off. Then comes back at the end when he sees the police tearing down the road. We can't see the police. We're saying, what? What? Now, as we're trying to talk to him, he's walking backwards. And then it turns out the police are there. To which they allow it all to continue. You know, it's okay. It's just a fight. It could have happened anywhere. No, they've all got balaclavas and weapons. You know, I don't know. We have been stopped, right? I have been stopped for walking down near the Thames with 15 lads. And the police have stopped us before multiple times and said, who are you with? What football day or whatever? And they assume that you're trouble. Okay, they said, what are you, West Ham, whatever? Because there's 15 of you. You might be out for a birthday party. You might be on anniversary drinks. You might be on anything. But I've had that.
Well, God forbid
But
you
these
just
guys
walk
are
down in suits.
Right, yeah. At a paid conference.
Yeah.
People have paid for.
So
right?
it's more out of normality to see 5 to 10 people in suits and ties, but that's not normal. But it's normal to see people in tactical gear walking in the middle of the fucking summer's day in a town in tactical gear. That makes so much sense to me. It's like, why are you wearing suits?
They could have stormed through the doors of,
Yeah.
Embassy.
But that seems to be normal. No, it's all right. They're just covering the mask up for, they got all this tactical stuff on, but they're not doing anything really. It's the guys in the suits we
Right,
want.
I'm going to send you a picture now of the moment where he stuck me, and you can see him hiding behind someone. You will also see the flash in his, like, the things he was using in Poland, but a military one, a dangerous one.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you now on Telegram. Hang on.
Okay, let's see if I can put it on the screen. I should be able to.
Yeah. No. You can save us a little bit.
I'll find the cut somewhere. Yeah, what he actually did to my head. That will take me a moment though. Leave this picture up for a bit because I'm going to share this out on my WhatsApp and what have you. I've not shared this stream in many places. But there's the picture. I've just sent it to you. You'll see I'm bending down to pick someone up. And there's a guy. You see the guy behind me. So when it comes up on screen, I'll explain it then. But let me just share this stream out to some more people. I suppose I can press play on this now as long as I'm muted. So that's just summarize. Oh shit. Right, okay. Just going to forward this to some people, then we'll continue. Let me know how you're getting on, Street. Vinny, you should get yourself a lovely girl. Ha! Yeah. Birds are. It's all the rage these days. Lunatic grassroots media things. Whatever I am, they love it. They just can't get enough of it. All that aggro and stress. Yeah, real heartthrob of the moment. The Antifa case supreme is in January. Street, are you still with me? Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah. Just putting it on now for you.
Okay.
Okay, on.
I'm waiting for it to come up, and then I'll talk about it. Right, so the picture in question. Let me go to the chat. No, the picture in question, what you're looking at now, ladies and gentlemen, is the moment that I was stuck in the head. You can see here, what he's got there is like a military torch / cosh / crocodile teeth thing. And it cut me. And if I can find the cut, you'll see that it cut me worse than you would think. It actually did cut into me. So he was stabbing me. He wasn't hitting me. You can see he was trying to thrust it into me. So as gay as that sounds, I do apologise. If that had hit my temple, it could have put me out. But behind him, you can see this other device with ballistic gloves on. You can see that quite clearly there.
What is
Okay.
it? No, but what is that in his hand? I'm not sure.
Right. So this is the question. What is that in his hand? I mean, we believe that's either, it looks like it could be some sort of flare or smoke bomb or something. Whatever it is, it looks suspiciously military, doesn't it?
It does,
Yeah.
Yeah. It
And
looks
if
like
you
one
look
of
at
the
the chat, look at the chat behind, facing me, who I have to have a debate with in a moment. He's clearly wearing a stab-proof vest. Look at his back.
Yeah.
Right, now when I stood up, I looked at him for a moment, as if to say, what the, you know, and then I had to do what I had to do. But this guy here that you're seeing with slip round his friend, he disappears. He disappears. So I had no idea that it was this person until it came out later down the line.
The other person you can hear, by the way, is Joel. Joel, you've seen Joel with us. But it looks like some kind of blunt thing, like
it's one of them mad pens with the sharp thing on it. That's what it is.
looks like it.
It's one of them lethal things, man. You know them ninja things.
I'll try and find the cut, because the cut, you'll see there must have been something on it for him to stab me like that, because he knew it would slip me. He knew it would have the caused effect it had. He didn't strike me like a cosh. He knew to stab me. So I'll go and find the cut, because I was moving at the time. So I don't know if he cared what point he hit me, whether it was my eye or my neck or my head. I was picking up a lady at the time.
What is that?
And even this guy in front of me was actually letting me pick her up to a degree. He wasn't striking me at that moment. But this piece of shit here took the opportunity to, you know, one of the elders in TRR, he's convinced that, you know, he knew who I was, and he made a beeline. So it was a war story, you know, a war story for the left when they get home.
Did the police get? The police must have had these images. Is it off one of the videos?
The police aren't interested in these images, because I did what I did on the day and said that I'm not interested.
Yeah, I know,
So,
but considering this is linked to what the other lads did. Yeah, so it's showing weapons, and then what we're supposed to just take the hits and not retaliate against it. Honestly, it's war. That is war.
well, it's war. That's the point I was making, and I can't speak like that, because when you say words like that, when you run a little organisation, that's when you're branded as a terrorist organisation or advocating violence. So, but when you actually look at what's happening to myself right there, it's not much different than if you took weapons, if you took the guns off soldiers and they get into a scrap. That image right there isn't far off what you'd be seeing. It's not far off war. So I'm expected now to let that guy stick me in the head, leave the woman on the floor, let him roll me over, not stand up and see this geezer off, which, you know, we had to make our stand that day to remind them that the left doesn't get what they want all the time. And that's exactly what happened. But before that, they was willing to take this risk to try and win. Having lost anyway, was it worth trying to do that to me? And the very next day, I went and gave a speech at Speaker's Corner, where 200 of them turned up to protest me. 200 were disgusted that I turned up heavily concussed with my head still open to give a speech to say no. To say no, you will not have any victory. And despite you having to use weapons, and there are only 7 to 9 of us max that saw you off, we were the victors and forever will be.
I get questions sometimes about like right-wing violence. I always get this question about right-wing violence, and I said a lot of the time, I said I haven't seen any of this so-called right-wing violence that you're saying, but I can say that I've been with you 3 times in London within a year's period, and each time we've been attacked at Sevenoaks. It wasn't just that attack. When we went to London Bridge afterwards, 2 lads got attacked there, didn't they? And a couple of months before, I've been with you lot in London on one of the big demos. And when we was at Trafalgar Square, where the Weatherspoons is, again, somebody attacked him there.
He got that thing padlock wrapped around his head and stitches.
Yeah. And then after Sevenoaks, another time, attacked again, And I've been in all them 3 situations, and I can honestly say that everybody who I was with, who was on the right or whatever, we wasn't up for attacking anybody. We wasn't. That's not what we were there for. Sevenoaks, obviously, we had a job to do. We did it successfully. They ended up having the conference. We moved away from the conference to the pub for a few pints, and on the way home, we weren't waiting to kick off with anybody. We weren't expecting any trouble, and that's what it is. That's what I've seen in the past 3 years. I mean, the attacks that I've seen. I've not seen any right wingers go out with weapons purposely looking to battle. I have not seen that. You know what I mean? So, and I know you get a lot of grief, Vinny, and I can honestly say that I've never seen that kind of side from you or your team. You know what I mean? But the left are different. They'll attack us at every opportunity, and obviously we've shown that they attack with weapons, etc., etc.
I mean, in that photo that's still on screen, is it still on screen? You can see in the background there. Can you see DJ Animal there? He's about to jump over the fence, right? And that's the moment that he throws a can, jumps over the fence, after we deal with this, and then jumps back over the fence and runs away. So he's nothing to do with the scrap. You can see him in the background there. The guy behind there, wonderful chap. He's a legend as well. He lives in Ireland. He was very helpful on the day. Ultimately, put it this way, everyone seems to condemn us and hate us. And I mean, I myself, John, I don't know if you've noticed, have seemed to have become the Judas Iscariot of the movement for having my own opinion and going my own way. But at the same time, if you can condemn us when we're doing this sort of thing, when this is the sort of thing that plagues us, then I don't know what we could do to truly depict that we are on your side, just because we don't all follow the same people or the same ethos. Unless you're doing these things, you are just a sideline player with your abuse. Because the amount of people that would like us to disappear, you must have seen it. People want TRR gone. People want Vinny gone. Yeah, but then if we go, it's just one less thing, one less barrier to the left. Would you not think it's unfair if people aren't struggling with these issues to condemn us?
Yeah,
people are going to prison. People condemn us on the right for not doing what they think we should do. We need multiple factions doing multiple things, and that's how democracy works, because different parties get different votes. That's how it works. Different media, different everything. We can't all follow the same thing. And to the Antifa, I'm not optimistic about their sentencing. What do you think, John? Do you think they're going to get custodial sentences?
No.
Yes, I think that. Joe thinks no, and I think yes. I'm going to say yes. They will get custodial sentences, because if they didn't, then that would be like
they even don't care, John. They don't care. I know what you're going to say. They don't care.
But
job's been done now. Ours have been put down.
Well, honestly, Vinny, this is why I think it's important we do go down. We don't have to kick off, but we can make sure it's properly reported on. We've got some footage, and we know the details that can come out. And yeah, honestly, and I'm quite willing, me, to go to the police and say, look, right, you know, I'm coming down and I'm going to report on it, whatever you think. And I should be able to, because I was there on the day, you know what I mean? Yeah. And obviously, crime and violent crime, of course I should be saying something about it. I was fucking stabbed last year, and I've had to go through all that court thing to let the guy get off with it. No, it's wrong, this. Honestly, it's wrong. Yeah. I don't want to kick off. I don't want to be aggressive or violent, but I definitely want to make sure that we are there. We are there. Right, be right back in a sec, Jules. On.
Straight. I'm going to quickly go looking for the wound. Let me see if I can find it.
Do you think it'd be a good thing to go down there and show support when they're in court? As long as there's people like John was on about.
When you say show support, what do you mean? Because I didn't go, you know, I wasn't aware of the perfect date, because I think it was getting changed of our side's court case. So I didn't go to that one. So if I turn up to the Antifa one, it's, you know.
Have you been to court, Vinny? No.
No, they didn't come and get me. It's my firm belief the fact that I got stabbed in the head put them off arresting me, because it would have damaged the case against the others.
Yeah, of course it would have.
So if anything, me getting stuck in the head did me, but then again, not really, because had they followed through and taken me to court, it would have smashed the narrative of the others, and they wouldn't have gone down the road.
Yeah.
So,
I'm quite gobsmacked, yeah, that he's never done anything before, yeah, never been in trouble, and they do that to him, man. That's wrong.
All right, Street, I'm about to send you the image of what the weapon did to me.
Okay.
So bear in mind, this is just me whilst I'm picking up a woman. So I was, you know, I know they say never take your eye off the ball in a fight, but this woman would have been on the floor whilst they was attacking, and I thought the priority was to get her off the floor, because they was actually clearly willing to hurt the women. They made it clear they didn't care. These are quite nasty people, lefties. They're not hard, they're just vicious and sort of odd. So that's the image. I've just sent it to Street. So
have you
show
got
the image.
Have you got the full video?
Huh?
Have you got the full video?
Yeah, but I don't know which version's the best. I'll go for that in a minute once we put the picture up, because this isn't in it. So that was what it did to my head, and I needed it glued. That my mate glued it in the pub about half hour after it happened. No, about an hour and a half after it happened.
Yeah.
So whatever it was, clearly it was designed to cut. It wasn't, you know, I thought it was blunt. I thought I'd been glassed at first, but then I realized, you know, I was thinking I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear any glass, because you can tell when you're thumped the difference between a fist and a weapon. You can tell by the thump.
Yeah.
And so I didn't know for a while what it was until we found the photos, because all I knew is I'd been cut and it was really bad. So when I was at the speech the next day, I turned up early. I only had 2 lads with me. And I started walking towards GI in in this massive crowd. And as I'm walking, I realized, oh shit, that's not GI. And like something out of World War Z, they turned round, and I kid you not, they clocked me, because obviously they know that I had, you know, initiated their stand, you know, keeping them away. They went spare. They were, there he is. We're gonna kill you. Hundreds of them. It was like someone out of a film. Really was. It was strange. And I was standing there giving it to them, you know. But in reality, I was so concussed, and my head was open. Had they attacked me, I'd have died. I would have died. There was a couple hundred of them, exaggerating, and if they had just steamed past the police line, I'd have been fucked. There'd have been nothing
Um,
I can do. Because I wouldn't have just been beaten. They'd have killed me because I was so heavily concussed. My head had swollen up overnight. But I thought, bollocks, I'm going to give the speech. You'll have to, if I'm going to go, I'll go today. Because we was outnumbered and the police was really difficult with me on that day. The police followed me all the way in, followed me all the way out with wagons, with, that PC Barnes followed me about like a bad smell. They knew what was going on. But all the same, that infuriated them more. And then what Antifa did was built me out into something which they've put on a pedestal of hatred ever since. But I remember thinking I have to go give that speech, and we also ran into that day at Speaker's Corner. Do you remember the woman that brought her kids, John?
Yeah, John's not here, but I remember her. The woman and the kid had a mask as well.
Now, she wrote an article daring to say she was in town having a lovely day with her children when she saw this disgusting thing happen. Turns out she's a council worker, right? And we're going to follow this up big time. We've been lazy with this because we're worried about the court case because of our lot. Now they've been sent down. We don't have to be lazy with it anymore. But she wrote an article as if she turned up with balaclavas with her own children that looked like something out of Camden Lock, right? Like some sort of hippie goddamn sci-fi film, and then said that they went to a lovely little placid town for a weekend. Don't Billy bullshit us. She was there screaming fascist, anti-fascist chants. Okay, the audacity and sneakiness from these people is so easy to highlight, but our justice system is not interesting because it undermines a very much greater narrative.
It does. Yeah. It's not what they want to talk about, you see.
Should we get my wound off the screen and put the other picture back on stream? Because it's a little bit unpleasant for people to stare at.
The phone's gone off at this end. I don't know how to work his phone. And I'm doing a thing as well. How come you didn't?
It's going to put people off looking at the screen now. It's not very pleasant for people, is it? The most unpleasant thing is look how long my hair was. It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's changed now.
Yeah, go fuck yourself. Says I've seen much worse. That's fair enough. So have I. Certainly, I've seen people mangling in BMWs. But the point being, I was there just picking up a woman, and if it's not savage enough for you, I do apologise. But the wound was there because the guy had a weapon he shouldn't have had. Even if I'd been glassed and the wound was worse, it would make more sense because he could have picked up a glass. The point is, he's brought that specific weapon in his pocket, premeditated, to cause that harm. So that's why that injury to me is relevant. And it did concuss me quite bad because that was basically my skull you was looking at. So whether it's not bad enough for you or not, I'm sorry, it's still unnecessary to do to people.
The thing is, you got to look at the intent as well. The intent was serious harm. It's not as if you're just having a straightener or a group fight where there's no weapons and you're throwing hands and feet and whatever. That's completely different. The problem is the intent is to go up in militarized gear, and they're probably more. I've seen the police with less armor than some of these videos.
Oh yeah,
they're wearing tactical gloves, tactical weapons. So maybe the cut or the gash isn't as gruesome as some people may see, but that just goes to show how desensitized people are.
You see the big guy that I had to debate when I stood up. It was like when I had to avoid certain things. It was like RoboCop because he was clearly protected in all areas.
Yeah,
it was strange. It was like confronting RoboCop and having to be very precise where I went to be very careful about how I say it. But yeah, he was, he had gloves, the lot, so. Yeah. As you know, if you're kitted out like that, throwing someone around is very easy. So you have to be very creative when you're seen to people like that. They're a threat to you. They're a threat. They're tooled up to do damage to civilians.
I'll tell you what we should do is, actually, I'm not going to do it because I know what the outcome is going to be. As a social experiment. Let's go to, say, Speaker's Corner. Let's go to a shop with all the same attire that they had and see how we're treated. Again, I think it's just the police seem to allow this stuff to happen.
I say we just get shielded up, all of us.
No, it's
Yeah.
too.
You can't do that. You can't do that because you get done for conspiracy to violence, which can carry up to 10 years, which is what is.
But then that's what they
throughout
should have.
years.
That's the charges they should have been on anyway, because there's no real reason why you would be in a city centre in that clothing without going equipped. You can do certain. Put it this way: if you're walking around at night time, what we used to when I don't know, but going equipped, okay, going equipped to steal, going equipped to rob, you know, that can give you a prison sentence on its own. You don't even have to do anything. You do not have to. All you have to be doing is walking around in a residential area where you don't reside with a screwdriver, with some stuff, going equipped is still a criminal offence. You may have not even done anything. You're still going equipped. Now, for these to be walking around a city centre with some muppet shouting, "Here they are! Here's the nasty people!" So highlighting the fact that which ones are the nasty people, the one in the suits or the ones that are chilled up looking like what? You know, I'm not saying that.
Something that's really sinister about
actually,
history. I've got to, because it'll help emphasise how bad this is. So we had a hidden location, and there was a spy in the midst that gave away our location. We was in Seven Oaks, which is a remote place, very difficult to get to. Long drive actually for us. You know, it's about an hour and a half in the car, or 2 hours. So these Antifa were primed early in the morning, waiting for the location drop in central London, where then they were all paid for to get their tickets to then get on long distance trains to come out to the countryside. So they were long prepared. The conspiracy on this is easy. And it's such a shame that, you know, I can't really go near justice systems, but I know nothing about law, but I feel it would be so easy to represent this. So how can you be in Paddington Station or King's Cross Station? You know, all of you there waiting, primed on the thing, tooled up, then get on a train, go miles out of your way, having spent loads of money to turn up at a village you don't have a clue the demographics of, the geography of, just to accidentally fall into a fight with a bunch of conservatives.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Terrorism.
Even if the justice is true. Now I'm not whining like a little bitch here, but because we've all been in straight and we've all had someone else, but this isn't your normal.
This isn't normal
argument. This isn't your normal argument.
Yeah.
So even if they didn't attack anybody, even if they didn't, the problem is that going equipped is still an offence in itself. So if the law is meant to be doing its job, they would have some sort of conviction for the fact, why have you got this weapon in your hand? Why have you got this? Why have you got these tactical gloves? What is your intention of wearing this gear? Why have you got this stab vest on? Why have you got all this armor? You've got shin guards. I think I've seen someone wearing shin guards. That can only be for attacking somebody. Now, that in itself should be fucking a conviction. I've known people get arrested and do time because they've gone equipped. It's like,
well, there's
they
people
haven't
that have
done
been
anything
on the pavement with something in their pocket, and they end up doing a few months.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this airport thing, and at the moment, I got away with that to a point. But even still, you know, that seemed more serious than what these are getting done for. These are going to get done for fighting. They'll probably get done for, you know, maybe a common assault or something like that. But when you look in the context, if any of the right or any movements actually walked up into a street like that, my God, they'd have the fucking SWAT out at us. You imagine, right, going on parade, yeah, wearing all that gear, knowing it's the leftist march. Can you imagine it? You would have fucking armed police. You would have right police, everything there. But these guys are allowed to just do as they see fit and get unchallenged.
Well, if we turn, that's the thing, because people always say to me, especially Americans, why don't you turn up with shields? They don't understand how conspiracy laws and how
they be able to do it.
How it works out here. It's
Can't
very,
do it.
very dangerous the way that the authorities look at you.
Yeah.
And
I mean, there's videos.
anyway, walking about with shields. It does give
Yeah.
off the image of you're something that you're not trying to depict.
I mean, if I can find a video, I'll find a video of how. Actually, I won't put it up because of it's not my video. But there's instances where I've been on demos just for this if there's American people in the chat or watching. This is the differences between the left and the right and how they're treated. We turn up on a march and we've got cameras, some very high value cameras. We're dressed in, acceptable. Some people wearing, shirts, ties, doesn't matter. The non-aggression. We're just there with banners. Now, when we go to the police line, the police are riot police. They've got their batons extended. They've got their shields just behind them. And then when you look on the other side, where you have people with flares, you've got people with sticks, you've got nails at the end of sticks, and then you have
multiple times.
Yeah. So when you look at the police, what they're doing, they've got their batons aren't drawn, they've got no riot gear, and they're just going, please go back, mister, please go back. And we get the batons out and get our knuckles wrapped if we even touch the gate, because we're seen as the aggressors for whatever reason. Whereas the other side has got balaclavas, they've got face masks, they've got flares, they've got sticks, whatever else they're holding. And the police are just standing there going, don't worry, you're no threat. You just do as you please. It's absolute fucking crazy. Sorry about swearing.
And it's not just, it's nowhere in particular, it's nationwide. They will be
it's everywhere.
Yeah.
It's everywhere.
And if you just want to see it in your face that they can't deny it, just go to London.
Yeah. I mean, I was shocked when it all kicked off in one of the demos I went to. I was quite shocked of how we were sort of treated, considering that we were just walking, doing our thing, and you had people literally. The worst thing about it is the police actually brought them to an area where we could see what they were doing, and they're in earshot and be able to in the sort of distance where they can throw things, which happened a few times, and the police just seem to ignore it.
I think it's banned me from being able to share stuff on people's inboxes on
Someone
Instagram.
has just put.
Not banned on Instagram at the minute at all.
Why do you think they did that? Why do you think the police do that? This is why. They need a photograph of the right as aggressors. So at any chance they get, they antagonise what's going on. Because as soon as they draw the batons, as soon as they start drawing batons and they get the face masks down, we come to the only reason why I went to I've got a video of this, I'll share it with anyone. I only went to the front line there because I wanted to know why they had their batons out and why they were doing what they were doing. And he said, because protection. And I said, protection from what? So I panned the camera around, and we've got kids, women. There's somebody, I think there's a gentleman, no, he's a female in a wheelchair. Have a look around. What you're on about? Well, look how close you are to them. I says, I'm walking to have a conversation. I'm going to shout over from 10 foot away, am I? And none of them would, except two people, none of them would have any discourse with me. All it was we need to protect ourselves. We need to be ready. Ready for what? We're just standing there talking. And so I shine the camera over to the other side. And I say to him, look how they're behaving over there, throwing shit. All the flares going off. They've got sticks, spanners, and all sorts. Not one of them police over there have got their batons out. But you're saying that you're protecting yourselves from who? And this is how it goes all the time, because they need this to happen. They need to be able to see all the police forming a line with batons out, where you've got a group of white people normally shouting at the police, and they get their camera, they get their little snippet, and that's what they release.
Straight. With these characters here, right? So they've turned up and all pulled out their backpacks, their black attire. They weren't even hiding it. They started getting changed in a Marks and Spencer's car park. The military, right? The police, all the combined efforts can't come together, and establish There's a basic terrorist operation going on by the
Yeah.
name of Antifa. They turned up in a public car park, got their weapons on, put their clobber on. This does not need much investigation. The people that are now locked up, the people that have been incarcerated from the reality report and GI and other people, they should be given medals for fighting off domestic terrorists. That's my opinion, and that'll be my opinion until the day I'm gone.
Well, yeah, because most people would have gone the other way, knowing what they were tooled up and what they were wearing. So to
I-
actually
I-
defend
I
themselves
can't
within
help
that,
it. I can't help it. I shouldn't. I marched around that corner. You know, I had adrenaline in me because I knew that they would have smashed the women and the pub to bits, and people that were, not used to that sort of thing. And looking back at it now, I don't think I would have necessarily done it differently because they would have hurt people if we hadn't been primed and ready to stop them. They would have hurt other people. That's what they were kitted out for. That was their intention. That was what they paid for their weapons for, not to sit in the cupboard. They didn't smuggle them out in broad daylight where they can be arrested for them, to just have them as ornamental features of their handbags. They wanted to hurt people, whoever they were. And we could tell from the early stages they didn't care if you was a woman, they would hurt you. Trust me, they weren't bothered.
I'm going to try and find a video of what I did and where I'm asking the police, why have you got your batons out? Why have you got all this stuff out while we're just standing here? And I think there's a clip where you can see the Antifa just at the behind them with all flares going off, sticks and everything waving, and you'll see the comparisons of the two. And when you look at the fact that we're actually just talking, they have to get their pictures. I mean, okay, there's another instance of where it's staged. I was at another demo and we all got split up because it was getting late in the day. There was splinter people going around different places. There's a lot of people arrested outside 10 down the street. So anyway, we went on to this road, London Bridge we went on, and it was already closed, everything up. As soon as we entered that bridge, this is on video as well, there was riot police ready at the bottom of the road. Now they've closed the bridge off. It's been closed all day. So as soon as we get on there, they all come storming up as they do the stormtrooper movement, all in formation. And their objective was ask them 3 times. If they don't move, arrest them. And basically that's what they did, because everything was quite calm. All the other videos and the information had, it was all calm, but they needed to get their figures up. So anyway, they arrested about 28 people, I think it was. And on the way home, that's all that was in the papers. Multiples arrested on the bridge for a breach. And I'm thinking, hang on a minute, that's only just fucking happened. And sorry, swearing again. But because it hadn't happened throughout the day, they hadn't got anything to report negative until then.
When they arrested me, they had Brexit cells waiting. They had Brexit cells waiting from the Brexit march. Put him in the Brexit level, they said. So they had these cells that they were waiting for to accumulate their tally point, just to make it easier. They had a whole floor designated to the Brexit march.
Oh,
yeah. The guy in the van with me, I feel sorry for him. He was not in a good way, but apparently he tried to hurt police. But I don't know. I can't comment.
Yeah.
But either way, every time there's an event, just know that round the corner, the local cells have allocated a space just for you.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's all orchestrated. They know what they're doing. They wait for something to happen.
Okay, I just picked up one of my diaries. I just want to interrupt a minute, lads.
Yeah, man.
Tony Livingstone, aka Troy Livingstone, and that was the guy who was over 18 who got community order, and he was already on criminal behaviour order, and he got some community service. And that was a guy who got caught with a knife on the night, got caught with a knife on bail, and had a record from attempted robbery right through drugs involved to knife crime. Honestly, the next thing he does is going to kill somebody.
Is that the one who attacked you?
Yeah. Well, he's one of the ones who attacked us, but he didn't use his knife, according to the police.
Okay, now. Just can't make it up, can you?
You can't, honestly. It's just madness. And then, so this guy, to the London Bridge guy, has been done for what, 16 years or whatever. He's done half his sentence, 21. He's done half his sentence. He's on the watch list, and he managed to get into central London and kill a load of people.
Do you know on the day, John? That I'm not sure if you've heard, but he was banned from entering London, but they let him off for one.
Yeah.
They let him off one day to go to a rehabilitation course, and on that day he did what he did.
And then, I mean, the other week when Extinction Rebellion were on, they managed to get a fire engine into central London with full of a coloured liquid, a red coloured liquid, into central London. Nowhere is safe in this country, honestly. That could have been a truck bomb that blew up whatever building it was next to.
Do you know the rules and regulations are on fire engines? So I briefly looked into this, right? You know, when you hire them for the school, they're actually on call still. So for someone to hire that, it's got to have been sanctioned by the fire service itself, because if a disaster happened or something, they would need to make sure that they're where they are, pinpointed on a map to say, okay, if anything happens, you leave here, we've got this there. So for them to go into London, that has got to have been signed off from a very high level.
We're talking about the left here.
Yeah,
You can't just get a fire engine out of service to do that.
I mean, apparently it wasn't an active fire engine.
Oh, okay.
So I did look into it, and it says it was not an active fire engine. That's what I've seen in the various reports. I think.
Okay.
Now I could believe that. I might be able to believe that, but still, a fire engine full of red liquid into central London. The police already know what kind of stunts Extinction Rebellion are going to do, and they've let them do it. You know what I mean? And honestly, if I was an MP, I'd be in uproar in Parliament, but no one's saying nothing. No one's saying nothing. You know, it's just crazy, man.
John, if you was an MP, we wouldn't have this situation, because people like you could be MPs. People like you and me could never be MPs, because they make sure we live in environments that make us uncouth, and too many dark secrets and things that they could bring up to ruin you to be MPs. The working class lifestyle is put in place to keep you where you are.
Yeah.
I have confidence in myself as I've gone on and on and on to vocalize my opinion and how I feel that things would be better off. But I know that forever, no matter what I do, I'll always be the yobbo to them. I'll always be the yobbo to them, and that's fine. I'd rather remain with the people that the worst thing I could ever imagine is if we picked you up and put you in the higher echelons. No matter how rich you were, coming from a working class background, if you've got real, true gusto, you'd feel empty and hollow. You'd feel, if everyone around you is rich and all in on the plan, you wouldn't want to be there. You want to come back to poverty and fight the good fight. I hope so, anyway.
So of other stuff that been going on, obviously elections are coming up, and obviously I'm interested in things that are going on in Oldham. So 2 years ago, a local Oldham girl got her own business, food business, approached me and asked me about being an independent. First of all, she asked me about Labour. She said, "What do you think of Labour?" That's what she said to me. She said that 2 years ago. After that, she wanted to run as an independent candidate, and she hasn't done, but she is doing now. She's running as an independent to be an MP, and I'm not saying that she's got as good a chance as any like Labour person or anything like that, but I can tell you, she's absolutely 100% working class, yeah, and she's had her own business for so many years, and she's very well known across the area. She has as good a chance as any bullshit Labour MP or anything like that. Let me tell you that, honestly. I just hope she does well. So 2 years ago, she's approached me. I got her in contact with some UKippers I knew, let them try and talk to her. She didn't want to go down the UKIP route, so she wanted to be an so she's an independent now. I'm not saying it's anything particular to do with me, but I've known the girl 40 years of my life more, and she listened to me. I give her advice. She's gone seeking out that advice, and now she's in a position. Now she's running for an independent to be an MP, and that we need people like that. We do. We need people like that. Even if you have your views that I've got, we need people. And I'm sure that you'd be surprised the amount of support and that you can get, especially if you're well known in an area. Well known. Just thought I'd throw that in there. A bit of MP voting, boosting confidence.
I think as well, I think we should take a moment, now that you've said that, to highlight to people that what John's saying is relevant to all of us, not just the person that he's propping up. We are all suffering from deep depression politically. It's about time that we exercise true enthusiasm in the light of conservatism, and to quote Steve Turley, in the light of better things to come. Go and watch Steve Turley. Promote conservatism. See yourself as a member of parliament. Better yourself. Better your vocabulary. Better yourself for the British people. Dress differently. You're looking at someone that's, had to change a lot of things about himself in order to represent his country, over my comforts, as it were. So I think that every one of you is far more capable than you are. The amount of times I've said, I want to see videos from you. I want to see you confront people in public legally. Keep yourself safe. I want to see you make an effort. If you think I'm saying you're not doing enough and offended, I'm sorry by that. So be it. But what I mean is the British public is so used to watching these figureheads, following them, paying them, donating to them, when in fact there are thousands and thousands of people that are very, very much capable in doing their own part. Welcome, Phil. Good to have you with us. The point I'm making is, before we say hello to Phil, is that too many of us are following other people when you've got your own intellect and motives to offer. Stop paying into other people. Stop paying into, unless you really know that they truly align with what you have to say. And don't just follow the best system that you think's out there. Create your own one. There's thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of conservatives waiting in the shadows. And if you're part of the churns, you've got to play the system, I'm afraid. You've got to play the system. Hello, Phil. Welcome.
How you doing, Phil? All right. Is he on mute?
I'm not sure. But it's hard to be enthusiastic these days, especially what with news like we got the other day. It really is hard to be enthusiastic. That's part of our job, isn't it? Trying to enthuse you and for you to keep us enthused, and trying to let the consistent bad news get on top of us, because the good news is forever mounting, ladies and gents, whether it's the failed Trump impeachments, the Russiagate failed jobs and what have yous that they try on us, the consistent Brexit attacks that have failed, embarrass them again and again, the pathetic mayor that they put in place that is too easy to debunk with every word that he says. We have the narrative, we have the media, because the media are losing statistics by the day, whilst regular conservative YouTubers have genuine, loving fans. CNN, no one believes them anymore. There's people like Black Pigeon Speaks, whose account was deleted, which is more missed than CNN ever would be. So, can you hear us yet?
Looks like there are still people out.
Street, can you hear me?
No, I can't hear. He's definitely
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You are trained.
Yeah, you can
and you
loud
are
and clear
trained
on you.
medics. Yeah, he can walk over there, over here.
I want to see more opinions. People are doing very well in the chat. There's a lot of typing, but I want to see more opinions. I want to see opinions on enthusiastic conservatism, how to go, how you're going to go about it, and stop being depressed, stop hiding, go to work and say, no, it's a good thing we've got Brexit. This is wonderful. This is a wonderful future. No more depression. Snap out of it. People in the 40s had it worse. Behave accordingly. I can safely and confidently say that I live a very povertous lifestyle, And that's my problem. Tough, doesn't mean I want to see those with money collapse like Antifa and communists do. It doesn't mean that capitalism is the best system. Not at all. Not at all. In fact, there's many a system that but that's the aim of the game, isn't it? We're only given X amount of things we're allowed to talk about before the organisation becomes the Black Death itself. It becomes a plague that has to be wiped out before it gets near anything mainstream that might alert
looks
people
like
of some truth.
Looks like Phil's jumped back off. See if he'll come back on in a sec.
Right, you are. You might be having connection problems.
My problems. I probably didn't see it till quite late, so he must have thought that we've not allowed him. But I'll send him a quick message just to let him know that it was not intentional.
Ladies and gents, on the I just linked. I'll link it in again. The video which I made earlier in respect to those that are now serving a while in prison for facing the Antifa scumlords, the communist, no good Marxist dregs of society. And they should instead be rewarded medals, which I think we will have made for them. There will be TRR medals waiting for them, and they will be impressive and beautiful, and they will be better than an Oscar. Better than an Oscar. There will be a celebration thrown for them, and we will do our best to keep them in our hearts for the entirety of their sentence.
No, I just sent him a message to see if he can come back on. That was my mistake. I didn't see it till quite late. I can't find this video, but even still, we'll do it on another show. But yeah, the double standards is clear to see. To be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, it take me too long to have a look at that.
I'll give Alex a ring, see if he's awake yet. He probably won't be. What time? Oh, I can't remember.
5:10.
Just ringing him now.
Okay.
I think his laptop's off.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Right, so is John still with us?
Still in the room, yeah.
It says there's 4 of us.
Yeah, my one that I used to set up the Google Meet, and then the one that we're attached to, so that there is only 3. Right, reckon we'll move on to the London bridge attack. Now a lot of the information's out now. It's
yeah, why don't you go to the reality report itself and play the 2 videos that are on the reality report playlists, so people can see that they're there. And we'll now go on to the London Bridge attack. More to come, obviously, on the injustice against our boys being incarcerated. Much more to come after the January case as well. What with Antifa having to they can spend their Christmas at home. Very interesting. Very interesting.
okay. The one's playing now. It's not a very long clip. It's only
No, it's not.
See, a lot when we've played this. I mean, a lot of people would have seen this already, but I'm just going to give you my take on this and the take on other people's opinions of why they said that was bad. So basically, what's happening here is the police, the assailant's on the floor, and there's members of the public there as well, and there's 3 police, armed police, actually looking over. Now, if you keep watching it, everyone seems to step back quite quick. Now, if you see that everyone's stepping back now, pause again, but everyone's stepping back, and there's one more person that's on him, and the police have got his weapon pointed straight down at him. Now, I just want to put this into context, because so if you keep looking, they're trying to get him off, saying, come on, and everyone's moving back straight away. And then 2 shots are fired. Now, everyone say, when this first came out, and even now, they're saying, no, they didn't need to do that, because he's on the floor, he's unarmed, because they've already said they've taken the weapons off. Now, the reason why they all scarpered is because when the police got closer to him and he's lying on the floor, they've noticed a makeshift, whatever that word is, bomb vest. So the reason why they all seem to drag him off and try and get to a clearer distance is because now they think he's got a bomb vest, suicide vest on. So the earliest point of the time is they take off the member of the public, pull him off, they all step back and they take 2 shots. Because if that was a bomb vest and he was struggling to actually detonate it, they needed to execute him straight away, quickly. And how people see that is too much aggression is beyond me, because if it was real, which they're not meant to know that, these are meant to look.
I've got a spanner in the work street. I was showed a video earlier of the guy sitting up after he's been shot. So I don't know what it's about, if it's shock or
Sitting up.
He sits up as if he's waiting for an ambulance to come pick him up. Now, I've sent a text message to someone asking for the footage they showed me in person.
Okay, I haven't seen that one. I know he was sitting. Amazing. Up. I think he was sitting up. There was a part where he was sitting up, but that was before he got shot. It was to do with what they're actually doing with the public and that.
Wait, I'm waiting on it. Hang on.
So if I just continue to finish that off, and then I will go to the next one. And then there's the next one. Oh no, it's the same one. And that's it. So this is the next one that is shown playing now.
Send me the video of when he sits up. Send me the video of when the guy that got shot sits up. Just forward us the link. Just forward me the link directly. Right. Right. You're going to forward me the link. I'll forward it to you. Just play it directly.
Yeah. And this is where they got the fire extinguishers and poles and.
Yeah, but this bit of footage that I'm waiting on really throws a spanner in the works, and I just got a message from another person at Seven Oaks saying thank you from a friend of mine for the video. Out to you. Talented boxer and good friend. I feel very close to everyone who was there that day. I really do. I think we all feel a very somber closeness, even if you know, some of us haven't really spoke a lot. Some of us have, but others haven't. And I think when the verdict came through, a lot of us were eager to talk to each other. So anyway, still waiting on this footage. See if I'm gonna try see if I can find it.
Say again?
I bet I can find it. Hang on.
Okay.
No,
Where did Phil go?
typed in London Bridge bomber sits up and nothing. Nothing. So where is this? I'm gonna go spare.
I've definitely not seen the one he's sitting up after he's been shot. Definitely not seen that one.
Yeah, but what should I do? I typed it into YouTube, nothing come up, so it must be quite exclusive.
Someone's put Taz Devil's put the guy with the whale horn. Where would you get a whale horn from?
Yeah,
I know we're in London and I got some random crap and stuff, but a whale horn? Where?
yeah,
What
walking
the hell
about
would you get that?
the whale horn. But mind you, I've seen odder things. I've seen odder things after a piss up on
Yeah,
Saturday
but a whale horn?
morning.
So what the hell?
People walking around with all sorts of
That's
things.
like
But,
some random. So are they saying this guy's not dead then?
well, no, I've got to get. I know what I saw earlier. Here we go. Here's the video. Here's the video. So I'm now going to. Christ's sake.
So I'm a bit
I'm
confused
now going
now.
to send
So
you the video.
yeah,
Where you are, Street. Now this video is a mind blower. So everyone, if you're thinking of leaving, just before you do, just wait for this video. It's only 22 seconds. So I was just sending it to Street. Now let's watch this video. Now, if it's CGI, then it's bloody good CGI. I don't know, but the guy sits up. The guy clearly sits up in this footage. What? And he looks about as if he's waiting for an ambulance. Now, maybe I'm going to get 2 in the head for playing this video on this stream. Who knows? But let's find out. Street, have you received it in your Telegram?
yeah, I got it now. I'm just gonna copy it and then I'll play the video. Because this is, I've not seen this myself. To fair,
It's mental. Honestly, it's mental.
Right, how am I going to do this? Hang on a sec. Actually, I've always wanted to say this. It's a little bit gay, but when I watch other streamers and they post stuff, they say talk amongst yourselves. So what I'm going to do, right, while I'm doing this, talk amongst yourselves.
You should get a thing that comes up amongst yourself.
Talk amongst yourselves.
You know what you should say? You know what we're going to get? We're going to get applause. We're going to get, you know, the things that come up when you're in them fake comedy shows, applause and cheer.
Yeah. Right,
Okay, so let's get this video up. Let's get this video up because this is double interesting. Polish hero works in fishmongers. That's from Babushka. Is that one of the people that helped? Well done. A lot of respect for the Poles. Street was just welcomed in Poland. Street went to the Polish Independence Day. Had a wonderful time and got brilliant footage, didn't you, Street?
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic. I haven't actually done a review on this yet, so I'm going to do that. So this is one for your calendars because I've been waiting to go on to another show to actually what. So Fonz is in the chat, right? Can everybody?
Yeah,
I'm going to put his link.
I want to bring up when you're finished.
I just want to put a link. right? I want everyone to go to it and show it some support. And how many people are in the chat here? How many people are in the chat? There's 26 watching, right? So I would expect at least 10 new subscribers from at least 10 of you. Some of you may already be subscribers. So what I want you to do, I'm going to show a web page and I want you to go to it and I want you to subscribe and get ready for some pretty good mayhem. All right. So I'm going to put this on the screen in 2 seconds. I'm going to set.
Do you know what? Someone just made a good point on that. On the
Does that can you all subscribe to this channel that I've just put on there? Okay. Luke Cage. They run a show. I hope I'm putting the right one up. They do a Brothers Uncaged.
Oh, don't worry. This old plug Brothers Uncaged. Old plug Brothers Uncaged. Still blue in the face.
Well, go and have a look at it. At least give him 10 subscribers now.
Well, what I'll do is Fon's an admin. Fon's, go and get some videos, and he's not an admin. I'll make him an admin right now. He should be an admin.
Yeah, do an admin now.
I can't make him an admin on that account. I've got to do it on this one.
Yeah, sure, I'll do it.
So, Fonz, go and get some links to the Brothers Uncaged podcast. They do all sorts, light-hearted, very humorous. They have all sorts of guests on, people that are in alien organizations and stuff like that. And they have honest discussions, and they don't troll necessarily. If they've got someone that it would be easy to troll, they let them speak, but they are very capable of trolling. I've worked with Luke for a long time. He's been with me on the scene many times. Go subscribe immediately. But Fon's made a good point that it will be warned against sharing such footage. The police will probably warn big media organisations against that. So, have we got this video up yet, Street? Are we able to play this video?
No, what I'm going to have to do, I'm going to have to...
Should I play it on my phone? Should I just play it on my phone so people can see it?
Yeah, the only way I'm going to be able to do it is... Actually, no, oh, fuck. I'm going to say it. 2 seconds a minute. Maybe I just find a different way of doing it.
Okay, this is funny. This is the bread.
Maybe I'll find a different way of doing it.
How well can you see this?
Right, I've got it. So I'm going to say.
Can you? What have you got it up?
Yep. I can show it. I'm just.
Right.
2 seconds.
We do have a BitChute channel. Alex has just managed a BitChute channel, Babushka. You'll have to wait till Alex does a stream for all that information. Fonz, you're welcome to join our stream as well. If you want a link, just let us know. You're welcome to join it. If it's not noisy in the background, obviously. Because they can see from here if you're struggling with it, Street. They can see from my phone.
I've got it now. I just didn't want to put anything else in the window. So
now this video we're about to play is mind-boggling. The fact that I couldn't find it when I typed it anywhere is worrying.
You ready,
mate? Ryan, we've moved on to the British London Bridge bombing because we're talking about.
All right, this is way too funny.
Fury,
okay, this is funny.
Big up to Fury. Fury Sevenoaks with me, brother in arms, and much love. But honestly,
all right, this is way too funny. Okay, this is funny. This is the bridge guy, the shot bridge guy. After he's been shot,
no reward other than how
he's supposedly dead, and you can even hear the voices of the
anyone that hasn't got time for Ryan Fury isn't worth their salt. They really aren't. So this video we're about to play is the London Bridge bomber apparently sitting up after the attack. So this footage has not been seen, as far as I know. Obviously, it's been seen because I found it, but I mean.
All right, this is way too funny. Okay, this is funny. This is the bridge guy, the shot bridge guy. After he's been shot, right?
Is it CGI? If it
He's
is very good
supposedly
CGI,
dead, and you
I'm
can
not
even
here to
hear
say
the
it's true.
voices of
Play the video,
whoever's
please,
shooting the video or whatever. Right?
Always Fury.
Whether
Always
they
Fury, mate.
intentionally
Much love,
release this to
always.
be shown or
Always.
whatnot,
Can't wait
just
to see
to
it.
wake people up, part of their Masonic awakening or whatever
No,
it could
stop
have
letting
been.
me do it, mate.
Or if the guy
Right, let me
just
play it on my
honestly was
phone
tired
because
of
it's gonna work.
pretending to be
Play it.
dead. Because
Right,
just
so
watch
pay
and
attention, ladies and
listen.
gents. Just make my screen nice and big. So this is the character
Oh my god!
laying down
You
there.
hear? Oh my God! He
Big
just
shot.
gets up. Hey, oh, okay. You know.
There's a reason why
Wait. And he seems to sit up in just a moment.
Hello.
He's waiting for the ambulance. He gets bored of sitting down. He's sick of the plan. Right. Wait. There, he gets up. See it?
Fucking hell.
See it? He just sat straight up.
Yeah.
Right. So let's go back to it again. To the exact point he sits up.
That's
Right.
some weird shit.
So here he is. He's laid down. You can see he's laid down. Watch where his head is. Right. Bang. There he is. He's just sat straight up. So what do you make of that?
They want bigger bullets. Oh, can I say that?
No. But ultimately, that's not CGI.
That's just confusing.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's the thing, right?
That's just weird confusing.
Wait. I'm trying to get the best angle for this so you can really see him sit up. That's the best.
Well, I'm watching this on YouTube as well, and that came over quite clear on the screen. So,
all right. So I'll do it one more time for the audience, right? This guy is laid down, right? You see him laid down. You can see his head, which is this side. There he is. Bang. There he is. Quite casually, after being shot 2-3 times, sits up. No problems. What do you make of that? What do you make of that?
that's just, like I said, need bigger bullets.
Mind-boggling stuff. Why was there a man who's just come off day release after an alleged 15-year sentence for having slit a 21-year-old woman's throat on the bridge at that time? What's going on? You know, is that CGI? If it is, so be it. If someone's done a really good CGI video, then it's very dangerous to play these things because they can promote conspiracy theories or what have you. But it's still an interesting video that someone's got. So if it's not true, I hope someone comes out and says it's not true. But then if it is true, what's going on?
Yeah, what actually happened?
What's going on? That's the definitive question, because the whole world now. The problem with us being buried in the corner with our shadow bands is we can now talk about this, but the mainstream media, that's a mainstream media video. If it's real, they should be playing that till they're blue in the face. But obviously, they shake hands with the same people that, know things we couldn't imagine.
Yeah, that's a scary thought, that isn't. The fact that they've allegedly shot him in the head and in the back, and then the back of the head, and then he sits up.
Yeah, but
do you know what's more worrying? Do you know what's more worrying is the fact that, okay, let's say that is after he got shot. Well, if he was to be shot to neutralize the threat, well, the guy that shot him didn't do his fucking job properly.
No, hang on, let's have it right. From what I saw, the guy shot him 2. It looked like 3 times. Right?
2 shots, I reckon it was on.
Well, either way, with an assault rifle, I mean, call me a wimp. If you shot me with an assault rifle 2 times, I wouldn't be coming at you anytime soon. I'd be in a pretty bad way. So I think he did the job. He shot him twice.
No, but he thinks he's got a bomb vest on, so he didn't neutralize the threat because he shot him twice and they're still panicked. They assumed that vest was real. Everybody did. So he's got an imitation suicide vest, bomb vest. They've shot him to neutralize him, and the guy's moving. So if he moved, they should have kept shooting him until he didn't move. Because if he had have got a get an X switch, or if that was real, that's half of your bridge gone. So the police didn't carry out their job efficiently enough. Because if that was a bomb vest,
listen, how often do the police shoot terrorists? You know, I'm not prepared to. Well, they didn't do their job enough. You know, he shot the guy. You know, there's either something odd going on, or the guy had serious shock in his body and sat up. Yes, it could have caused a problem, but me personally, I'm not willing to condemn them. They finally acted accordingly towards terrorism in a military fashion. So, I mean, what are you suggesting? I mean, I'm not going to disagree with you. Do you think we should have just blasted his head off? Do you think that would have been the best option?
Yeah. And this is why.
I can't disagree. I mean, you got to stop him before the match goes off. I can't disagree.
Yeah, and the problem is the fact that they all moved away from this guy because the police had seen a vest that looks real to them of all the training they've had, and this guy he's took 2 shots, allegedly one to the back, one to the head, and this guy is still moving. So he hasn't neutralized the threat, because if it was a real bomb vest, he could quite freely detonate it. So I'm being a bit hard on the police maybe, but your job is to neutralize the enemy, not shoot him twice and let him sit up and stand fucking 100 meter away. Your job is to take out that guy, because if he had have, they don't know what spread or what sort of bombs he's got. That could have took the whole bridge out, or shrapnel could have gone 1,000 meters. So they didn't do their job sufficiently enough to neutralize the threat.
What do you think would have happened, Street, if the civilians had worked together to throw him off the bridge? What do you think would have happened to them? Do you think they would have arrested them? I was thinking the other day.
I think they would have arrested them until they got.
Personally, I know if I've got he's got a vest on. We've got to neutralize the situation ASAP. Call me a bit creative. I know what I would have done personally. I'd have been like, boys. You know, what do you think would have happened if they'd have launched him off the bridge to alleviate this problem of the vest?
Yeah.
What do you think would have happened? Do you think they would have throw him off, or would they have got away with it?
They would have arrested him to start with until they'd investigated it, but they would have been arrested. But the problem is, you're my daughter's in the army, and I know what training she's doing. Your job is that as a firearms officer is to neutralize the threat. If they've allowed him to sit up and obviously by looking at that video, they're still talking to him. Well, you've shot him because he's got a vest on, and now you've moved to a safe distance and letting him move with his vest on. So if you didn't think it was a real vest, then the rules of engagement is you shouldn't have shot him because he was already disarmed. It don't make sense. Doesn't make sense.
Personally, I'm still excited over the notion of them having thrown him off the bridge. I wish they were. I don't know. I can't obviously advocate violence, but when we're dealing with live terrorism on the scene, quickest, shortest way, none of that wrestling business. Whoop, whoop, you know, and then he's in the water down there. Oh, he's going to detonate. No, he's not. His gunpowder's all soggy. You know, we'll fish him out, take him to court if he's all right. But obviously, I'm not advocating anyone doing that. If you do come across a terrorist. All I'm saying is it would have nipped the situation in the bud immediately.
Yeah. And then Corbyn would have been there to help him out anyway if he'd have been in prison. Because he'd have made him a cup of coffee and then talked to him mostly.
Flowers, yeah. Corbyn would have been there, wouldn't he? He'd have been asleep in his cell and Corbyn would be sitting there with a Meghan Mogg nighttime book. in his communist sickle badge on, just sitting there reading in bedtime to comfort him in his times of woe and agony. Every now and then flicking to his wallet to look at his Diane Abbott picture to know what he's looking forward to when he gets home.
Well, that's just made me feel ill now, that is. But
yeah,
nah,
can you imagine knowing that once you've had your dinner, you're out having a drink or whatever, and you know that when you're done, the best of your ability is Diane Abbott. That's what summarizes you and your capabilities, is having bedded Diane Abbott.
the worst thing is knowing you'd have to go home to see that. Oh God.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what goes on behind closed doors. I can't comment too much because it becomes some sort of slander case. But needless to say, it's like something out of London Dungeon. I can imagine when they're texting each other. You know,
see, if you want to know what Diane Abbott looks like,
if anyone remembers that.
see, if you want to know what Diane Abbott looks like, if you go to Madame Two Swords and you go to the horror section, she'll be in there somewhere.
I will never, ever
should be in there somewhere.
to go and see a bunch of people I detest on TV as wax models paid through the teeth. Anyone that comes to London, if you come to London from America, right, to a 2,000-year-old city with walls, buildings, architecture, Edwardian, Georgian, Victorian architecture everywhere, so much to see in the little amount of time you're here, and you go to Madame Two Swords, a new building with some wax models in it, you're a prick, right? Don't do it. Come and celebrate the city, or go up north and see the beauty of up north. Don't come here and go to. Don't give Madame Two Swords money. I've always detested when I see a line outside Madame Two Swords, and it's Chinese people and all these people. I think you've come here to see London, and you're going to go see David Beckham, right, as a wax model. You're more likely to see David Beckham walking about Oxford Circus, admiring London. You're actually
is he still in there?
What?
Is he still in there? Because they rotate him quite quick, don't they?
I don't listen. I'm just using him as an example. I don't care if it's Ruby Wax.
Yeah, Ruby.
You know, the point is, what are you doing with your life? You know, there's castles that have been there during age-old battles. There were boats, there were battleships, there were whatever. So much to see, and you're venturing around clay models, having pictures with, I don't know, that prick. You know, what's his name? The ginger guy who thinks he's an acoustic legend. The one who pretends he's really modest.
I'm not too sure.
Russell Brand clay model. Just honestly, I can't say it. I can't say what you should do to yourself. It's a hate crime. But Russell Brand, Jeremy Kyle. Honestly, they're worse than lefties. They're worse. They're worse. Right, so sorry, we was talking about London, and then we went on about Madame Two Swords. It's just a pet hate of mine. Madame Two Swords is a pet hate of mine. Oh, I'm going to Madame Two Swords. Yeah, great. Why don't you? Well, I'll do that. I'll go and see the Tower of London and walk about where wonderful people were kept prisoner, and look at the Traitors' Gate, and look into the age-old ways that we used to keep prisoners and royalty and what have you. And you go stand in a brand new place that looks something like Bluewater or Lakeside or Westfield. Ran over. Sorry, Street.
Yeah, I agree.
Sorry.
I'm not even sure if I've only really been recently to London last couple of years through work and stuff, but I'm just trying to think if I've even been in there.
I won't go in there, honestly. I won't go in there.
Sure if I have.
No, either. I don't know why. I just won't do it. It's just one of those things.
Well, I went somewhere where there was a horror section. I can't remember if that was there or no, it wasn't. It was Blackpool Pleasure Beach, they call it. And you go through that like haunted house where you have to walk around. It's that I went to, not the Madame Two Swords, and that had some weird shit in there.
See, but Street, right? You could go out to places like even Chinkford, or you could go to Hastings, or any of these places that are beautiful villages.
I've been to Hastings. That's nice.
Yeah, if you're coming here to visit London and the outskirts, there's so much to see, to absorb culture. We're a tiny country, but our culture is still really there in vivid imagery all around us. So, you know, places like that. And what really pisses me off, is when you walk around the city and you see these tour guides and they're talking bollocks. And you can't exactly get in the way and say, yeah, this guy's a lefty claptrap liar. By the way, you people that have paid this wally to see you around the city, you know, you just got to wear it. They get on my wick as well. Yeah, and the best one is when you've got a Spanish or Italian person or someone like that walking around London giving tour guides. Now, I know you need people that can speak Italian and what have you, but I wouldn't ever dare walk around
That's
Venice.
diversity for you, that is, mate.
If I was doing a documentary in Venice or something, it'd be on a subject that happened there.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be on Venice. I think it'd be a liberty of me to do that personally. Call me wrong. It'd be on like a case or the subject that we was covering there at the time.
Yeah.
But there's so much to see. I mean, for instance,
Stab vest are optional.
Be better than Madame Two Swords.
But stab vests are optional.
So I invited Fonzie to join.
Yeah.
But I don't think he fancies it.
No, okay. Yeah, I'm not too sure where Phil went. I think he's
he might have seen a good fight somewhere that he can go and get involved with.
Yeah.
Is Alex awake?
This video will be up in about 15 minutes.
Well, he'll be up.
No, this video that I'm sending
right.
to proof.
Fon says he'll come on.
I've got to go and 15 minutes.
Fon, so you can jump on and fill my spot until I've eaten, and I'll come on and join you. Fonzie's great, ladies and he helps run the is half and half run with the Uncaged Brothers podcast. He does a lot of good work on the computer. Very good musician, very funny man. One of the most advanced trolls you'll meet. Don't mess with him because by the time you know it's too late.
Oh man.
Right, I'll take this moment to share this out to some more places, I think.
Yeah.
We've been on it for a while now, ladies and gents, and we were speaking in depth about the loss of freedom to a lot of wonderful people. Well, 4 wonderful people that were with us at Sevenoaks, and I'll repeat a couple of notions that we started with. That with them deeply, they have not been forgotten, and they shan't be forgotten. In fact, they will be spoken about every day until they're released. So, I give myself a headache from repeating myself so often, but please don't.
Not too sure about the way crowdfunding works and stuff like that, but is there something we can put up maybe for?
My problem is straight. I have a problem with crowdfunding.
I do.
As a Skype star, we're going to have ways that you can donate to us for what we provide. If you like our footage and stuff, we're not going to.
Yeah.
But the idea of just asking for money bothers me. I know a lot of people do it, but I can't. Now, TRR.
No, I think it's more for these guys that are in prison, maybe to help.
I know. Once you do something, that's it. People, this is a grifter. So, I mean, TRR personally, maybe we'll think about it, but TRR, the members will be putting their hand in their pocket to help these people.
Yeah, definitely.
Because that's our obligation. No one gets left behind. But the public are suffering as it is, and I've always detested the way that people just ask for money. So, with us, if you want to buy merchandise, buy it. If you want to subscribe to us, pay us, that's up to you. You can find the link. We don't advertise it. I detest the idea of donate here if you like my footage, donate here if you like my footage. We'll alert you now and then that you're able to do that. But when it comes to court cases and stuff as well, I've heard it so many times that I don't like to be that guy doing it, So here, put all your money in here, and then something goes wrong, and then you don't know where the money goes, and then you're that guy that's been talking shit. I've seen it. I don't like doing it. But it's our obligation to look after them. If the public want to help, we will give the details of how to give them money, and they can do that. We don't need to take any finances from human beings unless they want to donate to TRR for other means, for cameras and stuff like that. If you want to help these people inside, we would love that, and we'll find a way for you to do it. where you can pay direct, you know where your money's going, none of that in-between bullshit. We don't need to see your money, but you can tell us you've done it, and we'd appreciate that, because they're going to spend over a year of their lives inside for doing something that many people are fearful of doing. So let's pay them the respect they deserve. Could we all please share this video and subscribe to the new TRR channel, which we're streaming off because our last one got nuked? Everything we do gets nuked. Because
yeah, I think if you give
we are TRR, and we are apparently the cancer of the grassroots movement. But we are an infestation which cannot be got rid of. We are the ant farm which knows no bounds. And I'm afraid that getting rid of us is going to be like, you're going to need vaccines for this one. You're going to need some serious vaccines to get rid of this one, ladies and gentlemen. Reality Report is here to stay. That's an unfortunate reality. And a new catchphrase which has echoed in history from the past is, you do your worst because we will do our best. So on that note, let's get Fonz in if he's finished his grub. If he's finished his grub. I mean, you know, if there's one thing that we can take from this in some sort of way, that's to try and keep our spirits up. I'm not going to say a positive. There's no positive about losing people to prison like that. But one thing that we can take away to try and help us encourage ourselves is the closeness it will form between those that were there and those that are inside, and help me forgive personally something that someone has done which is unforgivable. But I care more for their safety and well-being in future than upsetting me, you know. And I hope that the public can agree with that. And I hope that the public, despite some of you detesting some of us or me for not following the road you want me to, for not being a fan of who everyone you want me to be a fan of, but it doesn't mean that the people around me or the people close to me or the people that have been sentenced are not worthy people, and you know, haven't been deeply wronged. And there aren't thousands of people out to go and stand outside their courthouses, and it's a shame, you know. It's a shame, and it cuts us deeply. So
yeah, and you need to remember, people need to remember about the subscribers on Facebook that TRR lost, Vinny lost, the channel lost. Although it looks as there's only a couple of hundred subscribers, that's mainly because of being banned off every platform. Whenever you try and put something up, it gets taken down. So to keep rebuilding to certain points, it takes a lot of time and effort. Also takes a lot of shows to try and remind people that the Reality Report is still out there. So if you can share it with people or leave a comment and stuff like that.
Also, tomorrow we will be releasing the video of where I went to see someone that may be well known to some of you. His name is Samid. Now, he gave himself away again. We're talking about an account called Joker, a well-known troll who once gave out Tommy Robinson's address, has trolled some of the a lot of the riot, gives out people's addresses, linked to resisting hate. A good friend of Rowanna Carlton-Taylor, Rowanna Carlton-Taylor, the one trying to crowdfund to take Tommy to court for Mike Stutchbury. I went to the house of one of them yesterday, who wouldn't come to the door, but his parents turned up in a car behind me. So I was unfortunately, you know, I had to talk to them. I was on their property, so I had a very civil conversation with them, which I have to release because he's threatened to kill me multiple times. He's threatened to kill other people multiple times. He's ruined businesses. He actually physically does things to people. He's sick in the head. So I went to confront him and see if I read out a text on the way talking about how he wanted to buy a gun in case anyone turned up at his house for someone like myself. So I will release that tomorrow, but I will not be showing any faces because I think it's unfair. I would not show the parents' faces. I will not be showing the street. You'll see some of the you will see the street vaguely, but you will not be able to see where it is. But you will be able to hear voices. For those of you that know who Joker is, you know he is a disgusting person that talks about throwing children out of windows, burning them. He's always talking about rape. Very nasty piece of work. Not a person that will drive people off social media, and if it's not good enough, he will hound you in real life and hack you. He has ruined a man's business entirely, lost him his finances, lost him thousands. Started putting pictures up of his daughter on his own business portfolio as a prostitute, things like that. Like sick man. So I went to see him, and now they're in a fluster on. I left the house. Isn't this true, Street? We left the house. We hadn't even warned anyone that we'd done this, and we went to see this chap called Samid. And when we left, for some reason, Resisting Hate starts having a meltdown, deleting accounts, right, making statuses and having meltdowns. But we hadn't announced that we'd been to Samid's house. But yet this Joker account starts going off on one. So lo and behold, and rightly so, the panic sets into Resisting Hate, who should be worried because legally we have the right to interview you for the things that you've been saying and doing, the slander you've been causing, and the danger you cause to conservatives out there. So, yeah, tomorrow.
I believe he was there. I think he's a lot of bravado. I think it was just too coincidental that we turn up at an address that's allegedly not associated with him or anyone, and all of a sudden going, oh, he's just been to the well, we could have gone to any address in the UK or world, but you've automatically obviously got information that we were at the correct address, so which is quite funny to be fair.
Well, there's multiple ways that he gives himself away. The video is relatively short. It's just quick, simple, bosh, bosh, bosh. And once again, we mean no harm to the people that are on. The reason that we have to release the voice recording is because it's a clear admittance of the person as to where they are. Yeah. And the mother and father act. The father acts surprised, which is impossible because this person has been sacked from the NHS for these activities as well as cocaine charges. But the mother was very quick to be defensive. She knew exactly what I was talking about, and that's why I have to put the voice note out. But like I said, I wouldn't put the faces out. It's not right. It's not my way of things. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't put the address out or anything like that. It's not the way of things. It's but you can hear when she speaks. You know, as soon as I said he's threatened to kill me, she said, "Go get the police." Not, "Oh my God, my son wouldn't do that. Let's have a conversation." Nothing like that. Go get the police. Go away. Basically, it was. You know,
it wouldn't have been my first question either. If someone had said that one of my family members did that, I'd be like, "What the hell are you on about? But when did this happen? Who did he do it to? Are they okay? Is anything?" That would be my first question. It wouldn't be, no, go to the police. I'm like, oh, okay. So if that's your first response, then obviously you've either heard it before or you've had other repercussions because of it, and now you're pissed off again that you use that as your first response, which when you watch it, that isn't the first response you would say.
When I referred to the lady who's been abused up north, she had the audacity, though I spoke, you heard her on the phone say later that day, she hadn't spoke to her in a year. When I talked about the person that Samid had said, or allegedly Samid, it said was going to throw out children out the window and set their house alight and have raped. She said that woman has been ringing us and harassing us. So as if she's been randomly ringing this house in Wimbledon, you know, for no reason, harassing this family. You know, so the mother is clearly, because I made a comment, right, which I noticed changed the mother's tone immediately. Because this is true. I tell no lies in these situations because it's not worth the hassle. And that, not just that, but we get an empty feeling when we lie. So I looked at the mother and I said, we're also well aware that he's abusive to his own mother. And I'm not here just for me. I'm here. And she interrupted me there because I went to say for the mother, because I know I was talking to her. And then when she said, who's this? Where did you hear this? I said, well, funnily enough, it's come from conversations that come from his own sister. Now, obviously, conversations have been had in the past with his family, with other people, that his sister opened up getting upset about what he does and how badly he treats the family, the mother and her. And we've had inside information, and I saw her eyes change. I mean, did you notice it, Street? As soon as I said, as soon as I said, I hear he abuses his mother, I'm not just here for me, I'm here for, as I went to say it, I mean, the father, he didn't know
I believe his dad may have not been fully aware on this stuff, because I could just see his sort of like step back as if to go, what? And where his mom sort of almost expected it in a way.
Well, I noticed his English wasn't the best, so there's a chance that his mother deals with most of the phone calls and visits to that door. So she may have the ability to keep the secrets from him, because obviously where her English was much better, she'd be more suited to answer the phone and what have you.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. He could have just been playing dumb, because I think it is impossible at this stage that, you know, he's trolling a lot of people, and his trolling is vicious. It's sadistic.
Yeah,
the phone number that we found him linked him to a fetish thing. I can't talk too deeply about it because that's his personal lifestyle, but it's not pleasant. It's not pleasant what he gets up to.
When there's going to be people that have said, you know, maybe it isn't the right course of action to visit someone's home or something like that, but when you start hearing the heinous things that he said, and where he's got a following about what he says about babies out of windows, and you've got people that are supporting him, and when you see this, you need to
talks about what should happen to them before they die. I'm not going to go into detail. I'm sure you can all.
So this is why sometimes a home visit is sometimes to, and when someone threatens to kill you, and the police don't do anything, then the only course of action is go and visit them and maybe say, well, can we sort this out? You know, we can't be having threats of sort of murder and putting hammers in skulls and stuff like that. You can't be doing that. So sometimes there is a need, if you've got no help, that you need to go and face the person head on and maybe come to either a solution, which is always the best course, but sometimes you have to.
Conflict breeds resolution, as Alex always says. Welcome, Fonz. Welcome. Right, now
you're here. How you doing, boys?
Yeah, man, I'm just going to run off and have a Jack Dash. I'll be back in just a moment.
Colvin.
How you doing, my friend? Right?
Yeah, I'm all right. What's happening, people? You all right? Good to be here.
This is the main man, Fonz. You need to go and subscribe to his channel. It's madly entertaining. Believe me, and you're going to hear some random shit. I'm telling you.
Proper
I'm
random
not sure.
sometimes. Isn't
I'm
it?
not sure if Fonz can link his.
Cheers, man. I did earlier, but I'll try and put it up again.
Yeah, everyone has to listen to a conversation that he had with one of his guests. I'll let Fonz describe, but basically it was about a guy that sort of vacates maybe ladyboys. Can I say that? Yeah.
Sounded a bit like that, didn't
it? Mate. So you have a look on his page. You'll link it again and just go and have a watch of this, because, mate, what the rules are, if you go on his show, you have to drink a hell of a lot of beer. So you let your guard down and you get comfortable and you forget sometimes what you're saying. So even if you just watch that, listen to that, it's absolutely great.
I don't even know how we got to that conversation. I mean, me and Luke, who's my brother, who's on the stream as well. So there's two of us, people that don't know. So it's me and Luke, and he got the guy on. So like, all we knew is he was a photographer in the movement. He takes pictures. It's all nice and lovely. And then once that conversation's done, he starts mentioning Thailand, and then it just went way off topic, and we just went with it. And it was only the next day, because obviously we had a few beers down there. So we was like, oh, how did we get there? But people liked it. Well, didn't like what he was saying. They just found it funny. But I don't know. I don't know how we got there. But
yeah, it was pretty good. But we won't spoil it for. But if you do go on, if anyone in the chat or anyone that watches this back, just go have a look at there. He's put the links in there now. The guy that's talking is a true patriot as well. He's big in the movement. You know, there's obviously a serious side, and then there's you know.
Yeah, it was all tongue in cheek anyway. What you were saying, I hope anyway.
I hope it was.
But, it was good though.
It was good. It was really good, man.
Yeah, we have some mad things going on there.
So I believe it's every Wednesday night. So you need to book that in your diaries for Wednesday night and just subscribe and that bell button
Nice
so
one.
you can get a notification as well, because
Yeah.
they are truly unmissable, believe me.
Yeah, thank you, mate. Thank you. Too kind. But I've been listening to this all day. This has been pretty good as well. I like the bit because everyone knows me as like I talk about everything, right? And I'm quite deep into my conspiracy theories, even if I don't believe them. I find them interesting. I like a story. That's just me. I love a story, and it's got to be a good one, even if it's completely far fetched, like that guy, the terrorist, getting up after he's been shot. I just think that stuff's dead interesting, man.
How do you feel?
Did you see it?
Yeah, I've seen the video. But how do you feel about what I said? Basically, he's the armed police. They shot him because they believed he had the vest on.
Yeah,
that's what they're going through. So because he moved, surely they should have done it again and not risk.
Straight. He moved in a way that indicated he wasn't in any pain at all.
That's what I mean.
Sort of get up. It looked like it was rigged. That's what it looked like. That's what Fonz is directing us to. Like the fact that there's more than just police negligence here. There's something deeper there, where the bullets wouldn't have kept him down no matter what, and all he did was ruin the choreographed stage production, as it were.
Yeah, I can hear what you're saying there.
Yeah, but this is the thing. We all know in films, right, that when you shoot somebody, they can still run, and it takes out. But the point is that the military are trained to neutralize. The police are used to the double tap. They're used to 3-shot in rotation, and my daughter in the army at the moment is doing a 5-shot where 3 in the chest, 2 in the head in very quick, rapid. Because we know if you shoot someone in the chest, they're not going to go fall on the floor. So that tactically, these police are tactically trained, so they know to neutralize it where they're not going to be able to do it. They have to do either a 3-bullet or a 2-bullet. So for him to still be moving is very weird, because either they haven't stuck to what they should do in that sort of environment, or there's something weird going on.
Yeah, for me, I see it, and I mean, yeah, I just say it's deadly interesting.
Yeah,
but I can imagine how if you do get shot by a half-hour rifle, like depending on where he's shot, I mean, let's just say possibly he could have still been moving, but as Vinny's saying, even if he wasn't dead, he'd be in so much pain that he's just not even gonna fucking It's just interesting, man.
And
I wish I would have had that for me Wednesday, because that was what for Saturday. I wish I'd have seen that earlier. So
that's the first time I've seen it.
Yeah, I'll be playing that definitely.
Yeah,
on the stream, and I'll shout Vinny out for that, because that's a good find, man. I've been looking for some sort of weird shit that's going on. I heard about the narwhal horn or whatever it was. Was it a narwhal horn?
Yeah, where the hell did you get that from?
Yeah, I heard you talking about it a bit earlier. That's crazy, man. Like using it as like some sort of spear, like to fight him off. But that was fucking nuts. What's that? That's got to have some sort of.
Because I did say to my daughter, right? I said to my daughter about the situation, and I said, "What in that environment? What would you do?" And she was saying, "We are trained to take, and we are trained to rapidly take these shots as well. We're trained to like 3 to the body, but they have to be in the middle of the chest to basically blow out your chest, and then 2 in the head to make sure it's neutralized." My only concern is,
sorry, Strick. While I got it in my head. There is no one on this planet cooler that when he was a baby, did he think he'd grow up to be the guy fighting a terrorist on one of the city's most iconic bridges with a whale tusk?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Like, where'd you get it from?
A whale tusk.
We don't find where it came from.
I heard it was off a fishing stall, but it's like, come on.
See it off a terrorist. I mean, it's like some out of Only Fools and Horses.
Yeah, like someone's got a knife, quick. And then just grabbing that.
I've got a tusk. You've got a knife.
Like leaving the fucking machete there, just like, no, this is what I need.
That's not a knife. I've got a tusk. I've got you got a tusk. Where the hell did you get it from to start with?
It's crazy. But this is the UK. You know what I mean? This is Britain.
What
This
if
is
he'd
British
have
culture, mate.
what if, right? What if he had the horn? Do you think he'd have gone to prison if he'd have gone like a
Straight through
spark
Mate.
straight through?
That I would have loved to have seen the charge sheet. Do you know what I mean? Stabbing someone with a fucking narwhal horn. Was it a narwhal? I need to know, like, specifically what kind of fucking whale this is.
Prosecution. He knew what he was doing with the whale horn. He knew exactly what he was doing when he thrust it into the man's stomach. How could you ever take someone to court for killing someone with a whale horn?
Mate, just getting that.
Well,
charge
you know
sheet
they're
back.
banned in London now, don't you?
Oh, mate, yeah. It's going to be the new craze, isn't it? All the
What did you
fucking
think
teenagers.
about Thames? What did you think? Do you think you'd go to prison for chucking him in it? Because I think the quickest, personally, if I was on the bridge, I'm not saying anyone should do it. I know the quickest way to get rid of this problem. There was 3 men. Would you have advocated something similar, or do you think that that's too much?
What, lobbing him in the Thames? Yeah, I think it's great. I'd love to have seen that.
If they just went, it would have nipped it straight in the bud, wouldn't it? If they went, right, lads, 3 of us, whoop, whoop, boom. You know,
yeah, he would have just been like swimming off like a fucking upset dog or something. You know what I mean? Like all shaking his fucking.
Yeah, all fuming, all fuming. And then we turn up with a boat, fish him up.
He wouldn't have got shot, and he'd be in jail now. So I don't know, man. Like being as he's apparently, like, you know, conspiracy theories here. Apparently he's dead, which is great for me. But I would like to have seen his head spiked on fucking on London Bridge.
Imagine if the millions come along and actually kill him, and the police are like, "Oh no, they're just throwing him off the bridge."
Yeah. I see. Yeah. So like, yeah, they would have been done for that, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
That would have
Now
been
we've got
manslaughter or something.
if he survived, you know, he could have been in the bridge, in the water. He's not going anywhere. Trust me, it goes downwards. You don't go that way. You go downwards. It sucks you under. It's a disgusting river.
Yeah.
You just sat there looking at him, going, "Oh yeah, he's got broken limbs and that, so we know he's not going anywhere. He's all right. Just turn up with
That's what I think. Fonz is right there. I think with terrorist suspects, I think we should go medieval and put their heads on spikes on Tower Bridge.
That's what I said. I said it in chat the other day.
Yeah, I think
I want
you're
to
right
see
there,
his head spiked
would
and on the bridge as a threat to any other bastard. I said it in my Telegram channel the other day.
I agree with that 100%.
Mate, 100%. Yeah, damn right. Put his head on there and leave it there for months and just go, any other bastard want it? Let's fucking have it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but fuck off.
It's just no comment from me. Probably
not.
Yeah, Vin, I get it 100%. But you know me, I'll just tell it how it is. And I really want to see that. I want to see these warnings all over the news. Like, you come to London and do this shit, this is what you're getting. We're going medieval on your ass.
Imagine
pliers in the blowtorch.
Was Tower of London will be reopened. Traitors Gate will be reopened as a prison.
Yes,
and you will be seeing
Jeremy Corbyn, the first guy going down in the tower.
Whoa,
Traitors Gate.
I'm having nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that.
Oh mate, yeah, this is all. If you want to hear these sort of comments, then yeah, you're probably better off coming on Wednesday.
Oh, shit.
Sorry, mate. Shut me down if I'm too much for you. Shut me down.
The thing is, there isn't enough of a deterrent, though, is it? I mean, look at this, right? You've got let's look at just this case. Ignore the rest of it. This guy was a group of people that got sent to prison. He was let out without going to the CPS or anything other than, right, you're released on rehabilitation. All right. Yeah. The one day he's banned from London, but get this. So he's banned from London. So where do they stage this conference? In London. What the hell? How big's the country? This isn't just effing London, you know. There is the UK that you could have staged this, but no. What do? You get a terrorist that's been released early on tag, that's banned from London, and because there's a conference in London that he has to attend, you give him 1 day's grace, and look what happened. Come on.
Yep.
This is just lunacy.
I love the people targeting that hero. I know you touched on that. Go on.
When you work your shin on a table, that's an accident. When you forget something at home, that's an accident. when a suspected terrorist is given day release and then is allowed to go on a course in London and
Where
has
it's
an
banned
attack,
from.
that's not an accident. Something's going
No,
on.
it isn't. No, it isn't an accident. It's too neat. It's too neat. You know, who says that?
Yeah.
What's his name out of Die Hard? He says it's too neat. Is it him? But it is. Now, the more, I'll tell you what, Fonzie, I'm going to wear a full hat every time I watch your show or something, because you're putting stuff in my head.
No, Vinny's the one that's pulled this up.
Yeah.
I think I might have mentioned it the other day because I said about the bullet. And I think the bullet would have gone straight through his skull, his chest, because it's a high-powered rifle. That would have gone boom, and you would have seen like some sort of cement from the wall behind him go bosh, and you see nothing.
Nothing at all.
So every shot's hit, and no bullets come out of him at any angle, at any point, and no one's jumping out of the way like oh fuck, there's a ricochet. There's no ricochet. It's just boom boom. So I brought that up on the other night, but Vinny showed me this. And I'm on it, mate. That was fantastic when he got up there.
I'll forward you the video now. I'll tell you what. I'll just put it in core.
But this is just too. The more I look into it, it's too much of a coincidence.
I know I'm bang on the conspiracy theories, but this is a good one.
It is too much, because ultimately, even if everything was staged, the police did not do their job. What they're paid to do, they're paid to do it. That's it. And I'm going to keep saying it because they didn't do their job properly.
I think Fonzie might be able to actually play this footage on his screen. Are you able to do that? The footage I just sent to court.
I can have a go. I actually don't use this Google thing, so.
Oh, it's a nightmare, isn't it?
Let me work it out. I can work it out. I'm pretty sure.
If you go to share screen and you can share a window, and it'll come up.
That core chat, you just download it from there. It's only 55 seconds or something.
Yeah, I'll grab that and I'll
I know
have a go.
I keep mentioning like a broken record, but they are counter-terrorist police. They are trained to the hilt. They go on training courses every 6 months. They have to renew their licenses the same period of time. They are trained to neutralize terrorists. They're not trained to harm someone and keep them living. Their job is to kill them. Yeah. They did not do their effing job, because if they did, he wouldn't be fucking moving. So they did not do their job.
Streets, you're absolutely fucking right, because this that was a suicide vest. He had a little button in his pocket, and he's laying there the whole time. So absolutely, mate. He should have been dead. So even still, this is fucking weird.
It is weird because
I agree.
It is. They all scarpered from that video because the police noticed that vest. That there is right, kill him. That's it. Neutralize him. How'd you do that? You go back to your training, you do your pattern formation, and he's gone. None of this stuff. Complete crap.
For some reason I can't play it. 2 seconds.
You've got some. They're going to wonder what that is on there, mate. It looks like a guy with a bandana on.
I wonder who that is.
You won't. The thing is, you can't embarrass him. The problem is, you can't embarrass Fonzie. Right? He embarrasses himself. That person, he's fascinated with that person because that person was disgraced. That was basically a guy, right, who become a meme against his will, and he ruined his career. And Fonzie gets off on the suffering of other people. I
think
it's fantastic.
This is on video now, and it's on YouTube. We can all see it. The police that were around should never have let him move. As soon as he moved, they should have shot him again. That's it.
But where are the police? I don't see any.
They're about 100. They're probably about 50 meter to his right.
Remember, they think he's got a bomb. Well, they apparently think he's got a bomb, don't they? So this is after it. So we can see it now on screen. Yeah, we can now see it. Right.
Because they think it's a bomb, though.
He's sitting up like he's doing a sit-up. Clearly, like he's a zombie raising from the dead. Like,
I wish the footage wouldn't end there. Like, I need to see the full video. Like, where is this full video? Because what does he do after that?
It could be doctored before we know.
Does he get up and walk off, like have a drink or something? Does he? You know what I mean? Like, I need to see the full video.
It might not even be real. Might not even be real. It may be just a thing.
Could be someone yesterday.
Yeah. That's what I mean. It might not be real.
Like laying there.
That could easily be someone who did it afterwards, couldn't
Yeah.
it?
It might not be real.
It could be, mate.
No,
It could
But the
be.
police didn't do their job, and that's it for me.
Or it could have been from last year, and like no one knew about it, and they was doing like a little. I don't know. It could have been on a TV show, and someone's got some footage from that.
Where's the footage, Fonz? Can we see any authorities in the picture at all? Can we see anything around him?
Nothing, mate. Nothing. No.
Nothing.
That's,
So hang
that's
on a
what I
minute.
said.
No, you can. Hang on a minute. If you go
Right,
on
pull it up.
if you go to the TR page,
Yeah.
right? If you play, hang on a sec. See which video it is.
Footage right here. Like the footage
Yeah,
that
because there's another angle, right, where they reckon this is from.
Find and
So
forward that to me, please, mate.
I'm going to
Can
try
you
and
do that?
find it. Yeah, I'm going to try and find it.
Yeah,
This
and
is
then I'll
another
play it.
angle of where. Let me just look. Under attack. So
Right, we need to. Vince, should we read some comments, dude?
Yeah, well, Try Hard Supreme's got a good one. We call it the Great Awakening. Humanity is seeing we're all slaves to the elite agenda. So great to see the British nationalist movement stand up to the government behind it. This is our time to shine. That's nice,
Damn
tame
right.
comment. I like that, Supreme. Nothing too harsh. I like that. Street at some point as well, feel free to show again the image of the guy sticking me and the wound so that people that weren't around can see what happened to me in the very case that people have been sent to prison for. They've sent them to prison, and this is the sort of weaponry they turn up with and stabbed me in the head, which could have scarred me, killed me. I mean, it has scarred me,
okay,
obviously.
it's back on there already, mate. It's on there now. It'll show in a couple of seconds.
Right, okay.
What was that bag that guy chucked down on the white thing? What was that in the end? Did anyone find out?
You know what? Right now, if I was really, really vicious or really conspiratory, he chucked two white, what looked like handkerchiefs. Now, if,
Yeah.
like I said, if I was a fantasist, I would almost think that they were signals, as if mission success or something. I don't know. Do this now. The way he chucked them, because he went so out of his way, he went into his other pocket, ripped out this handkerchief, and threw it on the floor.
Yeah.
Now, it was so suspicious. It's almost as if it was to say to someone, now perform this action. You know, this is the signal. So
yeah,
maybe I'm too paranoid. Maybe I see stuff where it shouldn't be there. But
no, that's what they do. I mean, if they're going to plan something like that, then it needs to be a very discreet one, even though that wasn't discreet. But yeah, and if they're going to do these things, anyone that believes in these sort of conspiracies would know that that's the sort of shit they do, and they do shit in plain sight for everybody to see, to rub it in their face. So, you know, that's the conspiracy point of view. So I see what you're saying.
Well, the way he did it was so unusual, and he was dropping things deliberately as if he was getting rid of drugs.
Yeah, that's what everyone took the piss out of.
Like he knew he'd be in trouble if he didn't do it, sort of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's what raises suspicion.
Well, we know that shit goes on like this. Like maybe not like that, but you know, even what you were talking about earlier, how the right get arrested for things and put away, but then the left don't. So we already know that there's some sort of corruption going on there. So once you know that, it leads to other things. You think, well, what else could they be lying about? What else could be going on? And let's just say for a second that this is a false flag event. Like, what's their motive? Like, what are they going to get out of this?
Well, there's a lot to feed that, but it goes into dark stuff. I mean, I'm not saying it was a false flag, but I'll give you a scenario why they would cause a false flag. If your design was to keep causing resentment among the public, and you know, you want the tension between white people and minorities and non-white people to build, that's the way to do it. because there really is no bonding effort made because immigration is forced. If that was stopped, there would be great efforts that could be made to bring societies inside Britain together, but there's no attempt. So we have this forced metropolis upon us that no one ever voted for and wanted, which makes you all that more resentful as opposed to accepting.
Yep. Yeah, I hear that. One thing that doesn't make sense to me is like why they would stage this just before the elections. Surely they would want Labour in first, then do it.
Well, listen, I think the elections are a small part to play in comparison with the Epstein stuff and everything like that, and the Prince Andrew. And, I think that there's so much going on right now that if they don't, with America, you go for the school shooting. If you're, listen, I'm talking as if I'm, if I'm out there, if I'm putting it out there. In America, you might go for a school shooting. In England, it seems like they like to use a bridge attack. Bridge attacks are rife these days.
Seems that way, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, if you remember a few years ago, it was Christmas markets were getting smacked left, right, and centre in Europe. There seems to be a trend that goes on with terrorism.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And it's always something that strikes us deeply. But then you can't blame conspiracy on it because that's what any enemy would want to do, strike you somewhere where it deeply upsets you and hits your deepest sentiment.
In this movement, though, Vin, would you like if you're in this movement, you need to be asking questions no matter how far-fetched they are. You need to be asking questions.
To a degree, obviously some just get you in too much trouble, and that's the unfortunate thing. Because like I've said, and this is a great topic for your show one day, if you finally have room, if I come on, I'll have this topic. The fact that if I wanted to make a
you on Twitter,
say that I was right.
Yes, mate.
Right. Sorry, Vin. I've got this video right, but it's on Twitter. But it's in. This is even weird. So, this video where he's on the floor and he gets up. Well, there's another angle on this. So you can't see what the police are doing, but there's another video where the police are in formation, aim the weapons at somebody. It can only be the person, but they wouldn't do that if he was already dead. So if I send this to direct message, if I send this to
put it in core, Fonz, you'll be able to see it.
No, it's on Twitter. I can't download it off Twitter.
No, you can copy a link and share the link.
Oh, okay.
Share the link straight into core. But I'll finish what I was saying before I forget.
Cheers,
mate. What was I talking about, Fonz? Oh,
sorry, mate.
Mate, last thing I remember us saying was talking about like sort of. Oh, I can't remember.
Okay, I've sent it now anyway. Sorry about that.
That's all good, mate. All right, let me share the screen.
Now this is fucked up. This is fucked up. So that video you put up, Vin, has got to be true, because you've got a wide angle here of the guy moving while the three coppers are already there. Now this is after the effect. Look, he's there. The three coppers, three coppers, and he's moving. So this is after the effect.
Whoa, Nelly! I've got to go back to the stream.
That's fucked up. Sorry, my language is.
He's half sitting up.
He's moving though. If you watch it, he'll move in a minute.
Yeah, he's still.
So this is after he's already been shot and he's already got rid of all the public. So why aren't they just killing him? Yeah, this is weird.
No, that sort of, to me, that just.
Yeah, but I didn't believe that.
What we were saying.
Yeah, I didn't believe that was true footage though, but now I do.
I remembered what I was going to say. It's come back to me. That was it. Right, I've got to get it out to you before we carry on about this bridge thing. Are you there, Fonz?
Yeah. Right,
the point is, if I said that I knew there was an alien super race out there and I was a cult messiah Jesus, I would be free to go and make a website and have a cult of 40 people that all donated to me and make me a millionaire, couldn't I? I'd be free to do that in a capitalist democracy. I'm free to lie to make money off of like Scientology or whatever I want. Yeah.
Yep.
But if I speak truth, you can take me to court and then say it's conspiracy theory.
Yep.
You can judge me. Surely you should be able to say anything you like and leave it to the public opinion. If I'm allowed to make money off following people from pretending I'm Jesus, why can't I talk about other things without it being considered hate crime? Blah 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 blah. It doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
And that's a topic that I was going to raise on a show one time, maybe a TRR show. But it's a good topic for anyone to talk about. Just the fact that you can get away with being a Scientologist today, multi-billionaires.
Yep.
Right. But if you question certain ideologies or belief systems, you're somehow the scumlord of society.
Yeah, I mean Scientology, mate. It is so dangerous. It is so dangerous. Like and it's a scary way of thinking as well. And they're very like they're just manipulative. They're manipulative. Yeah, they're fucked.
They're ruthless. You wouldn't see me walking into a Scientologist church with a camera. I'm telling you. They would follow you. They'll follow you home in their cars. They're strange. They are very strange people.
Yeah, they play mind games.
They followed people internationally, where there was a British couple that. There was a British couple that actually went to America to join the Scientology thing, and they realised it was all full of shit, and they started talking badly about it. When they moved to the UK, they actually followed it here. The people obviously the word got about, and they were intimidated back here because they wouldn't let them get away with it.
Yep.
Let me bring it into perspective. I'm going to Google something for you, and I'm going to link it to you, right? And in fact, could you do it because you're obviously doing the stream. Type in Blackfriars Scientology headquarters, right? Down by Blackfriars Bridge, just near St. Paul's Cathedral. It's one of the most impressive buildings you can imagine. I can't imagine how much money this building's worth. This is the Church of Scientology headquarters in the UK. Can we get this building up straight just so we can see how much money this Church of Scientology? We're talking billions.
Yeah.
I imagine. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know if they own this building. If you don't own this building, just renting this building would be unimaginable money. Where it is, what it is. Do you want me to look it up straight or
Blackfriars, yeah?
Blackfriars, well, it's next to Blackfriars Bridge, but you could just type in Church of Scientology headquarters UK, and it will come up. And it's one of those buildings that even one of the richest men on earth couldn't imagine. But the real ones, not the ones we know about.
Yeah, just looking for it now.
I'm also going to go and find a picture that I'd like you to put on screen.
He was a fucking weirdo, man. That guy as well.
Which
Ron L.
one?
Hubbard. Guy that founded it, innit? Was it him?
Founded what?
Scientology. Yeah, it was.
Oh, it was L. Ron Hubbard.
Hubbard.
Scientology fiction writer had already released 32 science fiction novels. Or 32 or something like that. He was a science fiction published novel writer, and now suddenly he knows that there's right. Let me throw this out there to you, Fonz. Right? Okay. Apparently Lord Zeno was 7 zillion years old. Right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let me put this in perspective for you. Not only did you now we can barely prove that something existed a few million or a few thousand years ago sometimes.
Yeah.
But you're telling me that not only did you know this this person existed 7 zillion years ago, but you know his name. Not only do you know he existed, you know his fucking name.
Not and just that.
Believe that.
Yeah. So is this their deity? Is that what you're talking about? Is this their deity?
Yes, this is the Lord Zenu, which caused bad Thetans.
I wanted to make sure, or it was one of his fucking reincarnations or some shit. But it's like, out of everyone on the planet, this being chooses him.
Yeah, of course, the science fiction writer.
Yeah, some loser. Come on, mate. Yeah, fantastic.
multi-millionaire.
People are buying this shit.
He's dead now, but billion pound industry. That's what it is. It's a business.
It's not only that; it's like this thing existed so long ago, and then no one ever heard of it before. Like, what? Come on, man! Just makes no sense.
I'm trying to find a 7 Oaks picture. There we go. Oh.
It's just ridiculous. I'm gonna grab something.
Right, are you there? Are you there, Street? I'm going to send you a few pictures. I'd like you to put them up on screen. This is the people that are at 7 Oaks, and you know, some good people. I can see a spy there, but I won't know you.
Oh yeah. Luke Uncaged YT. Oh, you've actually got it going along on the bottom as well.
Oh, I'm going to send you another picture. This is me with a mask, with one of the Antifa masks from 7 Oaks in my hands. I'm going to send this over to him in just a moment.
What do you reckon would have happened if you were all suited and booted? When I say that, I mean like in the army gear and.
Yeah, we'd have been done for terrorism. We'd have been definitely done for terrorism. No doubt about it. They'd have done the most extreme, ridiculous charges you can imagine.
That building's up on YouTube now.
What a joke.
Right, so this is the headquarters for Scientology. Look on the screen now, Fons. Can you
I'm
imagine?
looking, dude.
Right, now that building, and next to it is the Freemason Lodge. Right, that is a massive Freemason building, right? That humongous building.
Exactly.
Now that thing there just stinks of money, billions, right?
Yeah.
Look at it. Look at the imagery of the flags. Just look at the cult mentality behind that thing.
Yeah. You
It's
can
terrifying.
tell that shit's funded like by some big ass people.
I have confronted a lot of people, right? But I wouldn't like walking in that door. There's something sinister about that building that I just couldn't walk in there without getting a shiver, you know?
Yeah, it just looks. There's definitely a feeling to it when you see it. It's very striking and it don't look.
Well,
I mean, they're red flags, like drooping down. It's just a bit. It's in your face, isn't it?
Yeah, it may. Yeah.
Just to state the obvious, but it fucking is. It's like.
I'm sending you a few pictures now
castle.
after the 7 Oaks battle. Straight. So but I mean, that building, right? Can you imagine how much it costs? Shall we have a look? Fons, you might be good at this. Shall we see how much that sort of building would cost to rent or buy? What do you reckon that costs? We couldn't possibly imagine, could we? We couldn't even begin to imagine.
I don't even. Yeah, I have no idea how fucking much. I mean, you got to think of the area that just fucking puts 10 times on like it's just a joke.
Yeah.
That's a joke. I ain't got a clue. I don't want to mug myself off. I'm just gonna say $1 billion.
Yeah.
I ain't got a fucking clue, but I know it's a shit ton.
Because we don't live in them circles that would even know who to even inquire with about such a question.
Yeah, someone's going to check for us. Nice one, Supreme. What's the name of the building?
I can't see from here.
I mean, look at the size. Look at the door. Just the front door. Look how small it is. Like,
I've gone up to the door, right, and it steps down, and inside is there's someone that sits behind the reception full time, directly in front of you, in this really classy reception, which is like, it just looks domineering. It looks like as soon as you walk in, they own you.
yeah.
You know, I thought, I'm not walking in there. So this is Seven Oaks. This is when we're in the pub. After this, I had walked in here after I had turned up late to an after event, and they sat me in this chair and gave me a chair and demanded a speech and what have you. It was a very touching, very warm moment for me. Seb is up there, the top right. He's been sent away. He's in prison. And the one with his arm on my shoulder, the small one with the beard, the smaller one, smiling. He has been given well over a year. And they're both beautiful people, despite one of them deeply wronging me. You know, I feel the need to mention it, but you know, we've lost them over this very day that we're all together here. To the left there is someone that on my shoulder is Ryan Fury. If we're looking at the folder, so if I, oh right, we've moved. So here we go again. This is just after the fight itself, and high spirits, fantastic human beings, many of them.
Top left. That's an older Luke Cage, isn't it?
Yeah, Anthony.
It proper is as well.
Yeah. I haven't seen him in a long time. We've got another Anthony, he's a different one. Just as big. If you look at Seb at the back there, Seb is a man mountain, I tell you. He really is man mountain. Very young, actually, but he's just made for combat. He is humongous. In the actual video, if you go and look at the video that I made, in the entrance, you see someone come in and fly. I can say it now because he's been prosecuted. You see someone come in and flying kick when there's people on me, when I'm trying to help someone up. That's him. That's him coming in with the flying Wu-Sang up on the Antifa on my entrance video. So if you want to see that, go to Vinnie Sullivan channel. Click on my last video I uploaded, not the live one, the one where you can see my face in the yellow screeny thing. And you'll see in the 9-second intro, you'll see the last clip, Seb come flying in with the Wu-Sang Kung Fu kick, conservative style. Did I send you one more picture, Street?
Yeah. Just I'm going to bring that one up now.
Oh, it's going to take me ages on here.
John Lawrence, yes. Mintrix, respect to the fallen comrades. Or for the fallen comrades.
Yeah. So that's me there with I believe that's the mask of, because I know I had to defend myself from a couple of people. So I believe that mask was someone who's actually passed away since. I could be wrong.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
I'm not. Yeah. But I'm not sure about that.
No, I heard that as well. So he must be on the. Oh, right, of who the mask belonged to, whether it was them. It was a nut job, apparently.
Yeah, but I'm not sure about that. Because three masks came away from them, shall we say.
Yeah.
It was a big loss for them that day. Very big.
Well, I can't believe these absolute pussies are actually following up charges. That's just.
See, that's the thing. That's exactly what I was thinking. How is it?
Got hide behind the police.
Yeah, they could come up, tooled up, get their ass handed and
Because
go
I
run
read
into
the
the police.
prosecution straight wasn't saying, but that's terrorism. That's terrorism. They wasn't pointing out the definition of terrorism. They wasn't being hardcore enough because they just want their wage packet in it to move on.
I've never gone to the police because of a fight. Even when I've had my ass kicked by 2-3 people, I've never gone to the police.
If there was true justice, they'd have just gone, hold on a minute. So yous were there and they've approached you. And then that's it. It's game over.
Yeah.
They came to you.
You're wearing tactical gloves. You're wearing body armor, and you're moaning now that they beat you up. I mean, fuck.
Yeah, but not even that. Like, they didn't have a need to be there. Like, there was
No.
no motive for them to be there. Yous were there for a just reason. So it's like you can't, like, it makes no sense. The whole thing makes no sense.
No, for me.
It's like, how can they say that you attacked them when they've come to you?
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know. It's like the French like coming into our country and then, you know, they get their ass handed to them. It's like, well, you look at it. Hold on, what are the French doing in their country? It's like, what?
Yeah. I've never understood how that's even possible.
Doesn't make no sense.
You know, they were Vinny and that were there for a conference, so that they had a reason to be in that area, like I said. But these Antifa and whatever Meltzers, they've come tooled up from all different areas solely to be there for the aggression.
Yeah.
They get handed their ass, or some of them did, and then they go to the police. Oh, he hit me. I'm like, what the fuck?
I just sent you a picture. Put that picture up, because this is the aftermath. This is where I was treasured, and it meant a lot to me how everyone treated me, and I'll always have them in my heart for it. But go to the before shot, which is just as proud a moment for me, when my loyal and the Britain's loyal troopers, as it were stood together, confident and assertive, because the job was surely done. It's other people's to piss on our chips of seeing off terrorism. I don't like the British people seeing off terrorism. They want our society in bits. So could you put up this picture of us standing there vigilantly together, even though one person in there is truly disgusting and has sold us all out, or me out way, doxed me and all sorts of things. But I'm not going to ruin the moment by pointing him out. But respect to the reality report, Manchester Collective, and all those on side. Leave that photo up for a bit. Let's leave that photo up for a bit. Now, on the back there, that's Paul. He's lost his freedom. Okay. And
let me just zoom this up a little bit. Hang on a sec. Right, there you go.
Right, so on the very left there, that's Paul. And Seb is the one at the very back with the glasses on. Tall, tall, tall. All of these are brilliant men. Brilliant. Pleasure have worked alongside, and all meant the very best. And look how we're dressed. Look how we're dressed, ladies and gents. You can see. I mean, you may say that there's an intimidating factor behind a couple of them, but unfortunately, that's we are, or they are who they are. We are who we are because we are TRR, and it's at the end of the day. So TRR turned up looking the part, in my opinion. I don't understand how you can misconstrue it and still somehow see us as the oppressors.
No,
it's not fair. We're not playing on an even playing field. It's too hard to fight a battle of legal means when they make it unfair. They make it too hard to just display facts.
Something wrong with these creatures, mate.
Yeah, and it's I mean, we've got to look to see what charges and what sort of sentences these
shame on the fucking police
idiots get. But the police had never even entertained that.
Yeah,
all of them people turned up with tools and whatever. They should have been arrested. Self-defense, due course. Fuck off. You've turned up with all this gear on. If you look at that video, right? If you look at that photo now, Reverend is saying, "Oh, okay, you can come over and intimidate him." I don't think so, because if you look at the one where they're walking through the town, most of them ain't got the fucking coats on. They've got shirts on and polo shirts on. So although they're standing there wearing the clothes at the moment, when they were walking past down the street, didn't have the jackets on. So you got to put it into context and what these people look like. They look like militarized Italian bloody, like, tactical bloody soldiers. That's what they were dressed like. You can't get away from the fact that the police and the CPS and everyone else has took it upon themselves to go, you know what, even though they've come up and someone's been stabbed and they've got all this stuff on them, let's ignore that and let's look at what actually happened. Yeah, they got jumped. Well, they tried to jump a group of people, got their ass kicked, and now we're arresting them. How does that work? None of it makes sense. None of it makes sense.
If we had lost, it'd have been fine. There'd be no charges, no arrest, nothing.
That's
They
what I mean.
wouldn't be pissed off. There'd be nothing to punish us over.
I just don't get it. I've been in situations like this before where, you know, we've been outnumbered in an area. You know, two or three people have decided to have a straightener. They've come worse off. Next minute, you got a knock on the door for assault. It's like, what? What are you on about? There was 3 of us. I think 7 of them. We've decided to have a little straightener. We've sorted it out, and you're telling me we're getting done for assault? Yeah, and we're going to get arrested. And I'm like, what the? And that's it. It's mad. Absolutely mad.
Straight. Someone's just said they've obviously watched the footage. I like the way she told you off for making her lad cry. So basically, the woman that brought her kids there was shouting at all of us for making her children cry. Who was there? Now we had basically lists that were given to Antifa to teach them how to hide weapons on their kids and what happens when their kids are arrested, and how they won't get arrested most of the time. So we knew why they was there, and she was there just basically sacrificing her own kids. I mean, I'm not being funny. Look at that photo, right? Now, there were points where we had to defend ourselves. Punches were thrown. Things happened. I'm not saying that I am completely innocent on all fronts, but the point is there was 2 children with balaclavas on. Does that photo of lads look like you want a child to be getting smacked by them? Right?
Oh, fucking hell.
Right. So I'm not saying that they're the hardest lads in the world. I'm just saying they're full-grown men, and there was 2 children walking around with balaclavas on. Now imagine a full fight going on, okay, and one of them doesn't know it's a child and just takes his head off. That's the irresponsibility. Yeah. That's the irresponsibility of that mother.
Well, again, though, that could be seen as abuse. You could have said, so you've come up with the intentions of causing problems and you've brought your child with you. Surely that's a social services type thing.
Yeah, should be.
You should.
You're endangering your kids. But yeah, she already knew what she was doing.
Yeah, of course she knew what was going to happen.
Oh, you know, I've just took my kids out for the day and then this kicked off.
Fon, she wrote a letter to the council talking about how she was out for the day for a nice day out of her kids, and she witnessed this onslaught from these right-wing Nazis when she was in fact part of the militia that was waiting at the early hours of the morning to come to our secret location.
I think she has to find the right definition for a Nazi as well. I don't know what these people just throwing words around that they truly don't even know what they fucking mean. Like, define Nazi.
One, you got to be German. One, you got to be part of the Socialist Party.
It's unbelievable.
One, you got to be you've got to be a member of the Socialist Party,
and you got to be a fascist.
German.
The only fascists going on right now are fucking them.
Yeah.
Can't even defend yourself without going to fucking prison.
I'm just going to pop off to eat. I'll probably come back on in just a moment. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
I'll see if Alex I'll get a couple of people involved, see if they're going to jump on stream.
Alex, I missed that guy, man. What the fuck's happened to him?
He's
I'm going to ring him. I'm going to put him down and get him on stream. So, God, I'm going to hang up now. And
I haven't seen him in a while.
Back in a bit.
Yeah, his body clock must be mad because he sleeps throughout the day.
Yeah.
At night time, he's like working nights permanently. Fucks up.
Yeah, I ain't seen him in a while, man. I ain't really seen him.
I speak to him on Discord a lot, but I don't do enough streams really. I don't want to flood it like doing loads of them. I'm just doing it when I need to.
Yeah, I was even thinking one a week's a lot, but yeah, I suppose it ain't because there's always something new to talk about every day, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, we do this on a Sunday now, mainly just to talk about current events and whatever, and then just whatever. So we're going to do this on TRR anyway. We're going to do it on a Saturday, Sunday, and then I'm probably looking at doing mine on a Tuesday or a Thursday.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to go. Actually, I've been doing a lot. I've done a few on a Friday and a Saturday, so I may even do it on a Saturday. But mine are just going to be random. They're going to be sort of set.
Mm.
But we definitely need one of these on a Sunday afternoon just so we can go over like the events of the week. Definitely.
Yeah, for sure. Campaigners say children should be taught LGBT issues from age 5.
Oh God. They're still pushing that crap, are they?
Daily Mail.
Okay, the Mail again. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
Come near my kids with that bullshit and you're getting a smack in the fucking eye.
The girl
Simple as
that lost her life on London Bridge was a 23-year-old girl.
Yeah.
Shit, man.
It's unbelievable.
I'm just going to share the screen just so people can see it. Cause,
23.
I know. It's
murdered by multiculturalism and Islam.
Yeah. So much for having diverse cultures, yeah.
Yeah, you know, because this shit works.
Yeah,
we've seen it. We've seen that it works.
Yeah, it works really well.
I went to school with these people, and they're still like, you know, coming up to middle age, and they still don't mix with white people. So, as I say all the time on my show, it's like you can't go, oh, listen, it's my birthday next week, so I'm going to have a barbecue. Like, do you want to come? Oh, well, you know, I can't have it if you're doing pork on the barbecue. That means I can't even bring my own meat and then put it on the barbecue because you've cooked pork on there. Oh, all right then. Well, we're going to have a few beers. I don't drink. You can't invite them around for dinner.
It's difficult, isn't it?
If you invite them around for a roast dinner, you've got to cook the gravy separate, the whole meat that you're having separate. You've got to do everything separate because they don't accept your ways. But oh no, you've got to, like, if they want halal meat served in the supermarket, that's tough shit on you. You've got to eat that too. What?
They just don't want it. They've got no intention of.
Dude, I would go to one of their countries and go, fair enough, man, I'm here, so I have to eat what they eat.
Yeah.
But they can't do that for us. It's like, right.
They don't want to.
Yeah, they're not allowed to. That's their mentality, is that they're not actually just not allowed to. So what I'm saying is I'm not allowed to eat halal meat. So I'm Christian. So that's my stance from now on, is that I am not allowed to eat what they eat. So that's it, tough shit. I'm Christian. I should not eat something that's been prayed to another god for. I don't know if I said that right, but it doesn't matter. The point is valid.
No, it is. It's basically if I've said this before, if we blessed our meat, would they eat it? Because it was being blessed to to them. It would be false god. So let's say if you could only have Jewish kosher meat and it was blessed in a certain way, would you eat it? And they says no. I said, so why should I be forced to eat your crap?
So how are we meant to mix?
Well, that's the main question, isn't it?
How can we
we're
mix?
Not meant to be.
No, we can't mix. So leave it as that. You know, if someone from that country or any other bloody country across the planet's a fucking big place. If anyone from that society, from that culture, from that background, from that religion, wants to come to Britain and become one of us, come here. That's fine. But don't come here and start changing shit and telling us that we need to accept it. No, that's just not the fucking way it works.
Yeah. John
It's
Lawrence just put, we bless our food when it's ready to eat.
Mhm.
When it's ready to eat, and it's true, that is.
It's a very personal thing, this is, because it's like the way that I see my country is it's my home. Duh. Right?
Yeah.
But so would you let someone in your front door and then go, do you know what? There's a bed upstairs. Let them stay. Let them change all of the stuff in your cupboards. So now you can't even eat what you want to eat. And then it's like, it's not your home anymore, is it? And that's
No.
the issue with what we're having. This is not our home anymore. It's becoming that way. Of course, there's still parts of the country that are not affected by it. And they're the only fucking places that are getting Labour votes. So it's a joke. Like, this is my home. Why should I not have a right to be pissed off?
It's same as this when they talk about these open borders and they say, oh, we should let anybody in, we should let them do this. And I always say down the same thing. I said, do you own your own house? No. Okay, so then the landlord, you're paying your rent, and there's a guy that's just come over that is one of their family members that hasn't got anywhere to live, and they'll go, right, you're staying in your house, don't care. And you're like, no, we're paying the rent to stay here. We're
Exactly.
This is our house. Yeah,
This is
but
mine.
I don't give a shit. I'm putting him in here, and what it'll do is now because let's say he's from that demographic, can't have alcohol in the house now. Why? Because it will upset this guy. And you'll be like, yeah, but it's my fucking house. No, it isn't. No, because we don't agree with borders. That means we don't agree with property rights. If we don't agree with property rights, that means there's no land rights. So you're saying to me, as a country, we can't defend our, say, who comes in, but because you own this little plot of land and you've got the deeds to it, you can then tell us that I can't put anyone in your house. Come off it. Come on, it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same thing.
Straight up, mate. It makes perfect sense. And I don't get this mentality of like, I'm out of order for saying this.
Yeah.
It's like, it's a joke. And especially when people bring up the race card, yeah. For me, the race card is the most stupid thing. Like, this religion and culture have very little to do with race. Like, you can go somewhere and then get into the culture and be part of that.
Yeah.
Of course, there is a race, like a color element, but it's like, no, man, leave that out of it. It's a mentality. It's a way of living. It's completely different. The mind is the same no matter what your color is, or we're led to believe that. But
cultural differences are classed as racism now, and it needs to stop.
So it's like, it's like, no, man, I'm fine with whatever color you are. You're my mate. It doesn't matter as long as we agree on things. And I cannot agree with that I have to bend over backwards for someone else in my own country. It's not my country then, is it? No, it's not. It's definitely not. I don't know, Vinny, are we allowed to talk about this stuff?
Yeah.
I suppose it's me anyway. Listen, my views do not reflect on Vinny or TRR or anything. I'm not part of TRR, by the way. I just want to point that out, so I'm allowed to say what I want to a degree. Yeah, Fair Maiden, remember to subscribe. Yeah, and the like button as well. So what I've been told about YouTube, I'm trying to learn about the algorithm, right? As long as you can get sort of like 50 views, you should get a certain degree of promotion. But like, what was it? No, 50 likes, which I found out recently. But I know you guys are shadow banned, right?
Yeah, mainly it doesn't show up anywhere. I've had to go searching for this to actually when I went live. I said to them, I said, right, we're live now, and they couldn't find it. I'm like, yeah, it's live. I'm telling you. And when I went on the Mac to try and find it, I had to actually go to the page. It didn't even show up as being live. So I had to go in there, go into the page, and then it did. So it's not even shown in the search as in going live. Because if you look on the sidebar on any YouTube, you've got red dots next to the people that are live. Now, if you go to this one, if you go to, I'm just going to confirm this now. Right, okay, so I'm on the channel now.
I'm going to search. I'm going to go.
I'm logged in as me.
Yeah.
Right. So on Street Soldier, right?
Yeah.
So down the side, I've got Real and Maggie, showing as a live icon, and a few others, right? Now,
Yep.
if you go further down the page, you'll see, depending on how many subscribers, TRR is not shown as live. The reality report is not shown as live, which is really weird because I'm subscribed to them.
Oh no,
No, I don't mean there. No, watch, I'll show you.
just for you. Yeah, come up for me though. I've just gone.
Yeah, no, I don't mean. I mean, if I show you a picture.
There's a playback error though.
So if I can get this picture to show you what it looks like, there's playback error.
Yeah, it's probably my browser.
Oh, I was going to say shit. What happened
I am watching it on anyway, so
that
could even be
right.
why.
If I show you what I mean.
But yeah, apparently getting 50 likes, you should get some sort of sharing. So I'm going to aim for like 50. When I stream. So, oh, Phil.
You all right?
What's happening, mate?
Okay.
So yeah, we have to aim for that sort of likeage.
Is that what it is? 50?
Apparently 50 and over.
Right, I'm just going to save this photograph and I'll show you what I mean. Right, if I just share that, because it winds me up.
So he's going to try and get Alex on as well.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. If you can get up there.
That'd be jokes, man.
Doesn't work. Hang on a minute. Right. Right, if you have a look at what's on there now. So when I go down my browser, I think, okay, who's live? I know my live are on the top. You see that little icon?
Oh, I'm with
right,
you.
Now look at reality report. That doesn't show any new video or anything next to it.
Oh shit! Have you
See
clicked
what
the bell?
I mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but because I'm subscribed, yeah, it puts the live ones at the top. Now I haven't, you know that one, that Vid IQ. I've subscribed to it. I never watch any of their channels. I haven't watched any of them.
Yeah.
Except one video they put up. Yeah. He's there on my top search. I watch like all the reality reports, and on that picture, it doesn't even say there's a new video even live. So that them blue dots next to it means someone's got a new video I've not watched. So I can go, oh, they've released something. Oh, you're on there. If you look. Right
now, let me show you this. Yeah.
So you're on there, but I can't see.
Yeah, I know. Let me show you this. So this is
fucking weird.
This is the Brothers Uncaged one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that, dude. It says it though.
So how's mine not showing it?
I think yours might be broke, man. That is weird, though. I'm with you, mate. I'm totally with you. That is weird. But for me, yeah, I don't know. It shows. That's just strange.
But it hasn't even got a blue dot next to it to show anything's real.
Yeah.
Strange, isn't it?
Yeah, that is weird.
And now I've just clicked on one of them ones in the top that are live, right? I've just gone back off it. So in theory, it should show as being red. As in, okay, the notification is gone to it. It didn't want to watch it, and they've come off, and it's still showing that red icon next to it.
Yeah.
But reality report isn't. So they're not. The reach isn't on everyone that subscribes. The reach isn't to everybody.
Yeah.
But it is a bit weird. And I'm going down the list now. They've all got like blue buttons onto them, except the ones I've already watched. But reality report's not on there. Did you get a notification then that we went live?
I can check right now because it normally does. come up. So no. Oh yeah. 3
Yeah, you
hours
got
ago.
notification. That's not too bad then.
Double check you ain't got that bell clicked.
Hang on a sec.
Something weird is going on with your account for sure. But yeah, I got the notification.
I'll just send a. But I've had a few people say the same thing. They're not getting notifications or they're not getting this.
Yeah. Or maybe they're smart and they only send it out to like 25% of your audience. You know, some shit
Yeah,
like
mate,
that.
could do, yeah.
So then you can't. It's like undeniable. It's like, oh.
So if I go to that picture now, right?
Yeah, Truth Seeker. It's coming up live. Refresh. Yeah, it's weird. Is that Vinny? Did he just jump in and jump out?
So if I look at that,
Oh, Phil's getting told to keep it tame.
Yeah, I will do. I'm not an idiot.
hey, I do film, mate.
Okay.
There you go. Subscribe. Look, and the bell icon.
Something funky's going on, mate. Something real weird there.
Is that the real Phil?
What? Yeah.
How you doing? You okay?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Yeah. I did see you before, but I must have clicked accept too late. So.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that was earlier.
Yeah.
I went on what's it? Real stream.
Oh, did it?
Yeah. There was you know that Steve Clark or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
I was just calling him. I said I support the IRA. And he was like, "Do you?" Yeah. Yeah, I do. I was only fucking around, but he took it dead seriously.
No way.
But whatever, yeah.
So this is Fonz on here. This Phil's Phil Fonz does Uncaged every Wednesday on a panel and that.
Cool.
Very funny. But Phil is he self-identifies as a fascist, but he's got some really strong views and opinions and stuff.
Yeah, probably. You turn it down a second and then you get more.
Yeah.
But he's destroyed loads of people that on the left to the point they've left the internet altogether.
Good stuff.
So yeah, that's
along off of it.
Brief introduction of
But Leicester, Leicester was fun.
Yeah,
oh, I've heard a lot about that guy.
Yeah, well, Phil was the one that took his scalp clean off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
I've only quickly joined to say, yeah, it's good to see Phil on. Phil, sorry about Alex last time. He's a wally. He has a habit of jumping down the throats of people that he disagrees with. That he's
no, I do like Alex. I do like Alex because I was like Alex. I'd say about 5 years ago. About 5 years ago, I had the same political beliefs as him, pretty much spot on. So I can understand where he's coming from.
Alex, Phil, I've had to knock a lot out of him where he was worse than we can imagine. Like he was unfit for, and he's gone the other way. He's sort of gone the other way for his persona. So don't believe everything he says. But he, you know, he's a wonderful. You would love him. You would, because what he says the next day, you could have the best chat with him. He's one of them people you can't really offend him. He'll get offended, scream his head off. Next day, he's good as gold. Alex is one of the billion.
But yeah, I used to be a full-blown libertarian. I used to fucking read Ayn Rand and all that shit. I did. It was a bit cringy. I was, but yeah, I understand the philosophy of it.
Yeah, problem is when you do try and break down certain things to people, it does borderline. You do borderline. I mean, it's difficult for a libertarian to avoid certain subjects, and eventually you do come up with. There's a reason that terms like fascism are so condemned. There's a reason that certain ideas are condemned, so they're not put into practice. Not that I'm suggesting they should be, but when you take everything off the table as discussion, it's just suspicious.
Definitely. I mean, you look at like fascist philosophy, for example. Not many people are even taught. Even in university, they're not educated on it entirely.
Hey, then, in case someone says, "Well, hang on a minute," yeah. Just imagine a student goes, "Well,
can work, yeah."
yeah. So anyway,
but nationalism, forget about fascism. They don't really talk about the virtue of nationalism. It's always taught in a way that, in a negative way, but they don't quite understand that it's.
I had someone screaming at me on the reels, calling me a white nationalist, and I was going, "Yeah,
yeah,
yeah."
It's the same with all groups of people. It's like I believe that the Kurds, for example, I think they should have their own state. You know what I mean? It's if you want peace, you need people to have their own place where they can, have their ideas. Ultimately, that's why they have nations in the first place, because people are different. People are different. Cultures are different. So we just sort of say, "I'll agree to disagree. Here's a border. We'll have this nation for our people." And that's that's kind of peaceful. Really,
it's worked for years, yeah.
Called sharing.
Whereas if you just got globalism, if you look at Iraq was created. Iraq didn't exist until I think like the 1930s, and that went to shit because we essentially just draw a fucking border and said, "Well, forget about the cultural differences between the Kurds and the different groups and the Sunni Muslims. We'll just give them that border and they'll all magically get along with each other." It's like, nah, not really. It's a bit more complicated than that. You know what I mean? You have to allow people to.
I cannot disagree. And the problem is when you're on real stream is, or any of the streams, you'll find that what they do is you know that they have no interest in hearing you out, and you have to go too deep to explain to them. You have to go to the deepest extremity because they'll always fish and fish. But if they was arguing against someone else, they'd probably use our points.
Yeah, they do. What it comes down to as well is that I like appealing to lefties more than anything, because you can use lefty arguments for nationalism, weirdly enough. It's like, if you look at the old Labour Party were against immigration because they thought it brings wages down, it's bad for the unions. And if you make those arguments, lefties go a bit weird. They're like, oh yeah, you're dead right there. Actually, it's kind of bad for the working class, isn't it? It's like, yeah, it is actually. It's got nothing to do with race or anything like that. Just bad for this working class. But the problem is the Labour Party don't represent the working class anymore, do they? They represent like the middle
What's
class.
this about them putting putting taxes up for people earning minimum wage now or something? Or 18,000 a year. Did you not see that?
They're going to scrap the marriage allowance as well, which is a bit shitty.
Oh, but the globalists are against fucking
marriage,
the family, aren't they? Destroying the family.
Yeah, because it makes more sense.
How soon you're going to have a gay or LGBT alphabet shit tax? Oh, if you're gay, we'll give you tax breaks.
Yeah,
we'll give you tax breaks. We'll give you free membership to gay only.
How long until our Prime Minister is something out of clown world? That's the question. How long? How long until we're forced to have a term?
Well, if Corbyn gets in, we already will be. Well, if Corbyn gets in, it will be clown world.
It's like if you look at have you read the Race and Faith Manifesto by the Labour Party?
No, I'd like to though. That does sound very interesting. I can't lie. I bet it's such a cringe.
It's really bad, man. It's really bad.
It is as well.
Yeah, Google it and look at it. It's insane. They want to teach our children the British Empire was evil. That goes without saying. They need to preach white guilt, obviously. The next thing is, apparently they want more gay and black judges because there's not enough gay black judges in our legal system.
Gay and black.
Oh yeah. And
Why
then
does that matter?
With a white wig.
Imagine on the TV. Imagine on the TV. By the way, I'm gay and black. I heard it helps.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't. And the thing, that's what gets me as well. When feminists say you live in a patriarchy, it's like we don't. Some of the most high-ranking judges in the country are women. So why even? It's based on merit. Like the way we pick judges in this country is based on how qualified they are. It's got fuck all to do with race or anything. So
Well, it should stay qualified.
yeah,
Most qualified guy for the job.
But
yeah, if you look at our grand courts of justice, they do look suspiciously poor anyway. So yes, they are there by merit, absolutely. But when you see the election, they certainly are to be questioned because obviously you've got the elites have got their fingers in every pie. So only recently they undermined Boris's decision in Parliament. You know, that was probably all a circus anyway. Personally, I don't see. Is there something I'm missing? Were they right to make that decision? Is there something I'm missing there?
that's the problem with our legal system is that we don't have a constitution, do we? We don't have a codified constitution, so they can just interpret the law however they feel like. They just change it whenever they feel like, basically. So it's a bit of a problem. I think that needs to be amended.
I don't understand what it has to do with them. I don't call me simple-minded, but overall, we all voted a long time ago. What these procedures have to do with fuck all?
I know, yeah. It's just they just don't want. This is the problem we have with democracy, is that nothing gets done ever. They just think whenever it's something that matters, they'll use every sort of loophole to sort of stop the will of the people. We have a fake democracy. It's just an illusion. They like democracy when they can manipulate you and out of thinking, but as soon as when you start changing the line, then it's like, whoa, hold on a minute. You can't actually vote on stuff. You know what I mean? You can't.
Well, one famous quote that I love, Phil, that I can't remember who said. He said, "If voting actually helped, none of us would be allowed to do it."
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's just it's an illusion of control. It's a way that they can manipulate the masses into believing what they believe, and whenever it goes wrong, they can blame you. They can say you voted for us, and it's like, no, you didn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a problem.
Absolutely. And then what they do is they give you a two-tier system that are owned by the same people, and they're telling them both what to say, and then whoever you vote for, you lose. I mean, like I say this a million times, we had Theresa May wearing hijabs for how long? Don't tell me that's a Conservative Party. Don't tell me we've had a Conservative Party in this country for years. They are both under the same shadow, and you know, whatever, we're damned if we do, damned if we don't, and we're to blame whoever we vote for.
Yeah, it's like the Conservative Party are just liberalism in slow motion. That's right.
Yes.
Just like a sort of slower version of, but they just agree with it. There's nothing they disagree with. The only stuff Labour and Conservatives disagree with is autistic economic ideas. But when it's about cultures, they're basically exactly the same. There's no difference.
We say then slow down, but look at our current system. They are the current government. Our country is subject to, you know, rap. The rap culture is in our advertising. It's in our billboards. It's in our lifestyle. That's the current government. They do nothing to preserve Britishness. They do nothing to preserve the sanctity and safety of our children. They do nothing to give citizens the right to defend themselves. The idea of even associating them with a Conservative Party, for me, is a joke.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to a conference a while ago where I had the displeasure of seeing, I met him as well. Who's the guy who runs Turning Point? I met him. The one who turns out recently to be more interested in places like Israel than the US. Turning Point USA, he founded it. I forgot his name. But anyway, whilst there, Farage stood up on stage and said, "We've not had a Conservative Party in this country for years." He probably meant since that year. We've not had a Conservative Party. We've had a capitulation party. That's it.
Right. But yeah, I'm just reading through the Race and Faith Manifesto, and I'll just read some points here because it's quite interesting. So it says, we will also create an emancipation educational trust to ensure the historical injustice of colonialism and the role the British Empire is properly integrated into the national curriculum, to teach powerful Black history, which is also British history. Consider ways to formally recognise and commemorate contribution by soldiers from Africa, India, China, and the Middle East. Ensure that Black and Asian soldiers who fought in Britain's colonial army receive a full apology and compensation for their discriminatory payments they received. So it's just
What
apology.
is this dribble that you are reading? What is this? Is this the Labour? What is this?
It's the Labour Race and Faith Manifesto. It's in the back chat.
Oh my God! Straight, go and get this and put it on. Link it.
Yeah, I'm linking it now. I can't believe what I just read. I've only read 3 lines as well. Fuck.
This is pure cancer.
Essentially, they're going to get your kids in school and make them feel evil for being British. There's going to be a powerful Black LGBTQ teacher doing this. Because we can't have we've got too many white teachers apparently. So
I'll tell you what, if Alex was here right now, he'd be hitting the roof. Right, Jake. Sorry, but I suppose that you've got a lot of stuff for lined up for some streams of your own now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely. Yeah, some crazy shit, man.
Dark, dingy stuff going on. Dark, dingy stuff. We want to
Just
know
nuts.
what the missus' opinion is. I just saw her arm in the background. I won't say her name. Tell her we need her political opinion.
On what? Go on. What's the question?
What does she think of the London Bridge bombing?
What did you think of the
What do you think of the
London
London Bridge bombing?
What did you think of it? Just asking. Just want your opinion.
But why?
She's just more concerned with why she's being asked.
None of it, then, mate.
We need it. We need your opinion. It's important to all
Your
of us.
opinion. It's important. She's just not having it.
Right. Okay. Well, some news sources keep their sources close to their chest, obviously. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, she's got your stuff down her bra.
It says here, introduce unconscious bias training for members of all selection panel members. That's been. So they're going to basically teach all politicians not be racist. So stop being racist.
But isn't Labour Party one of the worst for the...
Don't say that word. Please don't say that word. I hate that word.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's on the screen now so people can read.
Yeah, well, Labour are just basically... What Liberal Democrats are now looking at Labour going, God, how could we ever be like you? You know, they are just... I know, look, when you see the red with Labour now, everyone today, they just see communism. That's what they see.
Yeah, they are communists. No questions about. But to be fair, even like Stalin would be against Corbyn. He'd be like, "You're insane. You're fucking insane, man." even yeah, you can stop. It's just insane.
Well, I was saying on a stream the other day when someone was defending, I think it was Afghans usually, defending communism.
Yeah.
And how it advocates for everyone and Marxism. I said, well, how many black people would you think Stalin would have taken in, or Mao? How many black people do you think would have prosperous lives in North Korea anytime soon? I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand how it really works. The Marxism is about sharing.
But this is what they sell to people. They say, yeah, it's about equality, and we're gonna But how it's actually practiced is that as soon as when you actually get a communist revolution, they quickly say, well, obviously we're not about equality because that's not going to work.
Yeah.
So like Stalin, Mao, even Che Guevara, they didn't care for equality whatsoever. It was all about them making money. That's what it was about. Didn't give a damn. And they're just retarded as well. You know what I mean? Mao killed about 40 million people because he believed the birds were the bourgeois. You know what I mean? Stupid. Absolutely stupid.
Someone's just put a question forward for the panel. How do we, from V-Man, how do we release the likes of David Lammy of his seat when it's clear it's only the demographic of his constituency that is keeping the anti-white thick something in place? I don't get with David Lammy. That's simple. The old-fashioned way, you have to vote him out, I'm afraid. But he's in Tottenham, so unfortunately, the voter base will probably stick with him. Just like Diane Abbott in Hackney, very left. We're not going to see the back of her anytime soon, I reckon. That's the way the voter base is. I mean, some of the I put a video up on my Telegram last week where I was in Stratford in the early hours of the morning, and there was a black vote poster that come up, and it had two quotes. One from a disgraced Labour MP talking about how you should only pipe up. You shouldn't pipe up in front of your masters. Another one talking about how non-black people are a tinge or something. And this was a massive poster. It said power to the black vote or something like that. So basically it was Labour playing on, if black people vote, they're automatically going to vote for Labour. The black vote is Labour. And this come up outside Stratford Station. To the left is the shopping mall known as Westfield. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands pass in between that station for work or the Westfield for shopping, right? Many, many people. And they can just stick that there for advertising what they like. I'm not allowed a Facebook. I'm not allowed to stand in the street and hand out leaflets without getting questioned. But they can influence people with blatant racist imagery, all in the aid of Labour.
Oh, yeah. Because Labour have got a lot of power. They've got a lot of power when it comes to this. They're very good at it as well. People underestimate the Labour Party, but they're really good at propaganda. Really good at propaganda. You need to be careful.
Well, they always were Marxists, were they? That's how they run.
Oh, yeah. And this is why people should read Marxist literature, because these people are not stupid. I mean, the people who end up falling for it are, but real Marxists know exactly what it is. It's like, why I say to people in the Labour Party, I say, you need to be careful of Marxism, because Marxists literally say that the first people they're going to kill are people like Jeremy Corbyn and the Labour Party. They can't stand them. They know they're not real Marxists. They're just, I mean, your average Labour supporter isn't really a Marxist. They're just capitalists, really. I mean, they drink at Starbucks, all that sort of shit, don't they? You know what I mean?
Are you the fella that debated Alex?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Right. I was listening to that. And
yeah, this is the thing that we were talking about.
I agree with near enough everything you said. And Alex asked me afterwards, and I love Alex. He already knows I said this. I said you destroyed him. You destroyed Alex.
It's because I used to be a libertarian. I used to be a libertarian like Alex.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not. I'm not because someone made the same arguments to me as a libertarian, and I couldn't deal with it. Because the problem is that a lot of libertarians are nationalists, really. They are nationalists. They have conservative values, and you have to sort of admit that the free market won't preserve your conservative... Because it won't. The free market doesn't care about your conservative values. It wants women in the workplace. It doesn't like the traditional family unit. It is pro-LGBTQ and all this sort of... It's all about money and nothing else, you know what I mean? When you get to the dark parts, I mean, me and my missus saw something on Amazon the other day. It was on Facebook, and it was that Amazon had to pull down a product because the product was a baby grow, and it said something, I can't even repeat what it said. It said something like Daddy's little cum bucket or something. And it's like a good example of the free market. Amazon didn't think that would... It was only when people pressed Amazon and said, what the fuck are you doing?
Seriously, that's nasty, man.
Yeah, but that's the point. Amazon are just thinking about money, aren't they? Like money.
Yeah.
Tell me when people say that's immoral, stop doing that they will do it. That's why you need a government. You need a government to regulate certain people.
Yeah, but I'd want to meet the fucking parents that even contemplated buying that shit.
I've got to put something out there for discussion before I just go off to make my jam roly poly. how many companies that you buy your products off every day do you think would make money off paedophile dolls if they thought they could get away with it? Do you
Oh
think
yeah, they would.
Nestle? Do you think Dr. Pepper? You know, all these people. Do you think that ultimately we would see how disgusting and immoral things were if the left have their way? I'm going to bugger off and leave that on, but in my opinion, I think that the real disgusting high entities, if by this time in 10 years, they're going to be selling things in the public limelight that we will not believe.
Yeah,
and
but
just
they're
making
already
money.
selling. They're already selling plastic dicks for
Yeah, but you wouldn't
5-year-olds.
see one of them. You wouldn't see one of them in Westfield. You wouldn't see one of them in the shopping centre. But one day, that will be on the high street. That's the thing. And one day there'll be prostitution on the high street, middle of the day, to degenerate society in a way. And then one day it will be. I don't even want to finish the sentence. I think you know where I'm going. Anyway, I'm going to eat my Camel Polly. We're back in a bit.
Yeah. But that's why you do have to regulate the market. You have to regulate the market. If you care about your nation, you have to regulate the market, I believe, anyway. Everyone's left.
There's some depraved shit coming out, and I can't believe that the majority are actually entertaining this stuff. It's and they're almost seen as beacons of liberalism. They're beacons. Oh, look at this! Come, you know, they're parading, and in fairness, they're giving free advertisement.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when that woman was advertised, like plastic penises for kids. The problem is there. Normally, you would go, "I ain't fucking advertising that," or you would discuss it, but you wouldn't advertise a business name. But they actually put links to her business name in the article.
But yeah,
and I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Why are you even advertising that for? Okay, you critique her idea and why she's doing it, but why then put links to her website? Well, what's that about?
Because it makes money. Because they're only motivated by money. They're not motivated by morality or any shit like that. And that's obviously a big problem that we need to deal with. You have got to. I mean, the sad reality. A lot of people would like freedom. They would just like absolute freedom, where there's no government and there's no regulation. But you always have to imagine that there are these people who are deeply disturbing and they can destroy our nation. I mean, and our people. So we do have to regulate them. We have to regulate the shit out of people. Fortunately, it's just the only problem with government is that you've got to ensure that the right government is in, which is always because.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just reading this manifesto thing, but just on the thing, it's just like, how did that even get to press? To print?
I like this one. Climate justice says we will deal with the injustice of least polluting countries more often than not the developing nations. At the sharp end of the havoc climate change unleashes, with environmental damage fueling food insecurity and social dislocation.
Well, have you seen where they're on about climate refugees now? They made it a passing comment, but they're actually looking at this now and thinking climate refugee. Okay, they've got a drought, they've got the temperature's too hot, the houses are poor. So most African countries, and now all of a sudden it'll be like, right, these are climate refugees. We have to bring them in. So not only have we got to take in normal refugees, domestic refugees, and all this stuff, and now climate refugees. I mean, come on, man.
It doesn't make any sense either, because it's like, okay, then, if we accept that Britain is a polluter, if we just go along with that and say, okay, Britain has too much CO2, then if we take more people in, we're going to be producing more CO2.
Yeah.
So in fact, the best thing to do is take no immigrants in. Just say, listen, we can't have more people because because the more people you've got in a nation, the more production and consumption there is in a nation.
Yeah.
So if you really do care about the environment, you should be against immigration. Really, you should say, no, we can't allow people to come into England because England is a high CO2 producer. So no, you can't come in because we care about the environment. You should go back to your nation where you've got low CO2 emissions. That's what it should be.
Well, how do you, if we're going to start getting climate refugees, how do you combat that? because it's like, I don't know. I just can't believe they've even thought of climate refugees.
Just
And I think
stupid.
they used it as a passing. And I don't think a lot of I mean, obviously, people like we did hear it, and we're like, what did she just fucking say? Climate refugee? Because I think it was Diane Abbott that coined it. So in one of the articles, but obviously it's been done a lot. It's just not been seen or whatever. But seriously,
I
climate
mean,
refugee.
what it comes down to is that both the Labour Party and the Conservative Party need immigration, and they need immigration because Labour obviously spends a lot of money with their manifestos. They spend a lot, like they want to nationalise everything. They want to provide free shit and magic unicorns for everyone. So they need to obviously justify that. Well, they need a way of accounting for that, and the way they do that is by bringing in as many people as possible. And the more people they bring in, obviously businesses look at that and think, oh great, more people, so we can provide more shit to, so we'll go to that country and set up there. They don't necessarily, I mean, if you do accept that, if you want more people in a country, you can just encourage people to have more children. You don't necessarily need to resort to immigration, but
No.
obviously Labour look at that and think, well, I don't really want to encourage the natives to breed more and educate them because that's going to cost a lot of money. So they just don't give a damn. But so it's the same with the Conservative Party. The Conservative Party, even their immigration policy, when they talk about nurses and doctors and people like that, that doesn't benefit the countries they're coming from. It benefits us. Well, it doesn't really. It benefits them as individuals.
I was going to say it benefits them, right?
Yeah, because they look at, if you're a government official or some big business owner and you think, right, I need more doctors in England, I've got two options. Option one is to just get a ready qualified adult person from Pakistan, or I can invest in education in the country and sort of train the natives to be doctors. They think, fuck that off, we'll just get ready-made people from Pakistan.
Yeah, I've said the same thing with people where I've had conversations where they're celebrating the how diverse our hospitals and schools and stuff like that. I'm like, I think it's embarrassing.
I think it is.
I said, how is it I can go into the NHS that we seem to, the world wants to follow, and you go in there and I think I think someone said it's about like 30% where it's foreign, and I'm like, well, surely that's a bad thing because you've got less school places, university places for these, and the reason why they're putting less and less every year is because they can go to another country and go, oh, I'll tell you what, we ain't going to give this tuition fees, and especially in Scotland, but we're not. Why bother training our own people when we can just go to another country that they've already spent the money training them, and we'll have them that way. And do you know what? Someone made and I wonder if you can guess who said this. She's a lady said, well, I think she's a lady anyway. She said, I've got private healthcare, but I don't use it. I use the NHS because I like to support our doctors and nurses. And I thought, so you've got private healthcare, which you're paying into, but you want to use the NHS because you want to support the doctors and nurses. I thought, what do you mean by that? And someone asked her, what do you mean by that? She goes, well, you've got all these foreign doctors and the nurses coming over. I want to show them support by using the NHS. I'm like, what the hell stupid statement is that?
At the end of the day, these doctors, right? They come from nations that need more doctors than we do. Like Pakistan is short by, I think it's like 1.2 million doctors. And we just take them. We just go there and say, come on, come England. But fuck that off. Stop doing that. We should stop doing that. We should say, no, we're not having a doctor. We're going to train our own people up. We're going to train our own people up. We're not taking your fucking doctors anymore because it's fucking tight on Pakistan. And
I've said the same thing. I said, we take the best, which is their doctors, their nurses, their, teachers, and then we get the immigration that comes through legally, through ports and whatever. So not only are we taking the best where the country needs them, we take the worst.
Worst.
So what's left? What's left? So they're left with the the
Shit
women
people.
and children ain't doing shit or whatever. So that's really good for their country, isn't it? That's a good way of keeping them in line, isn't it? By taking their worst, taking their best, and they never produce. They never get themselves above water.
Never, no. But this is
and they will never be able to if we keep celebrating the fact we've got all these diverse different people in hospitals. It's fucking embarrassing.
Yeah, it's embarrassing because we don't have a system where we can produce our own people to get into those jobs. It's like, why can't we fucking do that?
And it's deemed racist to even say the fact we want to train our own people, and it's not acceptable to keep having all these foreign doctors and nurses to come over here, and we're in some way meant to be celebrating the fact that we can't be asked to train our own people, but we're willing to take it from other nations, and we should welcome the fact that they're over here helping. Fuck off.
Yeah, and these same people who come here, they're the same people who will support, and obviously they'll support these sorts of policies because I'm not going to lie, it's got to be hot. If I'm a doctor in Pakistan, I'm going to be earning less money. It's going to be shitty for me. But the reality is, you can't. And I love this argument that certain lefties will make. They'll say, "Yeah, they come here, but they send money back." It's like
that's even worse.
Money doesn't set. Well, they're being parasites for one, but two, it doesn't make a fucking difference if you send money back. If you're short of a fucking brain surgeon, you can throw as much money you want to that country, but they still don't have a fucking brain surgeon. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why you need. If you're a doctor in another country like Pakistan or India, you're kind of morally obligated to stay in that country. You can't just say I'm pissing off to England now, and while fucking hundreds of thousands of people die because you've fucked off. I don't want that person here. I don't want that person here. It's like, no, man. You've got a skill that your people need, and you decided to abandon them just so you can make more money. Fuck
but
you.
They've got this. They seem to think they're righteous in the fact that, well, we're over here helping your NHS. No, you go home and support your own country.
Out.
Make your country great. Go over there and support your ill and you're wounded and you're starving and your stuff. Go over there and do it. You don't complain about the status quo that you've got here of being, oh, I'm in a minority. Look, go home. Go to a place where you'll be accepted as who you are, so you don't have to take the shit, and make your country and get these people that are ill, treat them.
Because they fucking need you more. Because they do. Like the state of healthcare in Pakistan and India is fucking terrible. Really fucking bad. You know? And it's bad. It's bad because we keep stealing them. Well, not us, but like the Labour Party and Conservative Party just keep stealing these fucking people. And then they have the cheek, especially the Labour Party, they have the fucking cheek to claim to be humanitarians or representing the working class. It's like, you fucking don't.
So they're on about, so if we look at it on five key points, right? Their education is shit. We all agree, because the teachers are going to other countries. Their healthcare is in dire straits. You've got people in villages that can't have doctors to go and visit them because it's too far apart. There's no local doctors. Why? Because we took them. We've got nurses, the same thing, just in normal training. They're all over here, so they can't. So they're missing on there. You know, you've got most computer literate people will come over here and work in our industry. So even the teaching of that is still over in this country. And then you've got to look at the demographic as a people. Normal industries, they're all coming over here. What is left in their country to get themselves out of nothing? There's nothing left because we took it all. And we're not just doing it to Pakistan, we're doing it to every country.
Oh, yeah. We're doing it to every country. To be fair, all the major countries do this. This is how they fucking survive. They survive this way by fucking exploiting these people, really. And the funny thing is that it's the left that are doing this. And these same people who claim to be for equality and socialism and all this shit. It's like the policies you advocate for, lefty, are fucking really damaging to the world. Really fucking seriously damaging. You've got these, like you've said, you've got people dying because they haven't got a fucking doctor.
Yeah. You haven't got medicines or people to administer the medicines because your qualified people are either out of the country training in other countries. They're either been poached to other countries to work and given them passports and everything straight away instead of contracts. So they'll never return, because as soon as they come over here, right, here's your passport, here's your house, don't have to go back, here's your citizenship. So there's no incentive to go back now. So all you're doing is it's put it this way, you know, when they look at the British Empire, when we went to certain countries and they say we took all their minerals, we took all their
we just took the people now.
everything. Well, now we're just taking the people instead.
Yeah, we're not taking the resources. Well, we are as well. We do both.
Yeah.
If you take the resources and the people,
And
that's what the left do.
Yeah, and it's
The left take the resources and the people. It's like, yeah, we'll take both this time. Like, fuck that. No. How about we don't? How about we don't take the people? How about we put our own people first? And yeah, it's going to cost people a lot of money to get the infrastructure in place. Do you know what? We'll be better off. We'll be better off. They'll be better off. I don't see what the fucking issue is.
See, I don't think, and I think it's, I think it would take sort of the business approach to this. And if we do, let's say we say we're not going to take any more doctors, nurses, and stuff like that, and we will train our own, and they say, oh, what'll happen, you know, take years. Okay, that's fine. So anyone that's moving over here that we need an insure for, just like any other country does, you are on a contract. And so we give this doctor that's coming over a 5-year contract. And after that contract, it's an immediate dismissal, and you go back to your own country because now your contract, oh, you can't do that, that's not fair. Well, why? You do that in any other industry. You do that in the work, you do that in councils, you work at one place, your contract's ended. Okay, cool, thank you. We don't owe you anything other than the fact we've paid you. So see you later. Just because I worked for a company for 14 years doesn't mean then when the contract's ended, he owes me a house, he owns me and all this stuff. No, it's ended, see you later, I'll get someone else. And that way we can, when we've got our people trained up, Indigenous British people trained up, then the people that are surplus can go back to their native country.
And they can help their own people out. And if they go, oh, bro, we have a lot of money. So I don't give a fuck if you haven't got a lot of money in your nation. They're your fucking people. They're fucking people. You got to go back. This is like me abandoning my family and saying, oh, I fucking hate my family. I haven't got a lot of money with my family, so I'll just piss off and find a new one. It's like, no, you won't. No, you fucking won't, you selfish bastard.
See, it's like, it's like they're saying that most dentists are of Indian origin, most business owners of Indian origin and stuff like that. Yeah, but imagine how great your country would be if you put so much effort into your own.
You just stayed. Like, if you just stayed, in the short term, it's probably going to be shittier for you. But in the long term, it's going to be great for your nation. It's going to be great for our nation as well, because we're going to have...
Yeah, because you will.
Yeah, in the short term...
But I just think it's bad where we seem to celebrate the fact that we've got all this diversity. It isn't something to celebrate. It's something to be embarrassed about.
Sorry, boys. I'm just going to conclude on the day before I bugger off. And enjoy listening to the pair of you. To those of you out there unfamiliar, look forward to the footage of us going to see a very prominent, unliked, nasty Antifa that we visited yesterday. Lo and behold, he left it to his parents, a very nasty man that threatened to kill me. But also, more information will come out on the people that were arrested in connection with an Antifa fight that we had. We've lost 2 very close people to TRR. We've lost 4 members of the Conservative right to prison, each getting over a year in prison for when we was attacked by 40 members of Antifa, armed to the teeth with balaclavas, etc. We were wearing suits. Much more to come on this. As always, love seeing Phil on the stream. I'm going to go and try and... Luke Uncaged can't come on stream. He's sat with his old man. But I'll see if I can help Alex, and we may have another midweek session. What say you?
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, good.
Also, look forward to the court case of Antifa, which is coming up in January. So everyone keep your ears to the ground on that, because we're going to want to pay attention to see if they get custodial, because they turned up. Technically, what they've done is terrorism. I don't think anyone can disagree with that. It'd be difficult to disprove that as terrorism if you define it properly. So once again, I'm going to bugger off. Sorry to interrupt, ladies and gents. See you soon.
All right. See you in a bit, man. But yeah, fuck it. You know, Antifa are a good example. Antifa claim to be like anti-capitalists, and really, when you explore their ideology, it's like they're encouraging this, aren't they? They're encouraging this mass migration of skilled workers to the country.
And it's like, you're part of the problem. You don't realize it, Antifa, but you are working with the global elites. This 1% that you claim to be raging against, you support everything that they believe in. Everything they believe in, they're on your side, man. They're on your side.
My sister waited 2 years to get on the midwife course, right?
Yeah.
2 years she waited. That was just to get on the course, right? And she went to, I can't tell you which part of the country it was in, and she said when she was there, it's the general thing, but you know, it's the normal thing. There was very few English natives there, British people. Let's say just British, and they were all foreign workers, whether it's from Philippines, everything. So it took her 2 years to get on this course, right? So she spent 3 years at university, and I think it was 2 years on site at this place. Now, at the end of it, she didn't have a job because they are oversaturated with people. So not only did she wait 2 years to get on the course, she then did all her course, she did the work placements, but at the end of it, there was no work. So she had to keep applying for these different places. Now, there is people that want these jobs out there, but because it's oversaturated, we're giving it to anyone and everyone except our own. Now, I can't see how should be celebrated in any shape, in any part. And this is the same for teachers. It's the same for any professional industry. This is the same for. Now we seem to. I'd like it to go back to where I keep going on about the old Carry On films where they've got student accommodation where they learn on the job, they learn how to be nurses, and they progress through the trade. No, you can't do surgery in that sense, but at least there's people learning on the side. I mean, when I can't remember the last hospital that I've gone past where the student quarters, there probably is, but not in the extent where we see it like an apprenticeship type thing, where you go in your nurse and they're all come on there, you just watch a Carry On film, Carry On Matron, and see it, because that's how the NHS was. That's how you got people into the service. That's how you did it. But now there ain't such a thing like that. Waiting 2 years to go on the midwifery course for someone that wants to, and when you get there, you realise that you're probably only one of a few that are actually British. The rest of all the other students are foreign. How the hell is that possible? That isn't celebrated. We shouldn't celebrate that.
We shouldn't. It's like I'll go back to the Philippines again. I've just looked at some data and it said that over 1,000 hospitals have closed in the Philippines because they're all leaving, man. All these healthcare professionals are leaving their country. And it says in summary, the emigration of Filipino nurses has encouraged doctors. It's encouraged doctors to switch to nursing. So they've also got they've got a shortage of doctors also, because doctors in the Philippines are thinking, well, I can just become a nurse. I can become a nurse and then move to the UK. So in the Philippines, they're like, I've got no doctors, I've got no nurses, I've got no hospitals. It's a really bad situation. And yeah, if you're a leftist listening to this stream right now and you care about the welfare of other nations and people in the third world, you've got to be against immigration. I'm sorry, if you're not against immigration, you're not being principled with your beliefs. You're literally just pushing an agenda. You're LARPing, you're live action role playing as someone who cares about other people when you fucking don't. You don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about other people at all.
It's embarrassing.
Yeah,
absolutely embarrassing. We shouldn't be celebrating that crap. At no stage should anybody be welcoming that.
No, we should say we're totally against that, completely against it. But the thing is that this is what the Conservative Party supports. The Conservative Party support like skilled workers as well. You won't hear any party address brain drain. You won't hear the Labour Party or Conservative Party address it, because if you do address it, it's the most powerful argument against immigration you can think about. Because I don't know how you can justify that, really. I don't know how you can sort of look at that data and say, yeah, I want to continue to just steal these people from their nations and not train my own people.
And then complain where they need more aid and they need more help because of their
Why
life expectancy is crap and their infrastructure is really suffering. So we need to give aid. So we take all their professional people and then give them it back in aid to keep them down at a certain level where it's like, come on, man.
Why do you think they need aid? They need aid because we're taking all the aid.
We took it, yeah. It's like
they need aid.
Oh.
But yeah, of course they need aid because all the doctors are here. Well, not only that, with I can't believe that doctors in the Philippines are just thinking, I could just be a nurse. I could be a nurse and then live in England.
That's scary, isn't it?
And obviously, if you're a nurse in England and you're competing against a Filipino doctor who's trained up to be a nurse, you're not going to.
You're done, aren't you? Yeah. You got no chance.
It's like I'm a brain surgeon, but I decided to be a nurse in England because I'm not quite qualified to be a brain surgeon in England, but I can be a nurse, and I'm still a very, very, very qualified nurse in England. Mint. Not mint, but it's just clown world, yeah. Complete clown world. Whoa! Says the Philippines. The Philippines is the larger exporter of nurses in the world, supplying 25% of all overseas nursing. Jesus Christ.
Barry's left a comment. Fix the education system so that there is equally trained people for the positions we need. Stop saying for people to get degrees and useless, shitty social. Because if you, so this is a weird one as well. People go to universities for social. Yeah. Now I did a massive employment drive, and we needed about 30 people, and the amount of people that on their CVs that are graduates from university, and mainly their business studies. So we've got people that have just been to university for 2-3 years to get a degree in business and finance, and they want to work into a warehouse. They want to work in a warehouse packing boxes. Packing boxes. Well, yeah, packing boxes or whatever. And so I've said to the guy, because how is it you've been to university for all this time and you're doing it? He says, and some of them would admit, he says, oh, well, parents all pushed us into it. We've done it, but there isn't the jobs. And I said, so you can't get a placement anywhere with the degree you've got because it's pretty impressive. He says, no, there isn't anything. And so he wants to work in a warehouse. And I'm like, God. And the amount of people with degrees, I've had people with film studies, right?
Oh, yeah.
Film studies, right? So this film studies, part of his training was to go to a cinema, watch a film, rip it apart, be a critic, and then and that was part of his course. So he spent weeks going to the cinema, paid for by the college, mind you, and universities, and that's what they would do. And I'm like, well, what did you think it was? What would you think you were going to do? Be a Barry Norman or something? He says, no, but it was just like, all my mates were going to university doing this, so we sort of attached onto what they were doing. So you didn't even want to do it anyway? He says, no. I said, you just wasted like 3 or 4 years going to university. He said, no, I dropped out with last year because I didn't want to do it.
And that's set up on purpose. That's designed on purpose.
It is. It is
designed on purpose because they don't want to train you into those jobs. The real jobs that are important for the country, they think that's too expensive. They think we'll give them some shitty degree, and the real work that we need, we'll just replace them. We kind of like replacing people from the third world because it's cheaper. And ultimately that shit needs to go. All this retarded social studies and film fucking. People should have trades. It's like, listen, we shorten trades. Get a trade. You'll earn enough money. Obviously, we need courses that the only thing the state should fund is trades and jobs that we shorten. Really, I believe that's what that should own. If you want to get a film studies degree, you should fund that entirely yourself.
Or if you drop out, you have to, no matter what you earn, you have to pay it back.
Yeah, you pay it back straight away. It's like you are paying it back. You want to take that risk, take the fucking risk, but you're paying for it.
But what other was you doing? So business studies was another one, leisure and tourism. So I've had a few, and they predominantly seem to be the females. So I've said to them, I've said, so you know, obviously the interview lasts probably about half an hour or something like that. So we look at they tell me about their experiences doing this and going to college doing that, and then they'll go to the other university. I'm like, so what did you actually want to do? Did you want to do like airport? Did you want to do like go to another country? And they say they don't know. They just did it because their mates did it. I said, so what are they doing now? Are they doing anything now? It goes, no, we've all gone different angles. So you've just spent like 4 or 5 years. It didn't give me the courage or the confidence in wanting this position, because if you just spent 4 years doing something you never wanted to do anyway, one, I would say that was poor commitment, and two, what for? You know? And it's frightening. And there's loads of courses out there that people are just jumping on them for no apparent reason. So I think they should even ban them. They should ban this stuff. Like what you just said. If you want to do film studies, you pay for it yourself. Because if you're gonna be this internet person that does all the reviews and stuff,
you'll pay for it. If you're really dedicated to it, then you'll
pay for it yourself. Yeah.
But if you're just going to fuck around and essentially leech off the, obviously, some taxes are justified in regards to education. Like if we're talking about training nurses, doctors, and lawyers, maybe. Yeah, I get that. It's like fair enough. We need those sort of skilled workers, so we'll perhaps fund that. But if you're just going to fuck around doing philosophy or sociology, then you can pay for that for yourself, man. I'm sure the country...
I also got a bit of a strong opinion on this one as well. If you're trained in the UK and you decide to take it somewhere else, before you're legally allowed to emigrate, you have to pay all your fees.
Yeah, exactly. Because this happens.
Before you leave this country, before you leave these British Isles, before you even sign anything, because you can't, before you leave these British Isles, right? I don't care what you earn, what you're paying or perceived going to be earnings. No, if you leave this country to go to another country and use the trade, you pay it all back. Because I know people that have gone through the system and they go abroad.
Definitely.
And no chance. You pay it back or you don't go. Simple as that.
Yeah, and I know this from personal experience. I know a woman who she got an English literature degree, and then she fucked off to Thailand to be an English teacher.
Okay, pay it all back. Don't pay out your wages because you still have to pay it back even though you're in another country. But no, you pay it back straight away just in case.
Pay it back. She ain't going to pay it back, you know. She's just going to stay in fucking Thailand and be loaded. Yeah. And that's bad for Thailand as well. Those jobs that are high paying that she could have done, that their natives could have done, but instead they just choose to just bring a fucking English person who just fucking hates England to go there. This is what I fucking hate about globalism, man. It rewards people who don't give a fuck about anyone. That's what it rewards. It encourages this sort of these people to fucking thrive, man. And it's got to stop, man. Got to fucking stop.
But even if it's just too easy to go through our system and just abuse it. There's no chance. But no, you have to pay it back. Simple as that. Or you have to do at least 10 years. So if you've been training to be a midwife for the last 5 years, you want to maybe go somewhere else, you would have to be in our system for a minimum of 5 years to at least get to pay it back before you go.
Oh my God! It says here that fucking hell, in the Philippines they've got one doctor per 1,000 people.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow.
There's 1,000 hospitals closed due to a shortage of health workers. A study conducted by the former Philippine Secretary of Health concluded that close to 80% of government doctors have become nurses or are studying as nurses just so they can make more money abroad. Of the 9,000 doctors turned nurses, 5,000 are working abroad. So yeah,
no,
and they're paying for all this as well. That the Philippine government, they're paying these people to be nurses, and then they just leave straight away.
Can't do it. Can't do it.
So, yeah,
definitely not. No, it's someone's just tried to join, but I don't know his name, so I've not let him in. person that just wanted to join, can you put a couple of comments in the chat so let me know what your intentions are?
It says here. So Canada has got 9. So it's got 10 doctors per 1,000 population. Pretty good. China's got 1 doctor per 1,000. India's got 0.8. Japan's got 7. New Zealand 8. Nigeria's got 0.28 doctors per 1,000. And then Philippines got 1.
What's our statistics on that?
We've got 12 doctors per 1,000.
12.
Yeah. And we've got 700,000 nurses as well. United States of America's got 2 million nurses. But yeah, essentially it's fucking.
But Americans got a lot of Philippines and that as well, haven't they?
Yeah, they've got
Indians. They've got a lot.
30% of their nurses are from the Philippines.
Yeah, so it can't be good, can it, for their own nation? I'm surprised their government let them do it.
They've got a fucking choice, really, have they?
Yeah, but
if they start being ethno-nationalists and saying, "Listen, you're not allowed to leave," they'll get bombed or something. Probably.
Yeah, it's not good, man. It's not good, and this is why I've always tried to say you shouldn't be celebrating the fact that we've got this. And for some lefty to say, "Oh well, I use the NHS because I want to support the foreign doctors, the foreign nurses, and don't use my privilege having private." Well, you're a burden on the bloody NHS by doing that. You're part of the problem of getting the waiting list higher, because you could have quite easily gone private, but you just you want to help the Philippines out by supporting them by getting treatment on the NHS. So then you add to our waiting list for no apparent reason. That's just crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Go work it.
Looking at this manifesto, it's definitely aimed for one demographic completely, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all about white guilt, that isn't it?
Yeah, everything. Yeah.
Pushing white guilt and shit like that.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's crazy.
There's a bit in it as well where they say they're gonna, the exchequer, where they deal with the economy of the nation. They're going to implement BM LGBT BAME section.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at now. Yeah.
They're going to ensure that every bill that's passed is fucking not
Fucking finally.
Welcome, Luke, mate.
What's happening?
How you doing, sir? You good?
Yeah, sweet as a nut. Sitting there having a beer with the old man.
Good, man.
Yeah.
I think you've met Phil before. He was the one that was talking with Alex on that long stream.
Probably have, yeah. What's his voice like? I've heard you talking on there, yeah. And I joined in earlier when Fonzie was there, but obviously I was sitting here with the kids running about, so I was like, I can't even hear what he's saying anyway. It was about, about fucking 1,000 decibels of noise going on in here. Toys being thrown everywhere. You know how young kids are. But yeah, just sitting here with the old man at the minute, enjoying the convo.
Yeah, you want to read this manifesto, mate? This is like Labour's manifesto. Hang on a minute. Race and Faith manifesto.
Hey?
Yeah. Well, if you want to be embarrassed to be a male white person in the UK, just read this shit.
Here's the thing, right?
You'll be apologising to yourself, mate, when you wake up.
Why the fuck are they mixing up race and faith with politics? Shouldn't you keep all that separate?
Yeah.
Not Labour, mate. Labour want to get right on that shit.
What they want you to do is when you wake up in the morning, look in the mirror and apologise for being a white male or white female or English or anything. That's what they want you to do, because the more I read this is purely aimed at not celebrating.
Yeah, this is what I don't understand. When it comes to government, right? Government, politics, manifesto, any of this stuff, they say that it's regardless of your race or faith. So why are you making a part of it your fucking manifesto when it's supposed to be regardless of race or colour or creed or whatever the fuck it is? You know,
I ain't got a fucking clue what they're talking about.
My political belief has got fuck all to do with the colour of my skin.
No.
Nothing at all. Never has. There's no point. It's completely regardless. The same as my faith. My faith has nothing to do with the colour of my fucking skin. So why the fuck are they being lumped together anyway? Yeah. And why the fuck are they being brought into politics? It's supposed to be irrelevant.
This is one of the headlines. It says Labour will reverse the damage done to mental health services and develop a strategy to address race equalities in mental health services. So what they're trying to say, they don't get the same mental health because of their colour. What?
Yeah. What the fuck is a race service?
What the hell is that?
What the fuck is that?
I just can't believe
We're going to make sure every black man gets a nice fat ass because it should be. You know what I mean? What the fuck are you talking about? What's it got to do with it? We're going to make sure every white man gets a pint of beer and a nice fat set of tits. We're gonna do everything we can to make their lives better. You know what I mean? What the fuck are you talking about? You moron.
This thing says across UK universities, academic staff are 44 times more likely to be white than black, because we're in a majority white country, you fucking idiot. Anyway.
Yeah. That should be expected.
And relative to the population of the whole academic staff are only half as likely to be black, and the proportion of black academic staff has increased by 0.15% since 14-15. Figures from the Advanced Higher Education shows a similar inadequate equality with only 25 black female professors in the UK. But then if that's on merit, that ain't our problem.
Nah, oh, good God. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like, do you know what we're going to do? Like, imagine this. This is just this is a brainstorm thing, right? We are going to make the NBA represent more white people. What's going to happen to the NBA? The quality of the NBA is going to drop very drastically. You know?
Good point, man.
I'm sorry, but what is this bullshit? Look, I can accept it. I'm never going to make the NBA. I'm never going to be a basketball player because I'm a little stocky white dude. I can't jump for shit. And I'm just not that good at basketball. I'm never going to win the 100 meters. Are we going to start making it? All right, you know what? We're going to equalize the 100 meters. We're going to make sure that more whites are represented in the NBA and the 100 meters because that's what. No.
Yeah. No,
don't do that because then it's going to be shit. Don't do that. It's going to be crap. You put in you put in good people who happen to be really good at this just by birth and by the grace of God or luck, whatever you want to call it. Sorry, I can accept it that I'm not going to be watching someone smash Usain Bolt from my collective race group. It's not going to happen. Sorry. But I can accept it. I'm cool with that. You know?
It's got another.
It's the way the cookie crumbled.
It's got another one here. It said the shortage of black teachers is a national issue. Representation is still not in line with British society. For example, according to the government figures, black African teachers made up only
2% of the population.
1.3% of the male teachers and 0.7% of female teachers. And the British teachers, 86% of the sector, becoming 92.6% of head teachers. Yeah, but it's done on merit. These jobs are done on merit, not because we need a black person. They might not be as qualified, but to get in line with these weird liberal ideas, we will just put them in anyway. They might not be any good, but on paper it look like very diverse. What I want my kids to be taught by the best teachers ever, not just because they fit into a category that you need to boost it up.
It's bullshit.
This is their manifest. If you go into the side chat, I'll put it in there again, but then maybe you can have a read of this on one of your shows.
Yeah, well, I'll do a little video on it.
Mate, this is crazy. Thanks for this, Phil, by the way. But this is frightening.
There's a bit where they say they'll automatically make it more easier for gay black refugees. Do you know what will happen? Don't you? Every refugee.
They're all gay black. They're all gay and black. Right?
So I'm gay and black. Let me in, please.
Yeah.
I see a really good video the other day, and it was. Do you remember that fucking silly show called The Island or something? And they sent contestants there to do like sort of like the Crystal Maze, but a really pound shop version of it.
I did see that. Yeah. I remember seeing something from it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was dreadful because they sent all these contestants out there, and there was a woman firefighter. So they selected this event for her especially. And what you had to do was jump through this fake door that fell. You know, like, so part of being a fireman is to knock down doors. You know, you got to kick doors in and get through. This cunt couldn't do it. She took about 6 attempts. And it just weren't happening, and she was knackered and not doing it correctly, not doing fuck all. The next week they had a man who wasn't a firefighter, he just happened to be a man, and he fucking smashed it, done it, you know, first time every time, bum 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 bum. And they just said at the end of it, they are putting lives in danger for this equality bullshit. Like, I'm sorry, but there is no way a woman will beat a man on merit at being a firefighter. I mean, there may be the odd occasion, but I guarantee you can find a man to do that job better. And that's just by a physical advantage. You know, that's just our DNA. That's just our genetics. There's nothing we can do about that. It's just a fact of life.
Well, this is the problem. I've got a friend of mine. Right, he runs his own martial arts gym. I'll send you the link to him so you can research him. Right,
sweet.
I can't put it on here, but I'll just give it to the side chat. But anyway, he's a good friend of mine. Right, we haven't always been friends, but anyway, he applied for the fire service 3 times and failed.
17.5 seconds.
Yeah. This guy is the most fittest. He's about 6'3". He's a big guy, very fit. He's got an impeccable history with everything. And he keeps failing. And I spoke to him, and I said to him, I go, what are you actually failing from? He said, I'm passing everything. He said, but we're selected not on okay, you got 5 people that all pass, yeah?
Yep.
Then you look at diversity and you go, well, we need that one. So sorry, mate, you can't go in. So, and you know what I mean. I'm just saying it politely. So, and then he goes, okay, I'll apply again. So he applies again. And he passes everything again, which you would do, and it comes to the final interviews, and then it goes through this quota of diversity. He didn't get in. Done it 3 times. He's even done it to the police twice, and he hasn't got in. And he's opened.
Do you know what I can say to this? I can back this up from my own experience, and my brother and me old man can back me up on this. This is true.
Go for it.
I went to do a week in the fire service back in the day.
Yeah.
When I was 18, and admittedly I was too young. They told me that. They said, you're too young. But they all, and I passed all the physical and all that. I've got the certificate indoors, mate. You ever come round, man, I can just pull it out on my folder and show you. Look, this is mine, you know, I've passed everything. They told me don't bother because they're only taking ethnic minorities and homosexuals at the minute. And this was back when I was 18. I'm 33 now.
100%, mate. And
that is 100% true. And I have a Bulgarian mate called Lubo. So, you know, that doesn't matter. His name, everyone knows there's fucking Bulgarians called Lubo. He was a fireman in Bulgaria. He's about 6'4", 6'3", 6'4", right? Big dude. Very experienced fireman back in Bulgaria. He applies all the time and he's stuck in the building trade at the minute because he needs a job. So he's not, you know, one of these ponces that's just sitting about. He's a good guy, you know. He applies for it. And even with his credentials of being a fireman for like 10 years in Bulgaria, still can't get the job because he doesn't fit the homosexual or the ethnic minority criteria. Even though he's Bulgarian, you know what I mean? He's not English. He's Bulgarian. It doesn't matter about that. They want a jelly baby mix in there, you know, more colours, you know.
Because it's quite a masculine job. That's what it is. They're just shutting that down. Not saying that ethnic saying.
And Fonz, you know I'm not bullshitting about that as well, innit? You remember that,
It's 100% true, yeah. 100% true.
No question. No lefty can tell me I'm making that up because that's fucking true.
Our family
and they
was
told me don't bother.
Like, it was crushing for the family. It was like, fuck, we could have had a firefighter in the family. And you fucking bastards ruin it for no reason.
Yeah.
Just because
and it's purely not on merit. And this is what I'm trying to say to people when they say, you're full of shit. I'm saying, I'm not. I'm telling you. This is what's going on. This is exactly how it's working. These people don't give a shit about how good you are or being the top of the class like it used to be. They don't give a crap about that. They don't give two shits about that. All they want is to make sure they hit their quota for their diverse. So just so they can go on a piece of paper and go, look how diverse this is. What?
It's wrong. It's just, there's no need for it. It's like that could have been life changing. For Luke, that could have changed his whole life. You know,
I've just sent you on Telegram this guy. He's the guy that's doing the tutorial. I ain't going to give his name out, but
so you wonder why so many people are getting fucked off with this shit.
Yeah,
and speaking out about it and not having it no more.
No.
But yeah, you label us as racists and wrong racist, and just intolerant.
3 times he's applied for it, and twice the police ain't got nowhere. You couldn't get, put it this way, right? I know the guy personally. You couldn't get a more fitter, stronger, and a more capable person than this guy. He's had his own businesses. He's been driving instructor. He's done everything, and he's got the highest, and he can't get in the fire service. I'm like, seriously, 3 times. He's give up now. He's give up.
Yeah, it is just pathetic. It really is.
The thing is, I tick all the boxes as well. I pass the physical. I'm fairly intelligent, and I'm sexy as fuck. Firemen have got to be sexy. Why didn't I get the job? Because of the colour of my skin.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it's mate. It's just a joke, and the more it goes on, the more it gets even worse. And it's about. And if you look at this manifesto of what he's doing, and this is why, Lou, you didn't get the job. If you read this crap about, you should be ashamed of being a white alpha SEAL club in your spare time.
Yeah.
You know, you read that, and the more you read about it, you'll wake up in the morning and just apologise for breathing.
I might as well apologise. You know what I mean? I'm so sorry that I'm, white and English. Sorry about that. What can I do to change it?
Yeah.
Plant a tree.
Identify as a strong, independent black woman. I might get the job.
Just say I'm black. I'm a black gay woman. You got a problem with that, Pickett? Give me the fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the funniest thing right now is that we're all laughing about it.
Well, we have to. That's the British
Well,
way.
yeah, I mean,
They might win. They might win, and this might be like real policy. And if that's real policy, we actually live in clown world.
Not quite a lot.
It's mental.
Yeah. Can you imagine it? Like, but no, that is the British way to sort of get on with it. You know, that's how we was in the war. You know, we'd be outnumbered 70,000 to 50,000 or whatever, and it'd be like, right, boys, we'll have a cup of tea, then we'll go back out and keep fighting. You know,
it won't work out well.
Put the kettle on.
The thing is with these policies, that it won't work out well because let's say they get in power, and then you pick your kid up from school and you say, well, what did you learn about today? And they say, oh, well, I learned today that Britain is evil and white people are evil. And yes, it's not going to go down well. There'll be fucking riots. People will be like, this has got to fucking stop. You're not going to teach my kid that I'm evil. This is what,
Just for being British, yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
According to what's the name?
What's that?
The Grenfell Tower. Oh yeah, apparently firemen are racist. Do you remember that? Yeah, David Lawrence, mum. That's what my old man just said. See, look, based old man here, based old man. He knows. Brought up right.
So if you're a black fireman, you're a sellout.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
no, they're cowards. They're cowards. Yeah.
Grenfell and rescue the Muslims.
Is that right? Oh fucking hell.
I don't know. This manifesto
talking about
Nazi firemen.
If you look at that manifesto, it talks about the race pay gap as well. They want to address the certain races are not getting paid enough money. So.
It says here, right? I'm just going to read this headline. You've got a picture. It's on YouTube now, but it says here: economic empowerment. A Labour government will eliminate racial equality in the company, in the economy, in our economy. What? I didn't know there was any.
I know.
There ain't, mate.
What the fuck does that even mean? Listen, what they don't take into account there, right, is they do all this racial equality and they say, oh, look, you know, white kids are always going to uni. They seem to forget about the Asian Chinese kids that are kicking everyone's fucking ass.
The Jews.
You know? That they're getting the best grades. Chinese and Indian kids are getting the best grades they have done since fucking the 80s. They absolutely smash it on statistics. 90% of them go on to further education and earn better money than everyone else. Do you know doesn't go on to further education by demographic? Less than everyone else? White working class kids. That's the fucking truth. We suffer the most because our working class kids don't, just can't be bothered to go on to do things like that. They end up in the building game and things like that, right? That's a fucking fact. The Asian kids are smashing it. Absolutely smashing it. Yeah. But they don't take that into account. All they do is compare the blacks and the whites together. And even then, by a percentage of people, by 100,000 people, if you broke it down the statistics properly, they actually beat us in reality. Black kids actually do go on more in this country, not in America. America's a bit different. But that's a fucking fact. Even in America, Asian kids smash it. Go on to further education and better paid jobs. Fact.
Fucking hell. I'm going to the
toilet. Fact check me. Someone thinks I'm wrong, fact check me. Guarantee you see I'm right. Guarantee.
But even with that, we're still meant to feel guilty. They're still looking at statistics and saying, okay, we need 10 jobs, we've got 10 applicants, we need 2 bisexuals, 1 transgender, one that's yellow, 1 that's pink, and a black person.
Do you know what I'm going to complain about? I'm going to do a petition that I want to see more white people represented in BBC XXX videos from now on, because there's not enough of them. And if you know what I mean by BBC, I don't mean the fucking shitty TV channel.
Just
We're
delete your.
underrepresented in there.
If you do put that in the search engine, just delete it before your missus finds it.
Luke, Phil's the one that destroyed Alex.
Phil who?
Phil in the chat.
Oh, what, Charlie Big Potatoes?
No.
It wasn't. Okay.
No, this is the guy. I thought it might have been Big Potatoes, but it weren't. It was this guy.
No, this is the Phil that had the hour and a half discussion with Alex on one of the Discords.
Aha. Okay. Top man. And I'm not surprised. Done it a few times myself. He's great when he knows, but he can get it wrong from time to time. Old Alex. Do you know what I love seeing him? I love seeing him against a lefty. They just don't know how to deal with him. Like, it's just some next level.
He knows his stuff. He's like, in regards to libertarianism, right? At the end of the day, I was like Alex at one point. About 5 years ago, I had the same beliefs as him, pretty much. But, I don't know, it's changed. It's one of those things. It's a learning process, isn't it? Politics and economics and all that shit.
That's right.
I mean, fuck's sake, when I was about 18, I was a fucking Marxist, I was. You know what I mean? I was a fucking idiot, I was, I'm telling you.
See, that's what I'm learning about myself. I mean, me and my brother here, we hold the stream Brothers Uncaged, but like I'm not on there saying that I know all the answers and know what I'm talking about. I am learning, and I don't even know what side I'm on.
Yeah.
I call myself a centralist because I seriously don't know enough to call myself anything.
That's fair enough. I respect that more than people who just claim to know what the fuck they're talking about. It's like when you talk to a lot of lefties as well. A lot of lefties, they'll say, "I'm a Marxist," and then when you talk to them deeper, you're like, "You don't fucking know what Marxism is, do you? You just say
They wouldn't give up what they have to be a Marxist, to be a real Marxist. No way, no. They just expect everyone else to do it. It's like them Hollywood celebrities. They're up there preaching and sucking up to socialism and these extreme liberals, right, to try and be progressive and whatever else. But they don't understand that they've already earned their millions. They've already done everything we want to do, the capitalists want to do. They've already done it, and then they're preaching to us that we shouldn't want to do it.
And
what fucking hypocrites.
What gets me as well is when they'll say, I'd like to pay more tax. And I say to them, well, you can. You can choose to pay more tax if you want to. You can choose to donate all your money to the government. They won't say no. The government won't say no if you choose to give them money. They'll go, fuck yeah, give me money. You can give me money.
Yeah.
Start somewhere. How about you stop living in a mansion, give up all your millions, and then I might listen to you, Mr. Celebrity.
Exactly.
They won't do that, will they?
Live by
fuck they would do that.
Yeah, I'd rather say I don't know what I'm talking about than come on and sort of be like, mate, you know, I know it all. Challenge me, debate me.
It's very difficult.
That's what they like. That is what they like. You know, I like to be educated by people. That's why I enjoy having people on the show to see what point of view they've got. And I come on here today, not to, I don't know who's talking now. Who's talking, who's not talking. Yeah, so you see what I'm saying? That's the whole reason I'm here now.
It's not lined up, Brooklyn. To learn. Yeah.
It's to learn and, like, you know. But these idiots, I don't know, they've got a different attitude. They've got a different way of seeing things. They just think they honestly do know it all.
The kids ain't got nowhere to play now. Do you know what as well? Bruv, I read an old Chinese proverb back in the day, and it said it's the wise man that plays the idiot, and it's the idiot that plays the wise man. And I was like, holy shit, that actually makes fucking sense.
Yeah, it really does.
That's like Socrates said, The only thing I know is that I don't know anything.
Yeah.
Please.
Absolutely. Absolutely true. It really is.
Losing it,
an open mind, so to speak. But obviously not too open, because like,
don't want your brains falling out.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Yeah.
So, right.
So yeah, I think Phil would be an interesting guy to have on the show at one point if he's interested.
Yeah, he's always welcome. No doubt about it, man.
Yeah, because you seem to know a lot about politics. I don't know whether you claim to, but you do.
Well,
from just listening to you.
Well, yeah, I've talked to a lot of people. Well, I've read a lot, and I've talked to serious people. Like I've talked to serious Marxists, not people laughing like Lester, like real. Yeah. That's the thing with people like Lester. It's like I'm a Marxist, and immediately talking to him, it's like, no, you're fucking not. You're just the person who likes drinking cappuccino. And,
yeah. And what is it? What do they call that nowadays? Oh shit.
Fucking hipster. That's what it is.
Bollocks. They always say it. Virtue signalling. That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
Virtue signalling. That's all it is.
And the thing is with them, it's like they're saying, I'm against fascism. And you say, well, what's fascism then? It's like, I don't know. So of course you fucking don't know. You just you think everyone's a fascist and everyone's a racist. That's the ideology.
But they don't know why. Like, you ask them like, well, what did I say? That was, but it's like you don't know the meaning of it anymore. Yeah.
Yeah. What did I say that was fascist? Do you know? No. Oh, okay then. Well, this is going to be an interesting conversation. So you can't prove I am what you've called me. There you go.
A4 frames.
I had a look in there. But,
sorry, people. I got.
Yeah. Double bad for some reason.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. I do apologise.
I don't know where Street's just gone. I've asked Vinny to come on. He's not interested.
Yeah, it's still there. My PC
that
nothing's in the kitchen. So
Oh,
I'm
nice
just
one,
moving
mate.
out of there. They're doing the washing and that, so I'm moving into the front room.
Cool.
This washing machine's going to be like Armageddon. It's not the best place to put a bloody PC set up, is it, in a kitchen? But hey.
Oh, I've got mine in the dining room. That's why I couldn't come on a little while ago.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the kids.
Yeah, I want to move it upstairs, but I don't know if I can even do that.
Oh. Yeah, I think if Phil would go on your show, that would be fucking entertaining, mate. Because I think he's a bit tame on here because of thing. But if you want to hear Phil in his best, yeah, that would be funny. Man.
Yeah, it's freedom of speech on our one. We just tell you can say what you want. Just don't drop no N bombs or.
Don't be silly. Yeah, use common sense.
Yeah, don't do that.
Common sense, but you can talk about whatever you want. It's just within reason. Very limited reason.
Is a destroyer of the left. He literally single-handedly took down 2 people just in one conversation. It was amazing.
Yeah, I want to hear the what he's got to say about what happened with Lister. If you're gonna elaborate on it.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Are you there, Phil?
Yeah, I'm just looking for something. I'll be back.
You read
Sweet, man. Yeah, I'd like to hear that, please. That'd be. I've heard a lot about this Lister guy being just entertaining, really.
What do they say nowadays? A cockwomble.
Cook or something.
Yeah, a cuck.
It's someone who lets other people sleep with their wife.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You got to be liberal, haven't you?
That's a bit. That is a bit too common nowadays. I don't.
Yeah, I'm bored of that one. That's become. Yeah, I just thought it was another way of saying cock. And then I looked it up and I was like, yeah, okay, that's cool, but too many people say it now.
Cuck. No, I meant just there's too many people in this country that love to fucking give it away and
Oh.
nothing for it.
Oh.
Not as in saying it. No, they are cucks.
Yeah, they
For
really
real. Famous grouse. They've got a new famous grouse out, bruv. A smokier version.
Have they?
Oh, I'll tell you what, that brewery, bruv. I went to a brewery.
Yeah,
I won't say
sick.
what one it is yet, but fuck me.
That looks sick.
It was just amazing, man. Like, they had this little cafe in there, basically, which had optics.
We need to brew our own beer. We need to brew our own beer.
Well, I'd love to know the recipe to this one. It was sweet. Like, it was an owl, yeah, and it was 5.5%, right? But it tasted like shandy. I kid you not. I can't explain it.
Might have been a turbo shandy. You ever have one of them?
So sweet. It was like that. Not as sweet, but it just went down so well. It's just so good.
Don't you remember turbo shandy, bruv, back in the day?
Yeah, of course I do. Fucking hell.
You like your ales and stuff. Do you like Abbey beer? Like Duval and Abbey beer, yeah.
No, I heard of that one, mate, if I'm honest.
So I think I have. Research for Duval, right? It's like
Let me look.
Honestly, I prefer Abbey beer, and you get it in like, but it's quite strong. It's like 7-9%, but it doesn't taste like that. They sell it in
Tesco's. Yeah.
Oh man, don't buy the IPAs for now. Go anything that's from the Abbey. Right,
yeah. It's Timothy whatever the fuck his name is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Abbey beer. Yeah.
Abbey beer is lovely, but it blow your head off. I mean, I don't drink anymore. I miss drinking that. But
I'm trying to convince you, mate, to get a bacon sandwich or a steak and get a couple of beers when you come on our show.
Nah, man.
You will.
I'll do the other part, but I'm not drinking.
Got to convince him. There's got to be something we can do.
He'll do it.
I tell you what I'll do. Yeah, I'll have a non-alcoholic beer, so I can still taste the flavour.
I'd rather you didn't drink.
Yeah, no, ain't no caliber on our fucking show. No way in the world.
Yeah, I'd rather you didn't. Just leave it.
Get yourself a scotch. Get yourself a scotch. That'll do. You want it?
I can't drink that. That'll put me back on the beer, mate. My problem was I liked whiskey too much, and I used to spend stupid money on it. Like, I don't know, 80, 90, 150 £150 a bottle. Drink it in the night, and I'll be done.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
fair enough.
The best.
Everyone knows I love
best.
Beer, but...
If you like whiskey, right? If you like whiskey, take Okay, if you like rum, buy what the hell is it? Hang on, Mount Gay Black Barrel, right?
Oh yeah, I know Mount Gay. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a Black Barrel of that. Absolutely amazing.
You can go down London to the Montague and Pike, and you get it in there. They have like a huge selection across the back of the bar, and on there is like a bison one. It's got like a wild. It's called Wild something. It's got like a bison whiskey. Then all the different Jacks, including cinnamon Jack Daniels and all these different ones. And on there is Mount Gay. And it's like a fucking topographical map. You know what I mean. The label. It's a topographical map, and it says Mount Gay. Yeah.
But that is a really good rum. I like that. Really good rum.
I'm not really into my spirits.
Getting thirsty now.
Yeah, I used to.
I've got beer right now, so
I love whiskey. I love whiskies.
Whiskey, what a good whiskey then.
Drinking a Peroni.
I
I've got to say,
I like Drawer. Island of Drawer. That is a nice. They do a nice selection.
Would you say Dimple? No. My old man likes Dimple whiskey. I've got to admit, I'm more of a bourbon man. I love bourbons. I think that's the best.
You can't say.
Dimple, I might have done. No,
you can't buy it anywhere apart from store.
Apart from their store.
Unless you've gone and bought it in a store, you can't buy it. They don't sell it in pubs, clubs.
Nothing, no?
No.
So you have to go to like a proper whiskey shop.
No.
They have got like loads down London. They've got a few whiskey shops. And they've got cigar shops down London street.
Yeah. There's a place I go to called Termos. And basically in there it's got a license. I don't know how they've done it. They've got cigars. You walk into the humidors.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You've got a New World humidor and a Cuban humidor. And they've also got a whiskey room. And you're allowed to sit in there smoking and drink. That's indoors. Absolutely fantastic.
They do that in the airports now. I don't know how long it's been since you've been abroad or anyone's been abroad.
But in the airport?
Yeah. That you go into the airport and they've got a humidor, basically a humidor. For anyone that don't know, it's a room that's climate controlled, basically, and you can fucking all the cigars will be preserved in there. And this was on my way out, and I bought this box of cigars, which was all different packets, for like fucking €10, bruv. And I go online here, and it's about 40 quid worth of these. I wouldn't call them cigars. They're more like what do they call them? You know, the small skinny ones, like fucking things. So, and I got myself a couple of fat ones because they're just what I'll smoke during the day after each meal, just to keep me fucking nicotine, keep the weight off, right? And then on the way back, and by the way, what I'm saying this because they've got these little smoking rooms in there in the airport where people can go in and they smoke in there because they can't leave the airport, you know, once you're through. So they have these rooms that are completely vented and all this shit, and you just go in there and smoke.
Oh, okay.
So I was having the cigars as I fucking bought them, kind of thing. Anyway, I'd done all that, and then on my way back, and I was going to Germany to then go to Brazil because the flights worked out cheaper. Figure that one out.
That's weird.
Back on myself to go to
Greta
Brazil.
Thunberg fucking hating you right now.
I swear it's.
Yeah, you're
who's hating me?
Greta Thunberg. You're in the crosshairs, mate, for saying that.
Oh yeah, fucking hell, yeah. So that's the way that worked out. On the way back to England, went in the same shop, you know, fucking loving it. I'm just looking at all these cigars, and I've picked up a few different ones. I thought, grab them like while I'm here because they're going to be so expensive in UK. And another box of them blonde cigars I was smoking. They were like German blonde ones.
Oh yeah,
they're really nice. It's like a nice sweet taste on them, so they're not too, you know, for every day they're fine. Anyway, took them up to the county. Where are you going? Like, cause once I showed it, he has to check your passport, and then he has to scan your plane ticket to make sure you are. But anyway, they said to me, "No, you can't buy them and take them back." I was like, "What do you mean? I bought them on my way out. What's the difference?" And he went, "Oh, because of Brexit." Like, I swear, but on
Brexit
my kids'
ain't even
life.
happened yet.
I swear on my kids' life. This was January. This year.
Oh my God.
I swear on my kids' lives. Like, may they drop dead. He said to me, "No, you can't buy them and take them back because of Brexit." I was like, "What are you on about? I bought them on the way out to Brazil. Same ones. Look, I've got them in my pocket now." I don't know. So,
that's crazy.
What the fuck are you talking about? I should have bought them on my way out and smuggled them back in my suitcase. I'd have got away with it.
Yeah.
You know?
I've got some.
Load of old bollocks.
See, I've had this fascination with cigars for how long? Well, when I stopped drinking, it was like I didn't really smoke cigarettes anyway. I didn't really do anything else. So I always fancied a proper cigar. So I thought I'm not going to go and buy these ones out of the can. I'm going to find a cigar shop, and I found one local to me, right? And I thought these are not bad. And I kept watching these videos, cigar videos, and saying, you can taste these different notes. I thought, I don't taste shit, right? And so I researched it, and they're on about, you know, they have to be kept in humidors and stuff like that. So I researched it that way. So I drove 2 hours to go to this cigar shop just so I could go in there. So I brought quite a few cigars there. Cost me a couple £100. And I'll tell you what, the difference when they're packaged properly and they're treated in these humidors, the flavour and everything is completely different. And I never really believed it until I actually went in there. I'm
No
trying to
doubt
find
about
you
it.
this. Yeah, trying to find you this video I've got from the humidor that.
What was it? Lee Garrett was saying the reason they're trying to put everyone off smoking is because of the tar or something that runs through your blood or some shit.
Tar.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I
If
didn't
you take it
understand
down,
fully.
if you take it down, you know, like
Mate.
smoking every day, them cheap little cigarettes for no fucking reason. They don't do anything. They don't get you high. They don't do a damn thing. When you smoke a good cigar, you just take down the little bit every now and again, just every now and again, and you'll get high as a kite. And it's a nice feeling and it's a nice taste. It's worth doing. Just waiting for that one fat cigar.
Yeah, if you were going to take a cigar back normally, I did it by accident. I was at Speaker's Corner, right? And I had this cigar, and I was arguing with this guy.
Don't even have to do that either.
And I took a drag, and I took it back. Oh my god, I was choking for about 10 minutes.
Nice one.
You don't want to be taking a proper cigar back. No, don't do that.
Yep.
I mean, that shit will hurt.
Yeah, no, it's we was doing it the other night, weren't we, Fonz? When Fonz come down to my gaff, I pulled out one of the big cigars, one of the pucker ones, you know, £100 worth.
Yeah.
And even his mate, who's never smoked one before, was sitting there like chugging away with me. We were just sharing it, passing
loving
around,
it.
you know, it took all night. He was like, oh, mate, I fucking this is quality. Like, you just know.
And I think he gave up smoking as well. Like, with smoking that and being like, yeah, it's all right.
He was loving it. He was like, can I have another go? And I was like, yeah, go on, bruv. This is what it's for. And it took us all night, didn't it? It took us all night.
Oh, yeah.
You imagine how many fags you'd have gone through.
Yeah.
You know, it's a good fucking.
How much is that? How much is one of them?
One of that was £100. That was.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, but how much did you pay? What a one-off?
Nothing. Didn't pay a damn thing.
Yeah.
I just sent you some snaps of my cigars on Uncaged. Have a look at them, boys.
Nice one.
I've got to say, sorry, but that's not worth £100 to me.
No,
It depends, though.
If you have the money, and I mean, if you don't have the money to pay £100 for a cigar, it is not worth it. No, don't be a dickhead. Don't be a dickhead and go out your way and do that. But
this is the way I say it.
I'm a steel clubber. You know?
If you like whiskey, right? So Lou's a whiskey drinker. Now he'll tell the difference of getting if he goes to the shop, right, or pub, can I have a whiskey, and they put a bit of bells in front of him.
Yeah.
One, he will either give it him back, or two, ask him to put pop in it because it's fucking horrible. But
I get him to put ginger in it, ginger ale.
But if you go into there, if you go in there and you say, "Can I have a Macallan 18 year?" you ain't putting nothing in it because you're gonna taste every little bit of that.
They will tell you not to. If they're a good barman, they will tell you.
I'm putting anything in
It'd be like, I'm not putting coke in that and selling you it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that. If there, I see that on Gordon Ramsay's as well. There was this right posh restaurant up in Scotland, and they had major trouble because the guy was a Frenchman that was running it, and he was selling all this fancy French food. I was going to say shit then. But no, he was going over the top with it. Like, he'd put, like this creme brulee and, and do all these things, like fucking caramelized onion with a drizzle of this fucking whatever, just going way over the top of it, all over the top of a risotto. So he's putting too many things in. And Gordon's saying to him, less is more. Less is more. Yeah. And to make his point, he went to the barman and it was this fancy fucking bar. And he said, "Can I get a couple of drinks while we're standing here talking?" And he said, "You know, what would you like?" And he went, "Well, we're in Scotland. How about a couple of scotches?" So he done them at these. He said, "Is this one okay?" He went, yeah, that's great. Poured it in, and then give it to Gordon. And he went, "Can I have some Coke and ice with that?" And the barman looked at him like, "Are you fucking serious? Like, you're Gordon Ramsay?"
Taking
Like,
the piss.
he looked at him like that, and he went, "No." And he went, "Why no?" And he went, "Because this is a fine Scotch. You don't do that. Like, you know, that's."
Yeah.
And he went, "So you're telling me less is more?" And he went, "Yeah." And he went, "That's exactly my point. You're throwing all this stuff together, and there's no need for you to do it. Like, you just need to calm down and get your rest, get it bang on. You know, do something good, but do it good. You know, like fucking don't just."
So Gordon just tricked him.
If
Like,
you've got this pucker bit of steak, just throw the basics on it, and then a few, you
Salt and
know,
pepper,
side
mate.
bits, and that's it. That's all you need. You're in
Salt
Scotland.
and
Like,
pepper.
keep
That's
to
it.
the fucking basics. You know, it's you have the
Yeah.
best quality ingredients and the best quality cooks. Why the fuck do you need to throw too many things going on? You know, you got a
Yeah.
spaghetti junction going on in people's mouths. Don't do this. And
Yeah,
that's
no
what it is.
need.
You know, when you have that top quality Scotch, why the fuck would you throw all this shit over it? You know,
Just
why
not going
do
to
that?
do it. Yeah, exactly. So I went at, and it's the same with cigars. You
Mhm.
will notice a difference, a subtle
Definitely.
differences between different brands and different stuff, and you will. But if you're just going to have a cigar and just smoke it, I don't know. It's something you need to train yourself, and you can definitely tell the difference.
Oh, it's acquired. It's acquired taste. You need
Yeah.
to, you know, if you know, you know. It's one of them things, isn't it? It's if you know, you
Yeah.
know. That's it. There's no other way to explain it. Like, I could sit here bullshitting to you saying, "Oh, you don't understand. You got no class," and start slagging you off. And it's like, no. Trust me. Anyone can know this shit. The only person that got it that night at the party, out of the what was there, 5, 6 people there, was me and Kershal. That was it. It was he understood it. He was like, "Yeah, no." I was like, "Exactly. Gets you hired, doesn't it?" And then
No, I
you
liked
don't
it.
need to. And I've got hired from not even taking it down. Alex did when
Do you
we
know the
had the
one?
TRR thing last year. I sat there. I brought one of me. Well, that was about a £25 cigar. I brought one of them along with me, and I was chewing away on it and offering it round, and people were taking tokens. They didn't really get it. Alex sat there, and he's like, started putting his head on his, forehead, like his hand on his forehead, and was like,
So that
that's
happened to
fucking
me,
got
right?
me high. And I was like, yeah, it gets you high, doesn't it? It's this is why Arnold Schwarzenegger smokes them, because they get you
Yeah.
high and it's totally
My
legal.
my
Yeah.
I went into that Cuban room, right, and I says I need a punch, which is JFK's one before he did the embargo. He brought 1,500 other things, and I want the Arnold Schwarzenegger one. And so they're giving me, and I went to work, right, and I thought these are little compared. I always thought these are huge fuckers that he was smoking, but they're not. They just look big. He must have small hands. I don't know. But
Arnie
anyway,
ain't that big.
nah.
Like,
So I was
he
smoking.
ain't very tall, and he's not. I mean, he's stocky, but he's not. He's not a giant of a man like he looks
No.
in the movies. Yeah, not at all.
So I was smoking this thing, and I thought I've only got an hour. Normally, you want a couple of hours for a cigar. And
Yeah,
I had to
it'll
get
take you
back
all night
inside, and it cost me
drinking.
like 28 quid. And I thought I'm not cutting it and then relighting it. So anyhow, I was smoking it quite quick, not taking any of it back, just mellowing it. I went and sat down, mate. I went all freezing. I went
Yeah,
cold, my cold sweats. I was dizzy. I was
that
thinking, oh my god, I'm
nicotine,
going to be
mate,
sick, mate. That
gets in
just
you.
blew my head off.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, wow, if I'd have took that back, I'd have been sick. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
You see, so basically, what this is, like people that smoke 40 a day, or 60 a day, 80 a day.
Yeah.
They might as well just buy a fucking cigar.
Yeah, but you can't afford it every day.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
expensive, yeah.
Not going to happen. But not only that, she just.
Hang on, no, man. If they're gonna, yeah.
Christmas tree again, and I will kick you straight in the head.
I put a British flag on a Christmas tree.
No, that's cool, man.
I think it's cool.
No, don't touch my Christmas tree. The kids, no one. Touch my
Mate.
Christmas tree and I don't care who
Listen
it is.
to her, look.
Kicking them in the face.
Who's she going to vote? Is she voting for Corbyn?
Yeah, she's
Sounded like it.
That's well unpatriotic. George.
I don't give a shit.
She's voting Corbyn.
No,
Corbynite. She's a Corbynite.
Corbyn. Corbyn or Lib Dems.
Her mum's a Corbynite.
No, I'm going to vote Green for it.
Oh, mate.
Yeah, she is. Total idiot. Total idiot.
Well, that's...
No. They, Gavin, she's got Gavin and Stacey on and all.
Oh, mate. Definitely voting Corbyn.
Definitely. Do you know what? I might be on my own here in the minority. I can't stand Gavin and Stacey.
I hate that prick, James Corbyn. He's just a
Corbyn's a cop.
fucking wanker.
He is.
Like such a sellout prick.
He is big time. He claims to be a West Ham fan and all, which pisses me off even more. It's like, oh, you fat shit.
I hate him. I really do hate him with a passion.
They brought out a new Christmas one, haven't they? They're bringing the Christmas one out.
I think this is it. Is this it?
Yeah?
Is this the Christmas special one? The new one?
No, this is the old Christmas special.
Oh, this is the old Christmas special. Yeah, they've done a new one.
I really do hate him with a passion.
Yeah, I'd quite happily shit in his locker room. You know, he's
I thought you
dressing
were going to say in his mouth. I'd shit in his mouth if someone held him down for me.
Oh, get off me! Yeah,
Yeah.
fat cunt. Have that.
Wait till the public hears about this.
Yo, Dan, do you know who I am? Yeah, that's why I'm doing it, cunt.
That's what I'm doing. I hate him.
That carpool karaoke, you just want to jaw him, don't you? You really do.
I know.
What's that idea?
What? Thought of what idea?
Carpool karaoke.
Lady Gaga. Who then?
Westlife.
George Michael. George Michael thought of that idea.
Did he? If he would have done it, I'd have liked it. But
he did, I think. He done the first one.
Yeah, but with that fucking prick.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
I'd just like to see someone else do it.
Look, I'm James Corden. I'm singing in a car with someone way more famous than me. Fucking fat cunt.
Oh, yeah. It's just a melt.
just want to jaw him. Honestly, do. The only thing I ever agreed with him about was.
Oh, I know exactly what you're going to say.
Go on. Guess. Go on, if you got it.
That Star Trek guy, Patrick Stewart.
Oh no, yeah, Patrick Stewart made a prat of himself, no doubt.
Yeah, no, I agreed with him on that one. I was like, yeah, man, like Patrick Stewart was being a wally.
He was being a wally, but
maybe you knew that.
They were doing an award show, and James Corden called him up to take his award.
Yeah,
and Patrick Stewart he must have had a few too many sherries.
Yeah,
and he was just being a fucking dick. Like, what did he say?
Everyone can see your belly.
Yeah. He was like, yeah. If you fancy the Jonas Brothers, cover your belly. Yeah, and it's like
everybody in the front row seat. These girls here can see your belly.
Can see your belly.
And it was just like it was
cringe.
Funny.
Yeah, no one laughed, and James Corden's just looking at him like, "The fuck you doing, mate?
Carry on." Like he was just like, "Go on!" Like you got everyone's attention, so carry on. And it was just finished him. What was that we were saying a minute ago? Less is more, and that was what James Corden did, and it just
he
didn't
didn't bother saying to him, "Shut up, you old bald cunt," or or whatever. He just sort of let him get on with it, mug himself off, and then afterwards they kissed and made up and did a silly video together. Yeah. But no, that wasn't what I agreed with Corden about. What I agreed with Corden about on that Gavin and Stacey was when you're ordering a takeaway, like say a Chinese, for example, and someone will say, "No, I'm not going to order a chow mein. I'll just have some of yours." No, fuck off. I ordered the fucking chow mein. Get the fuck out of here. Like, order your own. It's cheap enough. No, you didn't. I watched it. Yeah, I watched it. Yeah, and that's what I was saying. That's what I didn't watch this. I have never watched this shit program. This is what I'm saying, George. I have never watched this shit program, but you tagged me in it, and I was like, yes, I agree with the guy. It's not that I was sitting there watching it and thinking, yeah, James, you're right. No, you tagged me in that shit, but I happen to agree with it, and I can agree with it. Yeah, that fucking is annoying. It's like, no, I ordered it. You want some, fucking order your own. And then if there's leftovers, eat them in the fucking morning in a sandwich or something. I don't give a fuck what you do with it. But
We
you're
have
not having mine.
arguments.
It's the whole point
We have
of me
arguments who
ordering it.
goes to the door.
I'll be honest with you, I don't order takeaways. Like, it's like, but
I don't.
I get that. You know, I'll be sitting there eating my dinner. Oh, let me try a bit. No, you fucking want to try it. Order your own. Sorry, I'm eating. Go away. You know?
I'll tell you what, when I was in school, people would always, if you got some chips, they'd all want some.
They'd all grab it.
I would be sad. I'd be like, no. I'd be like, no. Oh, come on, don't be tight. No. Go and buy some. They're £1.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but I don't want a whole. But well, if you don't want a whole lot, then don't fucking have none of mine. Fucking.
Like you'd literally, like you'd have to sneak off at some days.
Yeah.
Like if you was with a group
So
of people,
annoying.
you'd have to be like, right, I'm
Having
I'm
everyone's fucking
being
hands in
secret
there.
about it. Yeah.
I just see you scratch your bollocks, mate, and now you want to take one of my chips. Go away.
No, but do you know what would kill it? Is I would never do it, and I still don't to this day. I know how annoying it is.
Yeah, but bruv, I am a hypocrite for that because as soon as she has a dinner or something, no. But I'll tell you what, no, George, listen. The reason.
Yeah,
do you
I
know
don't do it
do you
to
know
people.
the reason I do that? Do you know the reason I take some of your food, or if you ask me to get you a drink, I drink some of it?
I know why.
It's because you do it to me. That's the only reason. Do you think I take a sip of Fonzie's drink if I'm getting him a drink, or if I've got him some food, or take some of his food? I only do it to you because you are like that.
And you will drink the whole drink, and I walk back and find an empty cup.
Yeah, I tell you what,
That's just to be annoying.
Gooch absolutely loves Roman. What they call ramen noodles? Ramen. Them
Ramen
fucking
noodles,
yeah, ramen. Yeah, them
Mhm.
fucking things. And the only reason I'll get a fork and like when she's not looking, I'll quickly take some. Is because it gets on her nerves.
Yeah, that's it. It's just to piss them off. Like, I honestly wouldn't do it to people, but I just know it pisses them off, so I've got to do it. Like, she asked me, she's sitting there doing fuck all. Can you get my drink, babe? Because I've gone to have a piss.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Gooch does it
I
too.
was doing fuck all. Was I not putting a table together?
No, you made me do it, you dickhead.
I made you do the man bit.
I pulled it out of the packaging and then made you do it. I was doing the table.
I put the legs on it.
You put the legs on it. What? Just banged them into the holes. This is how lazy she is. As soon as I get up to have a piss, will you grab me a drink? She'd be dying for a piss or dying for a drink and just wait for me to get up, then ask for one. Fucking lazy. No, I don't.
See, if I do that, my missus goes apeshit.
Yeah.
If I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, if she gets up and I'll go, oh, do the light for me, really? Or do
Yeah.
that. And she'll look at me with such contempt. I'm like, oh, shit.
You're such a cunt. You have sat there this whole time. Wait for me.
You just waiting for me to do that? No, but now you're up.
Because you couldn't go do it yourself.
Because I was sitting there on a live stream. If I'm sitting there doing nothing, I'll go and get my own beer. What are you on about then?
Before I went to Lakeside, I was sitting there and you were sitting there.
Mm.
And you was putting Shrek
Domestic.
on.
I wasn't drinking beer when Shrek was on.
He was. He was eating nuts and drinking beer.
Oh, yeah.
Does anyone do this as well? Do you, if you're sitting on one settee and the remote's on the other one, you think, do I go and get that or just persevere? And sometimes when the kids walk past or the missus, I'll go, yeah, pass me the remote, will you? And she'll go, well, you couldn't have got it yourself. I said, yeah, but you're already walking past now. Pass the remote. Oh, it winds her up.
Yeah, my missus is well guilty of that.
I can hear it from here. I know he's ill.
Well guilty of that.
Go and get him
funny
some
though,
medicine. God, that. It sounds like a tyre screeching when he's coughing. He's fucked. Get him a bed. Get him some medicine. Get him a bed. Fucking kid's fucked.
What is
You
that?
hear that? That's him coughing.
What is it? Your kid or your dog?
Kid.
There you go.
That is a kid.
Wow. That's a hell of a cough.
That is, isn't it? That's a whooping cough, or whatever they call it.
Yeah, he's had that before as well, hasn't he?
That'd be funny, but I thought that was a dog barking, coughing.
Yeah, like when they've got something stuck in their throat, isn't it?
Yeah, that.
Yeah, I know
sounds
exactly what you
serious,
mean.
man.
Yeah.
Oh, look, do you know what? You know who's come on the telly? James Cunt Corden. Right?
I hate that prick.
He's singing that
Did I
fucking
already say
Christmas
that?
song.
Did I already say that? I hate that prick.
Yeah. I think so.
I think I was.
But I don't blame you for saying it again.
Yeah, I hate him. I think he's a mug. Do you use that word, Streets?
Mug.
Yeah.
See,
don't
yeah,
use us,
I
do we?
use that. I use that when I really want to insult someone because
Really?
it's something I don't. Yeah. Because
What's that? It's like cunt.
if I call, now it's worse than that.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
If I call someone a mug, right, and I say it, that's the most worst insult I can call him.
You're pulling my leg, man.
No.
Pulling my leg.
No, I use that. I mean, London people use that a lot, don't they?
Yeah, it's
But
like
where I'm from,
really.
where I'm from, you don't. So it's like if I call someone a mug, the way I say it, when it's a clear insult when I say it.
Look, he's pulling my leg, isn't he?
I think
I'm not.
so.
Honestly, I'm not. Actually, listen. When I was having an argument with fucking Lister, that was what I called him. I was like, "Fuck you, you mug." Fuck. And so it's I use that as a bad insult, whether they perceive it that way, but I do. I mean it that way.
That's jokes.
What's another insult that
this program? What is it with this other geezer, this fat cunt's mate, with that Barnett?
What you actually watching? What you watching from?
This is that fucking shit. What's it called? Oh, Gavin and Stacey, right?
Oh, okay.
This fat cunt was singing a Christmas song in a car and rang up his mate, and then he started singing it back. Ooh, so funny.
Oh, I've seen that.
Right?
I've seen that.
What's his Barnett about? That fucking straight fringe.
Are you on about one that was in the
Tottenham cunt?
Oh,
he looks like the
don't know what his
nonce out of
name-
Game of Thrones.
I can't remember his
No,
name.
you've lost me there, actually.
It's his best mate in Gavin and Stacey.
No,
It's
I
Gavin.
don't know.
There you go. It's Gavin. Sorry, it's Gavin. Just figured it out. Gavin, what is with his fucking fringe?
No, I don't know because I don't know the show, so I'll have to look that up.
The Tottenham cunt. His mate. He's Tottenham.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, but I just genuinely don't know. Even if you tell me a
What's
million.
his real name, babe? That fucking prick, Gavin. From Gavin and Stacey with a
I'm
fringe.
going to look it up in a sec.
Just look at his Barnett. That Barnett is just... Who goes in the barbers and asks for that?
Do you know what? I'm looking through some more photographs, trying to find some cigars. I just found one. Man, I was a fat fucker.
But yeah, that Welsh geezer, I know. I love Rob Brydon, but he's got to shave his Barnett. That hair's gone. You've gone bald, mate. Give up. It's gone.
Yeah, I started receding when I was probably early 20s, and I thought I'm not going to have these like little
No.
You know, I just shaved it off. I thought, fuck it.
Yeah, it's gone. It's gone. It's
Gone.
gone.
Yeah, you got to go.
I'm not going to pretend. I'm not going to pretend and it's there and brush it forward and woof off.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, that's
Straight
it,
on.
man.
That's advice to anyone listening.
Yeah.
If you're going bald, just go
Don't
bald.
take the piss. Just cut it off.
It's gone.
You look a mug.
You do. It's awful when they try and cover it up and comb it
I heard
over.
that
And
Steve saying that. You know, Steven might come on the podcast one day. He was saying that Steve. I can't think of his second name. Well, obviously, I'm not going to say it anyway. The lefty, Steve.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was actually asking me advice. Like, what shall I do? I was like, mate, go gracefully, man.
Yeah, cut it off. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, take it
That's
away.
some self-respect, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I've seen some people with some weird hairstyles trying to cover the fact they've got hair and they ain't.
No,
just get rid.
Get rid, son. You know, it's not the 1800s anymore. Where they used to just fucking sweep it all over from the back to the front. It's like, oh yeah, no one noticed, yeah. Or in the fucking 60s and 70s where they used to wear syrups, you know, like putting them fucking wigs on their head, and it's like, bro, I can see that's a fucking wig. Give up. It's gone.
Yeah, just don't do it, man. It's embarrassing.
No, it's like, bruv. Like that geezer in the Bruce Lee films. You remember him, the martial artist, the American? And he just used to fucking wear them syrups and they were blatantly wigs. It's like, bruv, don't do that. I can see that's a wig. I can fucking see it. Like, there's no one is fooled by this. Get rid. It's gone. And it looks awful. Like plastic hair. Just give up, son. It's gone. Don't need. Well, I'm gonna go, lads. I'm gonna get some shut eye. I've got work.
Yeah, I've got work as well, so I'm gonna.
We'll call it a day. Cheers for having us on the street. Top man. Love you all, people. Anyone that was listening, love yous. And thank you for.
Remember to go to their channel Wednesday night.
Oh yeah.
You've got to get onto Luke Uncaged. Absolute amazing shows. But you've got to listen to the one with the Crusader. You've got to listen to where he's talking about Thailand. Please go on there and watch that and do it, because there's he says something in there. He says something in. I don't want to spoil it, so listen to it, and when you hear it, you'll know what I'm on about.
That was fucking hilarious, wasn't it? That was just
some random one, man. Like
I couldn't believe he said it. I'm like, what the fuck did he just say?
Yeah, but he said it like it was like normal and like everyone knew what he was talking about.
Yeah.
It is normal. It is normal.
Yeah, I mean,
Leave him alone.
define normal. But no. I said it to him on the show, so I don't really. I'm not saying nothing I ain't already said. But it's like, come on, like, everyone's on that.
And Tony Topman, the UFO guy as well. Check out that one. That was amazing.
Check that
out. That was great. That guy, he really smashed it for me.
He set the bar, I think.
I don't know. Lee Garrett was good as well, though. I don't know. Timothy Scott. Bruv, there's loads. Listen, check them all out. They're all there. They're all fucking there.
But
top man. And we'll have you on soon, Street. Yeah, you coming on, bro?
No problems, man. No worries.
Yeah, wicked. Definitely having you and Phil on as well. All right, people.
Yeah, cool. Right.
Love you all. Take care. See you later. Bye bye.
Bye.
What's happening, Streets? You wrapping up?
Yeah, wrap up as well. It's
get
up early in the morning, so but nah. Well, perfect, man. It's been great having you on, man. It's been killed it again. So definitely. Yeah. I've been in there, so I've not seen some of the chat. I've seen some of the Jupiter was in there. There was a few, but I couldn't see it because I was in the other room with my phone. But yeah, thanks everyone for popping in. And there was an agreement that at least 10 people, you should have at least 10 more subscribers. So, and if not, people in the chat, make sure you go over there and subscribe if you're not already, because they are absolutely funny. But yeah,
Thanks, brother.
no worries. All right, guys. So I'll leave it there, and I shall catch you all on the next one. Make sure the Uncaged Wednesday 8 o'clock. So make sure you go on there.
Nice one, mate.
No worries. Catch you soon, my friend.
Yeah, good stuff.
Catch you later.
Bye.
Ciao, man. And we shall leave it there. I'm just going to have a quick look at. Yes, thank you guys, much appreciated. John Lawrence, yeah, cheers for popping in, mate. Again, good to have you on. And I shall leave it there. Thank you guys. God bless.